The land of wind. The entrance of Sunagakure, shrouded in endless yellow sands, an elderly figure with a face etched with bitterness gazes forlornly into the distance. Her eyes are filled with melancholy, subtly revealing a profound sense of loneliness and despair. She is Chiyo, the esteemed advisor of Sunagakure, a master puppeteer capable of manipulating puppets with a mere finger, and the legendary genius puppeteer Sasori's beloved grandmother. However, years ago, Sasori defected from Sunagakure, leading to the disappearance of the formidable third Kazekage and causing chaos within the village. Since then, Chiyo has retreated into seclusion with her brother, Ebizo, vowing to remain uninvolved in the affairs of Sunagakure. According to the original narrative of Naruto, the story was meant to unfold this way. Yet, merely a few dozen meters away from Chiyo, Chinju gazes at her silhouette and cannot help but sigh. Alas, although I have become Chiyo's disciple and learned all her puppet techniques, it is evident that Sasori remains the most cherished grandson in her heart. Reflecting on how he arrived in this world, merely due to a resemblance to Sasori, Chinju feels a wave of nostalgia as he recalls being taken in by Chiyo through a twist of fate. One must remember that this is the legendary world of Naruto, where the main characters seem to survive unscathed until the very end. However, as a mere supporting character, countless nameless shinobi have perished in the numerous wars due to lack of strength. Fortunately, by becoming Chiyo's disciple, he has finally acquired some semblance of self-protection. Even when confronted with the impending invasion of Deidara, he believes he will not be reduced to a mere cannon fodder. As he contemplates this, Chinju extends a finger, and with a slight movement, a puppet resembling him, marked by intricate mechanisms, materializes behind him. This is the first puppet he crafted 3 years ago upon mastering the art of puppetry. He named it I, symbolizing his rebirth in this world, proof that he possesses the qualifications to survive in the ninja realm. Subsequently, leveraging his extensive knowledge of modern mechanics from his previous life, Chinju undertook significant modifications to his puppet, replacing its wooden structure with a steel frame and equipping it with advanced technology and weaponry. Should Nagato, who commands the 6 paths of pain, witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished, as this creation surpasses even his own Deva path in multiple dimensions. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Chinju's relentless pursuit of this endeavor is not merely to enhance his puppet, but rather serves a far more significant purpose. Almost simultaneously with the puppet's appearance, a notification resonates within Chinju's mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has summoned their mecha number 001. Current completion rate 96, standards met. Please engage in combat. Promptly completing the task will yield the first system reward. Indeed, upon his arrival in this world, Chinju acquired a mecha combat upgrade system, which necessitated the possession of at least one prototype that could be classified as a mecha for activation. Thus, his relentless efforts to modify his puppet. After accomplishing this, Chinju raises an eyebrow and turns toward a concealed corner, stating, "Alright, Kankuro, cease your hiding. I have spotted you. TCH, you've discovered me." As Chinju's words conclude, a cloud of smoke erupts, revealing a boy clad in a cat-themed cloak, his face adorned with purple markings. Not far from him stands a girl, wielding a massive folding fan and clad in black stockings. She glances at the 2 boys before her cheeks flush upon seeing Chinju, exclaiming with exasperation, alright, Kankuro, hurry up. It would be troublesome if father finds out." As she speaks, the girl steps between the two and raises her right hand, adopting a posture as if preparing to officiate. This girl is none other than Temari, the most beautiful girl of Sunagakure. While in Chinju's past life, she was often referred to humorously as the village flower of a neighboring village, she is not yet fully matured, her figure far from the voluptuous depiction of her anime debut. Contrastingly, her previously ruthless and combative demeanor appears to have softened, as a hint of bashfulness graces her features in Chinju's presence. Contemplating the imminent crises that Sunagakure will face and the transformations in Temari and her companions, Chinju's expression grows serious. He lifts his gaze, turning toward the distance where his adversary awaits. Perhaps this is the destiny of a ninja. Upon hearing Temari's words, Kankuro stands ready for battle. He swiftly forms hand seals, and, with a resounding boom, a peculiar puppet with 3 eyes and multiple limbs materializes behind him. The crow is one of Sasori's early creations, This human puppet's combat prowess is average, particularly diminished in a world where power levels have escalated dramatically, with numerous shinobi of Kage caliber roaming freely. Yet, at this moment, the 13-year-old Kankuro cannot suppress a sense of pride as he summons the crow. Hey, look! This is a puppet left behind by the legendary Sasori. He glances at Shinju, his fingers subtly twitching. The crow begins to levitate behind him, assuming a battle-ready stance. Observing this renowned figure in the Naruto universe, known for his tactical acumen rather than direct confrontation, Shinju feels a complex mix of emotions. Kankuro, in his current state, is nothing more than an immature child, making it difficult to reconcile him with the cold, ruthless persona he will eventually embody. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, fulfilling the system's task remains Shinju's foremost priority. After a brief moment of hesitation, he moves his finger and his puppet eye soars forward, crashing heavily onto the ground between the two. With a thunderous crash, Eye unleashes two slender chains from its palms, spiraling in elaborate circular patterns before them. This is the chain defense formation, inspired by the Saint Seiya's Andromeda, Shun's nebula chain. Any enemy daring to intrude will face a series of chain attacks upon contact with the chakra lines. Chapter 2. The Novice Gift Pack, however, due to the absence of any concept akin to a small universe. Shinju deliberately utilized a core infused with lightning chakra as the driving force for his puppet, enabling it to effortlessly wield techniques akin to electric shocks. The primary reason Shinju incorporated various metallic materials within the puppet was to maximize the potency of the lightning techniques. As soon as he unleashed his chains, his fingers moved subtly, and a faint glow of lightning began to shimmer upon the puppet's form. Upon witnessing Shinju's combat stance, Kinjiolong's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively retreated 2 steps. Although he was already aware of Shinju's formidable prowess, the strength he now displayed was evidently beyond Kinjiolong's expectations. With a begrudging glance at Shinju, he clenched his teeth and furiously inquired, "Damn it, Shinju, have you upgraded your puppet again?" "Of course," Shinju replied, casting a sidelong glance at Kinjiolong and offering a slight smile. "I'm not like you, who relies solely on the puppets of others." "Damn you," Kinjiolong exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration. With a fierce wave of his hands, the ground behind Shinju erupted, and a puppet resembling an ant sprang forth, its chest mechanism opening to charge directly at Shinju. Shinju had anticipated this move, not to mention that he had intentionally provoked Kinjiolong to prolong the battle. But in the original animation, Kinjiolong had employed similar tactics on multiple occasions. Thus, almost the instant the ant appeared, a chain in Shinju and Amp, Oppos, as hands surged forward with thunderous speed. Boom! With a resounding crash, the newly emerged ant was ensnared almost instantaneously by the chain. However, due to the limited lethality of lightning against wooden puppets, the chain was unable to sever the connection between the puppet and Kinjiolong. Humph! Noticing Shinju and Amp, Oppos, S actions, Kinjiolong and Amp, Oppos, S fingers twitched in response. As he maneuvered, a crow flew from behind him, extending its limbs to launch an assault on Shinju. As a 13-year-old ninja with a modicum of talent in puppet mastery, Kinjiolong had already mastered the simultaneous operation of 2 puppets. Thus, he believed he possessed the capability to contend with Shinju. However, what Kinjiolong did not anticipate was that just as the crow engaged in a chaotic clash with another chain in Shinju and Amp, Oppos, S grasp, the referee, Tamari, suddenly waved her hand and declared loudly, "Enough. The victor is clear. Kinjiolong, you have lost." "What?" Kinjiolong exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He instinctively glanced at Tamari and could not help but question, "Why? Our battle has only just begun." He pointed at Shinju, continuing, "Hey, Tamari. You aren't declaring him the winner just because you like him, are you?" Almost instantaneously, as Kinjiolong's words fell, Tamari's face flushed crimson. She shot him a furious glare and retorted, "What did you say?" "Kinjiolong, I believe you are seeking a sparring session with me." As she spoke, Tamari brandished her enormous fan, adopting a battle-ready stance. This startled Kinjiolong, who quickly waved his hands in a panic, exclaiming, all right. I concede. I will never mention your relationship with Shinju again." While saying this, Kinjiolong cast furtive glances at Shinju. clearly perceiving Tamari and Appo's violent threat as far more terrifying than losing the duel. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly realized that two seals had appeared at his feet, unbeknownst to him, and two chains had emerged from them, now entwined around his legs. At this revelation, Qin understood why Tamari had declared him defeated. It turned out that he had already been bested at the onset of the match. Realizing this, his gaze toward Qin became increasingly filled with trepidation. After all, aside from the peculiar entity in their village, he could hardly fathom that anyone else could achieve such extraordinary feats at such a young age. It is worth noting that Qin manipulated a steel puppet, whose operational difficulty far exceeded that of their wooden counterparts. Furthermore, due to the substantial weight of the steel puppet, Qin expended significantly more chakra in battle than they did. Yet, under such circumstances, Qin exhibited remarkable precision and control, even evading detection from Qin, who prided himself on his superior chakra sensing abilities. This was indeed a terrifying feat. Observing Qin and Appo's expression of effortless ease, seemingly unaffected by chakra depletion, Qin could not help but mutter inwardly, "What is happening? Could it be that this fellow harbors a tailed beast within him?" Thinking of his brother, who was sealed with a tailed beast, a chill ran down Qin spine, and he instinctively looked back at Qin. At this moment, Qin remained unaware that Qin had long since replaced his chakra consumption with the chakra core within the puppet. Moreover, due to various modern mechanical components, the chakra required for Qin and Appo's manipulation was maintained at a relatively low level, causing no significant concern. For Qin, however, Tamari and Appo's flushed embarrassment and Qin and Appo's fearful speculation were no longer of any consequence. Almost the instant Tamari announced the outcome, a series of system prompts resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Qin while operating Mecha number 001. Novice task completed. Reward: 1 novice gift pack. Ding! Mecha number 001 is officially named I, and the mecha upgrade system has been activated. Current mecha level E. It can be upgraded and enhanced through equipment components. Finally, success. Hearing the series of prompts echoing in his mind, Qin suppressed his elation and, after hastily bidding farewell to Tamari and Qin, hurriedly made his way back to his dwelling. His residence was situated in a rather secluded corner of Sunagakure, and due to his claims of researching improvements for his puppets, few questioned or approached him. Tamari and Qin seemed well aware of Qin and Appo's fade as a puppet master, so they did not find it unusual. After watching his retreating figure with a sigh, they departed with their own thoughts. Chapter 3. Unleashed upon returning to his residence. Qin silently chose to open the grand gift in his mind. Accompanied by a flash of light, several peculiar items materialized within his system space. Among them was a vial resembling a reagent, inscribed with the words, "The Gene Modification Serum of the Supreme Adjuster." Direct usage promised to bestow one with the physical prowess and abilities akin to the illustrious Kiradea. The second item appeared to be a miniature engine for machinery, its description revealing it to be a retreat furnace. Wait, a retreat furnace? Despite having been beset by questions upon encountering the first item, Qin could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief upon seeing the second. The retreat furnace harnessed energy from the singularities created by the gravitational fields of two miniature black holes. Such a marvel would be extraordinary not only in the world of Naruto, but even in the fantastical realms of his previous life. This was a pinnacle of technological advancement, an object surpassing mere imagination. With this device, not only would the creation of puppeteering mechas be feasible, but the prospect of crafting a nuclear bomb and leading the entire ninja world into a new era seemed within reach. Contemplating the possession of such a high-tech artifact in the Naruto universe, Qin, despite having felt apprehensive upon discovering the mecha system, found his emotions complex as he began to seriously ponder his future as a ninja. It is crucial to note that he currently lacked bloodline limits, the Rinnegan, or the status of a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Although he managed to thrive among ordinary ninjas through enhanced puppetry, the gap to contend with true shadow-level ninjas was still vast. Was he truly destined to embark on a path of piloting a Gundam against Susanoo and tailed beasts? Gazing at the retreat furnace in his inventory, a smile crept onto Chinju and Appo's face as he mused quietly. Strangely enough, this seems rather exhilarating. With the Uchiha clan's various Susanoo forms humorously dubbed Gundams, and Senju Hashirama possessing techniques akin to true Gundams, Chinju soon found solace in the idea and resolved to pursue the creation of Gundams as his objective in this world. Furthermore, in the context of Naruto and Appo's universe, although the Nine Tails was reputed to possess infinite chakra, his retreat furnace could likewise serve as a source of unlimited energy. Thus, if he could craft puppets rivaling Gundams, at least in terms of endurance, he would wield power comparable to that of tailed beasts. Not to mention the Steel Bastard, equipped with a retreat furnace in the original narrative, ultimately wielded black holes as weapons, unleashing rays colder than absolute zero and executing the capability to cleave stars. Such abilities dwarf the top-tier powers within Naruto. If only he could create the Steel Bastard. With this thought, Chinju hesitated no longer and promptly turned his attention to the last item in the inventory. Regrettably, the anticipated components for the Steel Bastard did not materialize. Instead, the system rewarded him with an item called Phase Transfer Armor, which, much like the retreat furnace, detailed its usage and indicated that the host could equip it onto any item or tool. Fortunately, Chinju had mentally prepared for this outcome. Though a tad disappointed, he swiftly followed the instructions and equipped both the Phase Transfer Armor and the retreat furnace onto his puppet. As the Phase Transfer Armor was powered by electricity and his puppet was designed to adapt to lightning and electric shocks, the moment the two items integrated, the puppet radiated a silvery glow, resembling an angel enveloped in divine light. It remained uncertain whether the mecha upgrade system autonomously modified the puppet during the integration of the items, but after adding the new components, the puppet appeared not only harmonious but akin to a true mecha, evoking an impression reminiscent of a Gundam standing upon the earth. With this in mind, Chinju felt a surge of excitement and extended his finger with a gentle wave. Following his gesture, his body effortlessly ascended, and several devices resembling jetpacks materialized around him, allowing him to move swiftly through the air like Iron Man. Moreover, under Chinju and Appo's command, his form could continually morph into an array of weaponry, resembling a colossal armory. Observing the weapon in his right hand, akin to a lightsaber, and the massive shield on his left, constructed entirely from phase transfer armor, Chinju was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that beyond acquiring various reward items through task completion, the mecha upgrade system could also enhance his mecha puppet to a considerable degree. With the prospect of potentially commanding a genuine Gundam, Chinju, without a moment's hesitation, downed the serum representing the Supreme Adjuster. Almost immediately, he realized his precision in manipulating chakra threads had ascended to an entirely new dimension. The puppet no longer resembled a mere marionette, but felt as if it had become an extension of his own being. At that moment, he recalled the iconic line from Gundam 00 and felt a tremor of exhilaration. With such a formidable mecha puppet at his disposal, not only would he be prepared for Deidara and Appo's invasion, but even in the event of Shikaku and Appo's rampage, he felt confident enough to perform a spectacle akin to Ultraman battling lesser monsters. Yet, before Chinju could devise a plan to confront Shikaku, a loud crash echoed as a familiar figure burst into his room, urgently calling out, "Chinju, hurry and escape. Gaara has gone berserk. Shikaku is on the way." Wait, it's truly happening? Gazing at Tamari's anxious expression, Chinju, despite his reluctance to believe, instantly recognized the reality of his earlier musings. Just as he pondered this, the street outside erupted with a series of deafening booms, causing the very ground of Sunagakure to tremble. While the humble earthen wooden house he inhabited cracked visibly in several places. With no time left for hesitation, after gesturing skyward, he dashed out into the courtyard. "Let us go. Gaara is your brother." As he spoke, the puppet descended gracefully, spreading its arms like a shield above Chinju and Tamari. Upon witnessing his arrival, Tamari and Appo's face displayed a look of shock, for at that moment, the puppet bore an astonishing resemblance to a human, nearing the threshold of a sand transformation. Chapter 4. The invitation of Lord Kazekage, however, she quickly regained her composure and hurriedly followed suit. Not far from the street, Chunju soon spotted a colossal figure emerging from the center of Sunagakure. It was none other than the legendary one-tail, Shikaku, a raccoon dog adorned with intricate cursed seals. Surrounding Shikaku were several rooftops occupied by elite shinobi from Sunagakure, with the foremost being Raza, the fourth Kazekage, and the father of Temari and Kankuro. Raza raised his hands high, and before him, countless grains of sand surged like a tidal wave, converging from all directions to encircle Shikaku. This was Raza and Amp, Oppo's signature technique, magnetic release, sand manipulation. According to the original narrative, Raza had previously subdued the rampaging one-tail using this very ability. Yet, for reasons unknown, today Shikaku seemed unusually frenzied. Despite Raza's control over the sand, which had slowed Shikaku's movements, it continued to thrash and roar violently into the sky. Shinju yearned to inquire about Gaara and Oppo's berserk state, but considering the intricate familial dynamics, he opted for silence and maintained a distance of several hundred meters from Shikaku. Not far from them, Kankuro had also arrived and immediately approached the two. Temari, so you went to fetch Shinju. I was wondering where you disappeared to, Kankuro remarked. Glancing at Shinju as he continued, Father has managed to corner Shikaku, but sealing it might take some time. As mere genin, Kankuro and Temari were not permitted to participate in such a critical battle. Yet, the thought of their younger brother, Gaara, lying dormant within that monstrous form cast a complex shadow over their expressions. Kankuro's face reflected a mix of dread and compassion, while Temari and Oppo's expression was one of sympathy and concern. Noticing her tightly clenched right hand, Shinju instinctively approached and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Rest assured, Lord Kazekage has faced Shikaku before. This time should pose no issue, he said, lifting his gaze toward Shikaku. Assisted by ninjutsu, he could clearly see Gaara atop Shikaku's head, eyes shut as if ensnared in a deep slumber, in stark contrast to Shikaku's agitated roars, evidently terrified of the encroaching sand. On the streets nearby, the residents of Sunagakure were also observing the unfolding drama. Unlike the three with their complicated allegiances, the townsfolk and Oppo's sentiments were unmistakably clear. They hurled insults at Gaara, perceiving him solely as the village and Oppo's calamity and monstrosity. It was no wonder that Gaara had succumbed to darkness and harbored resentment toward his own village in earlier times. However, as an outsider, Shinju found himself in a unique position, choosing to remain silent amidst the chaos and redirecting his focus to Shikaku, pondering whether he might lend assistance later. Almost simultaneously with Shinju's thoughts, the fourth Kazekage and Shikaku re-engaged in fierce combat. Countless grains of sand surged forth like relentless waves toward Shikaku, who, wielding its immense size, initiated a tug-of-war amidst the center of the village. Had the battle continued in this manner, the balance might have tipped in Raza's favor. Yet unexpectedly, as the conflict reached its midpoint, Shikaku seized an opening and leapt directly toward Shinju and the others. The onlookers gasped in shock, and Kankuro and Temari quickly sidestepped. In her retreat, Temari unfurled her fan and unleashed a powerful vacuum blade toward Shikaku. However, given her current chakra levels, her attack was unlikely to harm the beast. After effortlessly deflecting the wind blade, Shikaku opened its gaping maw and unleashed several massive wind release, raisin shuriken toward Temari. Oh no! The collective shout from the crowd, including Raza, echoed in alarm. Temari turned pale upon witnessing the overwhelming wind chakra contained within the raisin shuriken. Fully aware of its destructive potential as a user of wind release techniques, Kankuro instinctively prepared to turn back to provide aid, but before he could act, another figure darted forward, appearing before Temari in the blink of an eye, extending its arms to shield her. Block it. Me. With a resolute shout, Shinju's puppet launched itself like a projectile, raising its arm to confront the incoming raisin shuriken. In midair, Shinju's form underwent rapid transformation. The entirety of the shifting armor enveloping his being transferred to his arm, forming a colossal steel shield. Absolute guardian shield. In the face of Shikaku's renowned defensive prowess, Shinju opted to counter its assault with a similar approach. However, due to the puppet and Oppo's nanite vibration armor, which provided near-unlimited energy. Its defensive capabilities surpassed even those of Shikaku's defenses. As the shield materialized, a thunderous crash reverberated as the Raisin Shuriken collided with it. In the next moment, the surface of the shield quaked violently, sending shockwaves that swept away surrounding sands. Yet, astonishingly, despite the tremendous upheaval, the shield remained intact. Only Chinju's puppet was pushed back a few steps before stabilizing itself with its jetpack. How is this possible? Gazing at the diminutive figure suspended in midair, even Shikaku, as a tailed beast, widened its eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before it. Throughout its past battles, it had rarely encountered such audacious human shinobi. Kankuro stared in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. The man he had been sparring with earlier that morning had suddenly transformed into someone capable of withstanding a tailed beast attack, an unfathomable shift that felt almost surreal. He gazed in Chunju's direction, muttering to himself, "What is happening? Have I underestimated him? Is he not merely a vessel for a tailed beast, but rather a tailed beast himself? Otherwise, considering his puppet and Appo's ability to withstand the Raisin Shuriken and Appo's chakra, how formidable must his own chakra be?" In the distance, Raza and the others shared expressions of astonishment. In the face of a tailed beast and Appo's onslaught, their typical responses had been to evade or disrupt with ninjutsu. Witnessing someone directly confront such a formidable opponent was a first for them as well. However, it was not long before someone recognized Chinju's identity and discreetly whispered something into Luo Sha's ear. Upon realizing that the entity blocking the practice of empty bullets was merely a puppet of Chinju, Luo Sha's expression shifted dramatically, and her gaze towards him instantly became fervent. The prowess of such a formidable puppetry, especially from a disciple of Chiyo, made it evident that he was indeed a talent worth cultivating. On the other side, Shumaru was equally exhilarated to discover that her savior was none other than Chinju. The fact that he had unhesitatingly placed himself in front of her filled her with immense gratitude, prompting her to subconsciously resolve to devote herself to him. It was fortunate that Chinju remained oblivious to Shumaru and Appo's current thoughts, otherwise, considering her true age, he might have fled sooner in haste to avoid being ensnared by peculiar assumptions. In no time, taking advantage of the momentary distraction caused by the upheaval, Luo Sha and her companions once again surrounded the bewildered Shoha and swiftly reimposed the seal. As Luo Sha and her group concluded the sealing process, Chinju was evidently aware that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, prompting him to feign an intention to escape the scene. However, before he could act, another figure had already appeared before him, smiling as they said, "You are Chinju, the disciple of Chiyo? Lord F. requests your presence. Please come with me." Chapter 5. Chinju confronts Luo Sha. Chinju could not help but smile wryly, realizing too late that revealing so much of his strength was a grave mistake. In this era, it was only through humility that one could hope to survive longer. With the presence of the fourth Kazekage and Appo's attendant, escape was no longer an option, especially with the way the other man scrutinized him, as if to prevent any attempt at fleeing. With a resigned shake of his head, Chinju forced a smile and said, "Very well, please lead the way." The two arrived at the entrance of a room, where the man respectfully knocked on the door. "Please enter." The man ushered Chinju inside. "Lord Kazekage, the individual has been brought," he announced. Luo Sha nodded, gesturing for the attendant to leave. His curious gaze fixed intently on Chinju. The scrutiny made Chinju feel particularly uncomfortable, prompting an awkward smile. "Lord Kazekage, may I inquire why I have been summoned so suddenly?" Chinju asked. He noted that although Luo Sha held the esteemed title of Kazekage, his demeanor appeared rather affable. Despite his fierce appearance, there was a palpable absence of malice. With his short brown hair and clad in black ninja attire, complemented by a mesh undershirt, Luo Sha observed Chinju speaking with a remarkable confidence, devoid of any trepidation. This instantly piqued his interest. Many had trembled in fear before him, their voices quivering. Yet Chinju was utterly different. Luo Sha regarded Chinju with a bemused expression before slowly waving his hand. "Come, let me witness the prowess of the disciple trained by Chiyo. I suspect you have yet to unveil your true strength during our previous skirmish." Present your puppet. Otherwise, should I take action, you may not have the opportunity to retaliate. Chunju nodded in acquiescence, eager to test the limits of his own abilities. He summoned up, gazing earnestly at Luo Sha. Lord Kazakage, I shall not hold back. Luo Sha smiled, astonished. You, young man, have crafted a puppet not of wood but of metal? It seems you possess considerable skill. With that, Chunju channeled chakra energy to command the puppet to attack, deftly maneuvering the threads in his hands as an amp, oppos, I and amp, oppos, surged towards Luo Sha. A powerful punch was aimed at him, but Luo Sha deftly leapt backward, evading the blow. Young one, your attacks are rather insufficient to reach me. Let me test your defenses instead. Luo Sha bent down, his right hand striking the ground. Magnet release, sand gold cubes. Instantly, the surrounding sand swirled upward, coalescing into a massive cube in the sky, its size at least a dozen times that of a human. Ah, Chunju, if you can withstand this attack, you may indeed be formidable. With a slight motion of his hand, the colossal cube descended upon Chunju. He focused intently on the ominous block, his actions undeterred. Block it. I. He commanded, and oppos, I and oppos, shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the cube. The metallic exterior of the puppet converged swiftly towards his hands, forming a grand steel shield before him. Absolute guardian shield. With a resounding crash, the cube shattered into fragments, sending a cloud of yellow sand billowing into the air, and amp, oppos, I and amp, oppos, sustained considerable damage. The shield lay in tatters, necessitating repairs upon return. A deep sense of anguish washed over Chunju and amp, oppos' face. Wow, Lord Kazakage, you are exceedingly ruthless. To unleash such a heavy-handed attack right from the start. Were it not for the strong defensive capabilities of I might have been defeated by your initial move. Just then, the previously locked door swung open, and Hanamaru rushed in, her legs adorned in stockings, panting as though she had sprinted a great distance. Upon witnessing the chaos in the room and the battered eye, she quickly grasped the situation. Chunju, are you all right? She asked, concern etched across her features. Chunju gently shook his head, regarding Hanamaru with curiosity. What brings you here? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze. I heard you were looking for my father, so I was worried about you. Before she could finish, Hanamaru suddenly raised her head, fixing a defiant stare at Luo Sha. Father, this is too much. How could you truly harm Chunju? What if he gets hurt? If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Luo Sha's expression was one of profound exasperation. This misunderstanding had escalated. You've misinterpreted my intentions. I truly meant no harm to Chunju. He has survived to this point. I merely wished to assess the capabilities of Chiyo's disciple, and I must say, I am indeed impressed. Enough. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Chunju. Hanamaru and oppos' face reflected worry as she glanced at Chunju, fearful that her father might strike once she exited. Chunju smiled reassuringly, patting her shoulder. Rest assured, I am fine. Lord Kazakage would not hold ill will against someone like me. Hanamaru nodded, reluctantly departing while glancing back multiple times. As soon as she left, Luo Sha and oppos' gaze turned intensely fixed upon Chunju. This one is undoubtedly a rising star. At such a tender age, he exhibits extraordinary skill. His future achievements shall surpass my own. It was imperative to secure Chunju's allegiance. Once he matured, he could very well become his successor, alleviating future concerns. Luo Sha and oppos' lips curled into a smile as he looked at Chunju. Chunju, you are quite remarkable indeed. Your strength is impressive, and it is evident that Hanamaru holds you in high regard. She genuinely cares for you. Pray tell, what are your feelings towards her? Chunju was taken aback by Luo Sha's sudden shift in demeanor. Was this not the same man known for his sternness? Why was he now so amicable, even jovial? Moreover, the way he regarded him seemed akin to how one would view a future son-in-law. Well, Hanamaru is quite a wonderful girl. With her alluring legs and striking beauty, who wouldn't be captivated? Luo Sha nodded in approval. Very well, since you hold Hanamaru in such esteem. And she speaks highly of you, praising you daily in my presence. It seems you both are quite fond of each other. Therefore, let us arrange your engagement. Chapter 6. Preparation for the Ch Nin exam. Chunju stared incredulously at Luo Sha, questioning whether he had misheard. What? Luo Sha and Appo's eyes widened, fixated on Chinju, as if to say that any refusal would lead to a fierce confrontation. After all, he was the fourth wind ninja. If he were to be rejected, how could he hold his head high? Moreover, was his daughter not outstanding in her own right? Seeing Chinju and Appo's expression, Luo Sha and Appo's eyes narrowed with a hint of menace. What? Udon and Appo's wish to accept? Chinju hastily waved his hands, offering an awkward smile. No. It's just that I didn't expect such a surprise to come so suddenly. And this matter doesn't solely rest with me. It ultimately depends on Shoju's opinion. How could I possibly refuse such a lovely lady? Furthermore, to prevent any unfortunate incidents from occurring again and to ensure Shoju and Appo's safety, I must protect her this time without fail. Luo Sha smiled warmly and clapped his hands. All right, no more eavesdropping at the door. Come in. With a gentle push, Shoju entered, her face flushed, her head bowed in shyness, unable to meet Chinju's gaze. She was taken aback that her father would so hastily arrange her marriage to Chinju, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Sha regarded Shoji with a stern expression. What do you think? Do you agree? If not, I shall immediately annul this engagement as if it never occurred. Shoju's eyes widened, and she blurted out no. Realizing her eagerness, she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Well, since Chinju has agreed, I certainly have no objections. I will leave it to father. In truth, she did have feelings for Chinju. Luo Sha nodded with a smile, casting a casual glance at Chinju. Chinju, go and share this good news with Chiyo. She will surely be pleased. Chinju nodded gently, departing, though a deep sense of helplessness washed over him on the way back. Chiyo, does she truly care for me? I fear her mind is occupied with another. Nonetheless, such splendid news deserved to be shared. It was a significant matter that would surely bring her joy. Inside the room, Shoju gazed curiously at Luo Sha. Father, why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand? I had no idea you were taking such action. What if it drives Chinju away? Luo Sha shook his head. That won't happen. I've observed that Chinju is astute and possesses exceptional talent. Truly a remarkable individual deserving of respect. Such an outstanding man must be secured before he is snatched away by someone else. I see him as the next Wind Shadow's successor. And so, it was settled. The following period returned to tranquility. During this time, Chinju diligently evolved his skills. Given the previous events, he sensed that the CH9 exam was approaching, and there could be no room for error. The importance of this event was paramount. Now, and Appo's had become even more formidable, both in resilience and offensive capability. Should he face the previous Wind Shadow's attack again, he was confident he could withstand it without injury. Such prowess would provide a measure of self-defense in the CH9 exam. Suddenly, a knock at the door disrupted Chinju and Appo's thoughts. Rising, he opened the door to find Chiyo, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Master, what brings you here at this hour? Is there something amiss? Chinju recalled that he hadn't seen Chiyo for about a week, making her sudden appearance surprising. Chiyo smiled warmly. I've been worried about you. Seeing you locked away in your room, I feared you might be losing your way. Young people should venture out, explore, and gather experiences to find better materials for their puppets, thus making them stronger. Chinju nodded lightly. Rest assured, Master, I understand what I need to do. Chiyo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Tomorrow is the CH9 exam. You may not have realized. I came to ensure you Wooden and Appo's team missed this important occasion. Your strength surpasses that of Iroh, who, despite his potential, often lacks diligence. I feel a sense of obligation towards him. Chinju smiled, feeling no particular weight from her words. Don't worry, Master. Even without your urging, I would assist him. I won't let you down. After all, we are from the same village, and I will ensure he is well taken care of. Chiyo nodded, visibly relieved. Go now. The fourth Wind Shadow is waiting for you in the office. Everyone should be gathered, and he will discuss the details of tomorrow and Appo's exam. Do not delay. Chinju nodded, organizing his belongings before promptly leaving. He bore no resentment toward Chiyo. After all, her concern for Iroh was understandable. Iroh harbored the tailed beast within him, and Chiyo's intentions were to strengthen him, yet such actions might have stripped him of a carefree childhood, leaving him with unspoken grievances. Chapter 7. Preparation for the assessment. In the office, Raza furrowed his brow, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Where is Chinju? Did I not inform him earlier? Why has he not arrived yet? Immediately, Gaara stepped forward. Lord Kazekage, Chinju has been isolating himself in his room, obsessively refining my abilities. It is unclear what his intentions are. That fellow is rather eccentric, persistently seeking to enhance his strength without a clear purpose. Raza paused, a look of surprise dawning upon him. After all, the Ch-Nin exams were imminent. This information should have been kept confidential. Could it be that Chinju had foreseen this? Was he attempting to bolster his power before the exams commenced? Gaara smiled, sensing Raza and Appo's unease. Rest assured, Lord Kazekage, we were aware of this information beforehand, and I have already asked my grandmother to notify him. He should arrive shortly. Raza nodded. Very well, let us wait a moment. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room, and Temari and Appo's eyes brightened. It must be Chinju. She dashed to the door and swung it open with a click. Chinju stood before them, awkwardly scratching his head. I apologize for being late. I lost track of time and feel quite embarrassed about it. Raza chuckled and shook his head. No matter. The reason I summoned you all is to discuss some important matters. Since you are all here, I will elaborate on the situation. This assessment is of particular significance, primarily to evaluate the strengths of the various nations. As you represent Sunagakure, it is imperative that you do not bring shame upon us. We are sending a total of 30 participants, each of whom is exceptionally talented. I hope you can prove yourselves worthy and become true Ch-Nin. The examination will take place in Sunagakure, and you are to depart together this afternoon. If you require any preparations, please do so quickly, as we will set off shortly. The assessment begins tomorrow, so do not disgrace yourselves. As for the details of the assessment, you will understand them once you arrive. However, since you are a collective representation, it is crucial that you do not engage in conflict with one another. Instead, you must support one another. Chinju will lead your team, and you are to follow his directions. Gaara promptly stood up, as he shared a good rapport with Chinju, their interactions having always been close. I have no objections. Temari smiled. I, too, have no objections. In fact, I believe this arrangement is entirely reasonable, and we have chosen an excellent leader. Chinju smiled, confidently stepping forward 3 paces to face the group. He then turned, addressing everyone with calm composure. If anyone harbors dissent, you may voice it now. We can settle it with a duel to ascertain whose puppet is superior. Should you feel contemptuous, I can single-handedly take on all of you. The group exchanged glances but remained silent. They had witnessed Chinju and Appo's formidable power before, and given that this was Raza and Appo's direct command, voicing dissent at such a critical moment would be tantamount to undermining authority. Should they risk disqualification, it would lead to even greater embarrassment. Ultimately, they nodded in agreement. Equipped and prepared, the group set forth on their journey to Sunagakure. Temari and Appo's face was suddenly etched with curiosity. Will there be any dangers in this competition? How difficult will it be? Gaara shook his head. I cannot say for certain, as this is my first time participating in such an assessment. However, I have heard that it is quite challenging, and passing is not guaranteed. Chinju chuckled. Based on your individual strengths, you should be able to succeed, but this time may prove to be quite difficult. Temari was taken aback. Why is that? If there are no conflicts, and we have been told we can succeed, why suddenly the change in tone? Chinju and Appo's expression deepened in thought. It is because during this competition, there will be individuals who may interfere. If such disruptions occur, do you believe the competition will proceed smoothly? Moreover, these individuals possess formidable strength, so the primary concern is not merely passing the assessment, but ensuring your own safety. Initially, he hesitated to disclose this information, but after a moment and Appo's reflection, he deemed it prudent to prepare them for any unforeseen events. It was better they were mentally equipped for potential risks than to be caught off guard. Temari still wished to inquire further, But Chinju raised his hand. I know you are curious as to why we choose to participate despite the risks. Allow me to clarify. Participating is essential for honing one and Appo's skills. Every ninja must engage and battle to grow stronger. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse is too fragile to survive. Only through enduring trials and tribulations can one truly thrive. Be cautious when you go, and strive to cultivate good relations with Sunagakure. Their character is generally commendable, and friendships can be forged. Temari nodded, refraining from pressing further. She had always placed her trust in Chinju. Whatever he decided, she would follow. Chapter 8. The arrogant Kanjuro beside him. Kanjuro disdainfully shook his head. Humph. It and Appo's obvious we are destined to be first in this exam. Each of us is a formidable warrior, and we will undoubtedly pass the Chunin examination with ease. Chinju furrowed his brow. They had not even arrived at their destination, and he was already so brazen. This fellow and Appo's arrogance was indeed somewhat justified, as he was the son of Rasha and the elder brother of Gaara. Thus, a degree of hubris was to be expected in his mind. It was certainly Gaara who would lead their team. Ultimately, Rasha had chosen him to take the helm, and it was only natural that he would harbor some dissatisfaction. Temari placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Kanjuro. Kanjuro, what do you mean by all this? Are you feeling unsatisfied? If you are, let us settle it through a friendly spar. Since Chinju has outlined the plan, you should simply follow it without stirring up unnecessary trouble. Kanjuro turned away dismissively, clearly unconcerned with the situation at hand, still exuding an air of arrogance. Chinju sighed lightly, waving his hand nonchalantly. Indeed, Kanjuro's arrogance stemmed from his undeniable strength. He was impressive, but only within their village. Once they ventured beyond and reached Konoha, he would soon realize the vast disparity in strength among individuals. He would come to understand the multitude of both the strong and the weak, and his lofty temperament might very well be tempered. Silence reigned as they traveled. Finally, after half a day and Appo's journey, they arrived in Konoha by evening. Kanjuro and Appo's face was a canvas of surprise. Humph, there are so many children on the streets. Are they truly not afraid of danger? Furthermore, the environment here is rather pleasant, though it pales slightly in comparison to ours. Suddenly, a small child collided into Kanjuro's embrace. His expression darkened, and he grabbed the young boy by the arm. How uncouth! Do you not recognize that guests deserve respect? Is this how you treat visitors? Standing opposite him were Naruto and Sakura, who had intended to shop, but were taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. This was their territory. How dare he act violently in Konoha? Naruto raised his arm in anger, pointing at Kanjuro. You let go of that boy right now. Do not lay a finger on him. Your filthy hands should not touch him. Just so you know, I am a renowned genin. If you provoke me, it will not be a simple matter. Kanjuro paused, processing the word genin. So, he was about to participate in the Chunin exams? Perfect. It would be a chance to gauge his strength. A smirk crept onto his lips as he lightly beckoned with his left hand. Come now. Let me see just how strong Konoha's genin truly are. I hope you do not disappoint me, otherwise, I would not hesitate to crush this boy with one hand. I am quite indifferent to the consequences. Filled with indignation, Naruto charged at Kanjuro, having lost his reason in a fit of rage. Chinju, standing nearby, made no attempt to intervene. After all, there is a saying that one must fight to know each other. Moreover, wherever one might be, there is always a greater admiration for strength. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it would be recognized that the other possessed considerable power. Once that was established, future conflicts would likely be avoided. Kanjuro regarded the charging Naruto with palpable disdain. Humph, you think you can challenge me with such meager strength? With a swift motion, he struck Naruto, sending him flying across the ground. Sakura and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the scene unfold. Who are these people? Their attire clearly indicates they are from another village. Why have they suddenly appeared here? And the strength of their entourage seems formidable. What is going on today? Why are there so many powerful figures in our village? Naruto, brimming with fury, quickly regained his footing. Today, I will duel you. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Sakura, slapping Naruto on the head, glared at him. What is wrong with you? Did you not see how strong he is? And did you not notice the many powerful individuals behind him? Do you really think you can take them all on single-handedly? Their unexpected arrival surely has a reason. Have you not noticed that our village's strong warriors have not shown themselves? Naruto hesitated, beginning to recognize the validity in her words. Just then, Kanjuro raised his left hand, forming a tight fist. Since no one seems concerned for the boy's safety, I shall not hesitate to deal with him myself. This child dared to provoke me. And if no adult stepped in to correct him, I might as well lend a hand in teaching him a lesson. Temari's expression darkened as she looked anxiously at Shinju. Is it wise to harm someone in Konoha, especially a child? To be honest, I find this situation quite troubling. Perhaps you should step in and say something? At the very least, try to stop him. Shinju shook his head. No need for that. The people of Konoha will soon appear. Since we are here, we ought to make our presence known. However, his method of greeting is rather brutal. Yet, it may serve a purpose. It will certainly showcase our absolute strength and demand their attention. Just as Kanjuro was about to bring his fist down to obliterate the boy's head, a stone suddenly hurtled towards his arm with a resounding crash. A jet of blood erupted, and Kanjuro and Appo's left hand was stained crimson. Chapter 9. The first encounter with Sasuke. It was Sasuke, perched upon a tree, who had made the move. His right hand deftly flicked stones back and forth. Hey there, kid. Causing trouble in our village without a care? It seems you don't and Appo's regard us at all. He continued, if you dare to lay a finger on even a single hair of that little boy, I won't hesitate to ensure your fate mirrors that of the stone. With a slight exertion of his hand, the stone disintegrated into dust. Kanjuro and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Sasuke, astonished by the strength displayed. Had he been in Sasuke and Appo's position, he knew he could not achieve such a feat. Yet he could not allow the village and Appo's honor to be tarnished. He promptly stepped forward, ready to engage. Shinju spoke slowly. Enough, Kanjuro. There and Appo's no need for further conflict. The test is already concluded. Continuing would only bring disgrace to our village. For someone of your standing to engage with such a junior, even victory would not be commendable. Kanjuro chuckled, acknowledging the validity of Shinju and Appo's words. In that case, I and Appo's grant you this favor and refrain from dealing with these youngsters. He then stood aside obediently. Sasuke furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar gaze at Shinju, yet he felt as though he could not penetrate the shroud of mystery surrounding him. Shinju appeared like a deep fog, obscuring his true intentions and capabilities, leaving Sasuke in profound astonishment. After all, he had always considered himself unparalleled among his peers. Yet now, confronted with Shinju, his perspective began to shift. This individual seemed to possess strength akin to Kakashi, truly extraordinary. In the clandestine chamber of the Hokage and Appo's residence, Kakashi and others gathered. The third Hokage and Appo's expression sharpened with keen insight. If you observe my demeanor, you should grasp the gravity of the situation. Kakashi paused momentarily, realizing the situation had escalated to such a degree. Has this been reported to the other nations? The signs are manifest throughout our village. After a moment of contemplation, a nearby woman's expression turned grave. So, when precisely did this occur? The third Hokage inhaled deeply. Calculating the time, it should be a week from now. Hence, I shall make a formal announcement. Starting today, in 7 days, on the 1st of July, the Chunin selection exam will commence. On the streets, Gaara felt an unusual restlessness as he regarded Kanjuro. Previously, Shinju had cautioned against seeking unnecessary trouble. It seems you have never taken Shinju and Appo's words to heart. Have you? Kanjuro stammered, waving his hands in protest. No. You misunderstand. It was those individuals who provoked me. Gaara and Appo's eyes flashed dangerously. Speak again, and I shall end you. It seems you have not followed orders. Kanjuro continued to gesture frantically, finally turning his gaze to Shinju. I apologize for my actions. It was my fault for being so impulsive. Had I not acted so rashly, we would not be in this predicament. Shinju shook his head. It's of no consequence. Just remember to follow team orders moving forward. He then turned his attention to Sasuke. I must sincerely apologize for the disturbance. However, I am genuinely astonished. I had some familiarity with your prowess, yet witnessing your recent display has altered my perceptions. You are indeed formidable. With a calm demeanor, he addressed Temari and the others. It is time for us to depart. We are here on a mission, not for leisure. Temari nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us leave. As the group prepared to turn away, Sakura rushed forward. Wait. From your demeanor and fighting style, you must be ninjas from the Sand Village, correct? The Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are allied. However, the treaty prohibits unauthorized entry by ninjas. What brings you here? Temari looked at Shinju with surprise. Shinju, do they truly remain unaware of the situation? Shinju smiled knowingly. It appears they're oblivious. Had they known, they wouldn't and oppose. Have posed such a foolish question. Our intelligence remains superior. Temari chuckled, realizing the absurdity of their ignorance regarding a matter so pertinent to them. She then produced a card from her pocket. Here, this is our pass. You are correct. We are indeed Jinin from the Sand Village, here to participate in the Chunin selection exam. Naruto and Appo's eyes widened in bewilderment. The Chunin selection exam? What is that? I've never heard of it before. Temari crossed her arms, fighting the urge to laugh. As a resident of the Leaf Village, you are unaware of the Chunin selection exam? It seems you truly know nothing. Shinju waved his hand dismissively, his gaze filled with exasperation. It's not that they're ignorant. It's merely that you are addressing the wrong person. This fellow possesses a notably low intellect. Any other individual would grasp it instantly. A nearby boy from the Leaf Village nodded knowingly. I know. If Naruto passes this exam, he can rise from Jinin to Chunin. Excitement surged in Naruto's eyes. Chapter 10. The personnel dispatched from Konoha. Splendid. If that is the case, I must put myself to the test. Shinju chuckled. Well then, let us depart. It would be unwise to linger with this motley crew, for I can hardly suppress my laughter. As the group reached the intersection, Sasuke leapt down from a tree. What is your name? I can distinctly sense that you are a true powerhouse. I ought to at least know your name, Shuden and Appo's. Ti? Shinju turned his head, calmly meeting Sasuke and Appo's gaze. Shinju, I find you rather intriguing, but there is no need for introductions. As I am already aware that your name is Sasuke, Naruto, standing nearby, suddenly became exceedingly animated. What about me? I am Naruto. He must remember me. I am a true warrior, equal in strength to Sasuke. Shinju shot a glance at Naruto. That is unnecessary. I harbor little interest in you. He then jumped away, and the others promptly followed suit. Naruto sank to the ground, a bitter smile etched across his face. Could it be? Am I truly that weak? If so, I must seriously reconsider my life choices. A small boy beside him patted Naruto's head. Don't worry, big brother Naruto. You are actually quite strong. However, when compared to Shinju and Sasuke, there is certainly a considerable gap. Inside the room, the third Hokage, pipe in mouth, observed the crowd below with an air of calm. Next, please have the personnel responsible for guiding the newcomers step forward. Kakashi, Sakura, and Asuma immediately moved to the front. The third Hokage nodded. I wonder if any of you have recommendations? You should have several genin at your disposal. In fact, it is no longer necessary to elaborate, formally. Any genin who has completed at least 8 missions can be recommended by you for the examination. However, based on our previous customs, it is preferable to select those who have completed at least double that number of missions, as it would be more fitting. Let us begin with Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, placing his right hand over his lips. For my Team 7, I believe I can select Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. I recommend them for the Chunin selection exams. Yamato stepped forward, right hand over his lips. For my teammate, I strongly recommend Hinata, Kiba, and Shino for the Chunin exams. Asuma, mirroring the same posture, stated, I recommend Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji for the exams. The gathering at the back began to murmur amongst themselves. Wow, they have all made recommendations. This is quite unprecedented in the past 5 years. Usually, such recommendations are not made lightly, yet this time they are so decisive. At that moment, a man stepped forward. Please wait a moment. The third Hokage regarded him with curiosity. What is it, Iruka? Iruka smiled wryly. Allow me to interject. The 9 genin just recommended were all my students at the academy. While they are undeniably talented, it may be a bit premature for them. They should gain more experience before attending the exam. Kakashi chuckled. When I became a Chunin, I was 6 years younger than Naruto. Furthermore, this serves as an invaluable assessment, allowing them to witness their own shortcomings. I understand your concerns, and I know you may be upset, but they are no longer your students, they are now my subordinates. The third Hokage shook his head. Enough of this quarrel. I have prepared some surprises for these newcomers, along with preliminary examinations. In the following moments, everyone busied themselves with preparations. The next day, a multitude gathered. These individuals were here for the assessments, and they appeared to be a formidable assembly. There was a palpable sense of strength among them. None seemed weak. Just as the plaza fell into a hushed silence, an astonished voice broke through. Wow! I never expected so many outsiders to arrive. Yet, most of them are weaklings that cannot possibly be strong. I will undoubtedly claim the first position. Sasuke will secure second. And Sakura will take third. Konoha will sweep the top 3 spots. Standing at a distance, Kanjiro quickly noted this peculiar dynamic. His gaze filled with a profound sense of resignation. How irritating it is to encounter such children. I thought we had distanced ourselves from them. Yet here we are again so soon. However, these children are rather bothersome, and their pursuit skills are not to be underestimated. They have managed to keep pace with us in no time. Shinju shook his head. Konoha is not our adversary. Something far more terrifying awaits us. We must not reveal our true strength too easily. It is imperative to keep our power concealed, remaining in the shadows. That is the mark of a true warrior. To flaunt one and Appo's abilities carelessly prevents one from becoming a truly exceptional fighter. To attain greatness, one must endure and refrain from excessive exposure. Meanwhile, in a nearby clan, a woman could not help but chuckle lightly as she glanced at the bandaged man beside her. It seems this little brat looks down on our clan. Speaking with such bravado, radiating challenge, the bandaged man grinned ominously. It appears our Sound clan has been dormant for too long. They seem to have forgotten us. They assume we possess amiable dispositions solely based on our name. This time, they shall witness the true strength of our Sound clan, and we shall forcefully demonstrate our prowess, instilling a sense of fear within their hearts. Chapter 11. The eccentric tactics of the Sound tribe. Only in this manner can we gradually enhance our prowess, instilling within them a profound sense of dread. The onlookers cast peculiar glances at Naruto. Tamari stifled a laugh, remarking, "Shinju, you were indeed correct. This Naruto is singularly focused and quite simple-minded." In an instant, he had made enemies of everyone present, and it was likely that the other tribes regarded him with palpable hatred. Should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly act against him. What an intriguing individual he is, albeit in a rather amusing way, as he has indirectly alleviated much of our pressure. As for Sakura, she immediately sensed the hostile gazes directed at them, as if they were poised to strike. Apologies, she thought. This fellow speaks his mind, yet he harbors no ill intentions. He simply lacks the audacity for such boldness. An unexpected incident had occurred, and she wished they would refrain from glaring at them so fiercely. They meant no offense. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed a commotion in the vicinity, figures darting about with astonishing speed, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Kanjiro felt an involuntary surge of tension, ready to launch an attack. However, Shinju placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not rush into combat. Do not hastily strike, for they may not view you as an adversary. Observe closely. This one is merely intent on proving himself. Such individuals are often fools. If he concealed his strength, he could catch others off guard. Yet in his eagerness to display his capabilities, he was merely exposing them. If there were to be a sparring session later, his skills would be easily discernible, prompting caution in others. A bespectacled man stepped forward slowly. Who is the shadowy figure flitting about? Do you not feel exasperated? The darting figure halted abruptly before him, and in that instant, the gathered crowd recognized the newcomer. Shinju was taken aback. The Sound tribe? It seems they are quite eager, desperate to demonstrate their strength and prove their worth. However, such notions may not necessarily be sound. After all, misguided thoughts can lead to dire consequences. Yet, it may be worthwhile to explore this further, perhaps leading to breakthroughs. The Sound tribe member threw a powerful punch at the bespectacled man, who disdainfully snorted and swiftly sidestepped. The fist came perilously close to his chest, yet he effortlessly evaded the attack. Sasuke chuckled softly. Though swift, it still lacks a touch. Shinju turned to Temari and Gaara. What are your thoughts? If you have any insights, feel free to share. Temari shook her head. I have a feeling this is not so straightforward. While it appeared he evaded the strike, an unsettling intuition lingers within me. I cannot pinpoint its origin, yet it feels as though that attack struck true. Kanjiro furrowed his brow. How could that be? We witnessed it clearly. It did not land. You saw he remained entirely unharmed. How could it have connected? Temari, he continued, you may need further training, as your current abilities seem insufficient for clarity in such matters. You must exert yourself doubly hard henceforth. Gaara and Appo's expression grew serious. No, I believe that attack indeed landed. Though perhaps it was deliberately misdirected, the specifics elude me. Shinju remained composed, observing the scene. Look, the man and Appo's glasses are about to shatter. What a pity for such fine spectacles. Crack. As the words left his lips, the bespectacled man's glasses shattered into fragments. Sasuke immediately stood, his eyes betraying intense fear. What is happening? We all witnessed his evasion. How could the final strike succeed? This was simply implausible. Why had that attack succeeded? The bespectacled man frowned, shock evident on his face. Just then, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, struggling to vomit but unable to do so. At this moment, the bandaged man slowly emerged. TCH, having participated in Fortune exams, I am astonished at your utter lack of resilience. Is this the caliber of ninja from the Hidden Leaf? They seem rather unimpressive. Yet, if you could inscribe and Appo's, Sound Tribe Trio and Appo's, on a card, perhaps I would consider sparing you. Sasuke's brow furrowed, perplexed. Surely, thou could have seen clearly. Why is he now incapacitated? This is utterly unfathomable, and the situation appears exceedingly strange. Shinju glanced at Temari. What are your impressions of that individual's techniques? We may soon engage with him, so understanding both ourselves and our adversaries is crucial for victory. Temari frowned, an expression of deep unease crossing her features. I am not entirely certain, but from what I observed, his attack should be easily evaded. Yet, I sense some hidden mystery within his techniques that induces this nauseating effect. Shinju smiled. Indeed, but what could that mystery possibly be? Just then, a thick fog enveloped the nearby wall, and a commanding voice boomed. Silence. You wretched failures. Chapter 12. The written examination begins. Thank you for your patience. I am the chief examiner, Marino Abiki, for the CH Nin selection exams. As soon as I finished speaking, I extended my right hand, pointing at a figure resembling a mummy. To the genin of the Sound Village, I advise you to refrain from causing any disturbances here. Should you continue to misbehave, I will revoke your qualifications for this tournament immediately. The mummy-like figure shook its head in resignation. I apologize. This is my first time participating in such an assessment. And I became overly excited, leading to my impulsive actions. Marino Abiki scoffed. Before the competition commences, I must clarify that you are not permitted to engage in battles or disputes behind my back, even with explicit permission. Any attempts to endanger your opponent and Appo's life will not be tolerated. Should you dare to defy my authority, I will ensure that you are expelled from the examination. A chilling laughter erupted among the attendees, as if the prospect delighted them. Slowly, Marino Abiki extended his right hand, revealing the number 1. The competition may now officially commence. Once all of you hand over your identification tags to me, you will receive your respective number tags. Proceed to your designated positions according to your numbers, after which I will distribute the written examination papers. At that moment, Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? This examination is for the CH Nin promotion. And under normal circumstances, Wooden and Appo's, it simply require combat? Why on earth is there a written test? This seems to impose unnecessary pressure, and if it proceeds in this manner, it could spell disaster for the competition. Shinju furrowed his brow, his expression one of calm determination. The key is to maintain a steady mindset. It is merely an examination, consisting of basic questions. As long as one approaches it earnestly, passing should not be a concern, so there is no need for anxiety. At this juncture, Marino Abiki's face reflected a similar calm. I now wish to announce several crucial regulations. I will not entertain any questions, so pay close attention. I shall only state this once. Firstly, Every participant starts with a score of 10 points. The exam consists of 10 questions, meaning each question is worth 1 point. This examination employs a penalty scoring system. For every incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. If 3 questions are answered incorrectly, your score will drop to 7 points. Secondly, the total score for each group of 3 participants will be aggregated, and there is a reason for this approach. The most critical rule is that if anyone is found cheating during the examination, or if the proctor deems a participant and oppos's behavior to be cheating, 2 points will be deducted from the perfect score of 10 for each instance of dishonesty. This means that even before the results are announced, participants may find themselves expelled from the competition venue. You must remember that any disgraceful act of cheating will lead to immediate disqualification. Every individual will be observing you intently. If you wish to advance to Ch-Nin, your every action must reflect the prowess of an exceptional ninja. Gaara exhaled softly, the tension that had previously gripped him dissipating, replaced by a more indifferent state. I expected some formidable challenges. Who would have thought the rules would be this straightforward? If that is the case, I can rest easy. If it were solely up to me, I would undoubtedly be anxious, but considering the team aspect, I must not forget that I have Chunju and Temari by my side. With these two, achieving a perfect score is easily within reach. Since we already have 2 perfect scores, I am essentially in an invulnerable position, so why should I worry? His expression appeared remarkably relaxed, even reveling in the situation. On the platform, Marino Abiki stood with his hands in his pockets, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Furthermore, if any member of a group scores 0, that group will be disqualified from the examination. This statement sent chills through every participant, as it seemed undeniably ominous. Lastly, the final question will be presented 45 minutes into the examination, and the total examination time is 1 hour. Let the exam begin. Shinju began answering the questions with an impassive demeanor. These answers were inherently simple, and the questions posed no challenge to them. Moreover, he viewed these questions as child and Oppo's play, easily solvable. As for Temari, she had no need for concern, being an avid reader. Thus, she should handle these questions with ease. Gaara, too, possessed a certain level of intellect, so he remained confident. The real challenge lay with Naruto from the Leaf Village. If he were to falter in the first round, the competition would undoubtedly become quite entertaining. Contemplating this, Gaara couldn't help but chuckle softly. Furthermore, this situation posed no real difficulty for them. They could swiftly resolve the questions with little effort. Shinju and Oppo's eyes remained calm. It is essential to be cautious. One must never resort to cheating, as these examination questions have always been challenging. Given their inherent difficulty, many participants are likely to be eliminated. So the utmost priority is to avoid any form of dishonesty. Should one resort to cheating, expulsion is a likely consequence. Gaara's expression suddenly darkened. How am I supposed to compete? I am completely at a loss. Many of these questions are entirely unfamiliar to me. If cheating is not permitted, I am certain I will fail this first round. If Raza finds out that I was defeated in the written examination, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon my return. Chapter 13. The trial of concealment techniques. Such a situation is entirely unacceptable to me. I cannot possibly acquiesce to such a predicament. It is rather unfair, is it not? His face was etched with profound helplessness, as he sensed that this circumstance was decidedly disadvantageous for them. Shinju smiled softly. Gaara, you see, I am aware of these traits. This examination is fundamentally designed to assess our concealment techniques. Concealment techniques are inherently straightforward. Yet their efficacy in the presence of these individuals depends on your capabilities. If you can execute them, then the subsequent challenges will pose no issue. At that moment, Gaara's understanding crystallized in an instant. He felt a surge of clarity, realizing that the situation before them was imbued with distinct characteristics. Seizing the opportunity at hand would undoubtedly alleviate any pressures that may arise. So, if that is the case, it seems there is truly no problem at all. One could say that the examination suddenly appeared significantly easier. Meanwhile, in the Sound Tribe, the ninjas, previously reminiscent of mummies, now closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the sounds of pins scratching against paper. Listening to the rhythm and the order of the strokes, a realization dawned upon him, filling his heart with unwavering confidence. Some ninjas, accompanied by their pet cats, effortlessly transcribed the answers before them. Others utilized mosquitoes to achieve the same ease and completion. Such phenomena posed no challenge for them. Rather, they found the questions exceedingly simple. Shinju observed Gaara, who continued to write diligently. He could not help but nod gently, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Indeed, this was how it should be. Seizing such opportunities in a timely manner was imperative. Gaara ought to focus on inscribing the answers. On the other side, Hinata noticed Naruto's perpetual distress. A faint smile of sympathy crept onto her lips. Naruto, if you are truly at a loss, feel free to glance at my exam paper. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. How could she possibly let me see your answers? This seems rather unrealistic. Could there be some hidden scheme here? If there is, it would complicate matters further. Hinata chuckled softly. Do not worry, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply believe that our newcomers are rather few, thus we should be able to resolve any troubles with ease. A serene expression graced her face. Meanwhile, Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, turned to openly seek the answers. However, just then, a dart whizzed past him, embedding itself in the thick table. With a smirk, the examiner announced, "You have been caught peeking 5 times, thus you have forfeited your right to take the exam." Naruto's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom how serious the situation had become. While he had heard rumors, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The chief examiner's expression remained calm. Very well. Those accompanying him, numbers 6 and 7, are also disqualified. Seated nearby, Shinju, who had completed his paper, immediately perceived the unfolding situation. A look of exasperation crossing his face. He could not help but smack his forehead. How could he be so foolish as to fall for such a ruse? And to brazenly attempt to cheat? Does he not realize that cheating requires stealth? It is utterly foolish that he lacks even this basic understanding. Despite his frustration, Shinju still hoped for Naruto's success. After all, formidable adversaries lay ahead, and the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. Naruto's prowess had always been commendable. Moreover, the beast within him, if awakened, would unleash unparalleled devastation. With his support, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he hoped fervently that Naruto would soon grasp the rules of the competition. If his reflexes remained sluggish, he might very well face elimination. Yet, if his mind quickened, answering even a single question correctly would suffice for a pass. However, with a misstep already occurring and individuals being expelled for cheating, it was likely that others would lack the audacity to attempt the same. As for Naruto, it remained uncertain whether he would feel intimidated enough to refrain from cheating. If that were the case, the entire scenario would indeed become quite intriguing. At that moment, Naruto burst into laughter. Hinata, you may not fully understand yet, but someone as remarkable as I would never resort to cheating. Furthermore, it would be quite inappropriate for me to jeopardize your eligibility. He had just noticed that the chief examiner had inscribed his name on the board, effectively nullifying his ability to cheat. This realization left him feeling somewhat powerless. Yet there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Sasuke maintained his usual composure throughout the ordeal. Chapter 14. Cheating in the exam with a swift flicker of the Sharingan. He effortlessly replicated the answers and strokes of his peers seated before him, thereby discovering several correct solutions with remarkable ease. Beside him, Temari could not suppress a faint smile. It seems that Sakura has already pinned down all the questions. If that is the case, I genuinely commend the brilliance of your forehead. Your intellect is indeed extraordinary. And for that, you should express gratitude to me for becoming the target of this technique. Ninjutsu, mind-body switch technique. In an instant, he successfully executed the maneuver and found himself positioned directly atop Sakura, swiftly memorizing her answers. After all, his intention was to continuously and rapidly commit these answers to memory before hastily transcribing them. However, amidst this moment, several announcements echoed through the hall. Candidate number 41 has lost their examination privileges. Candidate numbers 35 and 62 have also lost their examination privileges. At this juncture, Gaara rested his right hand upon his forehead, while his left hand manifested a sandcrafted eye. The optic nerve was now connected. It was indeed the third eye, awakened. He then crushed the sand, and an immense cloud of dust erupted, swirling chaotically around him, creating a rather uncanny atmosphere. Before long, he arrived at a nearby desk, where he surveyed the examination questions with clarity. Meanwhile, Moriya Ibiki allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Indeed, I did not anticipate that, under such circumstances, one could maintain their composure and adeptly employ ninjutsu. Gaara, you truly are an exceptional child. I have not misjudged your potential. Undoubtedly, you possess great promise and will continue to grow stronger. It is imperative that you persist in your efforts to enhance your abilities in the time to come. Shinju promptly noticed Gaara and Appo's actions and could not help but shake his head in resignation. Alas, Gaara, I never imagined that, even now, your methods would remain so predictable. Do you not realize how easily such glitchy tactics can be detected by others? Kanjiro, it is now your turn. I hope you do not disappoint. Kanjiro awkwardly chuckled, his gaze calm as he addressed the nearby proctor. Pardon me, I need to use the restroom. The proctor nodded in acknowledgement, producing a pair of handcuffs and a rope. The handcuffs clasped around Kanjiro and Appo's arms, with the rope tethered to them. Let us proceed. Restroom visits require supervision, so you must accompany me. Kanjiro smiled. Ah, I see. If it must be so, then it is quite agreeable. They soon arrived at the restroom. But upon entering, their conversation flowed freely. I truly did not notice that a proctor had inexplicably appeared in this examination venue. Wouldn't you agree, Crow? The proctor, in fact, was his puppet. Had Shinju been privy to his thoughts, he would surely have felt exasperated, for the officials present would inevitably uncover the ruse. Nevertheless, the technique was inherently intriguing, and combined with the shadow manipulation jutsu, it was undeniably effective, leading to a unique outcome. Given the strength of this technique, he was disinclined to engage further, as demonstrating excessive determination would be pointless. As the time approached the final moments, Temari anxiously clasped her hands together. Hurry back, Kanjiro. The 10th question is about to commence, and your delay holds no merit. Moriya Ibiki's expression grew solemn. Before we proceed, I must clarify several points, as I intend to introduce additional rules pertinent to the final examination questions. This would effectively raise the difficulty level of the assessment, adding a layer of intrigue. At that moment, Kanjiro and Crow re-entered the room. A cold smirk appeared on Moriya Ibiki and Appo's face. Ah, your luck is quite fortuitous. It appears your doll-playing endeavors were not in vain. Kanjiro and Appo's face was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, taken aback by the other and Appo's unexpected cleverness. This individual has already discerned my crow technique. Moriya Ibiki, with his hands in his pockets, clearly displayed his disinterest. Enough chatter. Let us proceed. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as everyone awaited the unfolding events. Yet, as he moved forward, he tossed a note to Temari. Moriya Ibiki and Appo's gaze shifted to the blackboard. Now, I shall elucidate the rules. These are rules of despair. Outside, a sudden tempest began to stir, growing increasingly fierce, instilling a sense of foreboding among them. Meanwhile, Kakashi could not help but shake his head in exasperation. I must admit, being suddenly barred from guiding these children has made my existence feel rather dull. Life has lost its luster. Fear not, you shall not be disappointed. In no time, you will find yourself intrigued once more, Sakura reassured him. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. What exactly do you mean by that, and why? Sakura and Appo's eyes glimmered with a serene resolve. Today's primary examiner is said to be none other than Moriya Ibiki. Chapter 15, Question 10. Kakashi widened his eyes. If this scenario were to unfold, the competition indeed appeared perilous. To his astonishment, the examiner turned out to be a sadistic individual, one who was distinctly peculiar, a veritable professional in his field. A hint of helplessness flickered across his face. After all, this person was specifically designated for interrogation. Although physical interrogations were prohibited during the CHNIN exams, one could be certain that he would wield his interrogation techniques to amplify the psychological torment of the candidates. Thus, this individual was the captain of the Konoha Village Umbu and Appo's interrogation unit, and having him serve as the chief examiner raised questions as to whether this was a blessing or a curse. Inside the classroom, Marino Ibiki's face radiated an air of calm. First, I require you to decide whether or not to take the 10th examination. This choice must be made on the spot. Upon hearing this, every individual present widened their eyes in disbelief, never anticipating that they would be granted such autonomy. Tamari felt an exhilarating rush. What would happen if they chose not to take the exam? Ibiki smiled, yet his grin bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a true devil. Should anyone opt out of the examination, their score would instantly plummet to 0, resulting in immediate disqualification. Moreover, any teammate sharing the same decision would suffer the same fate. The atmosphere within the room quickly devolved into chaos. What did this mean? Suddenly imposing such a rule, it was inevitable that everyone would choose to attempt the 10th question. What was he thinking? Was this a deliberate ploy? Ibiki blinked, adding another stipulation. If one chose to take the exam but failed to provide a correct answer, that candidate would eternally forfeit their chance to participate in this year's CHNEAN exams. Instantly, the crowd gasped, unable to fathom such a predicament. The man who had previously cheated with the cat stood up, pointing accusingly at Ibiki. How can this be? Several individuals here have participated in the CHNEAN exams multiple times. Ibiki chuckled darkly. Well, if that is indeed the case, it merely indicates your collective misfortune. This year's regulations are dictated by my words. Yet, he continued, I shall grant you some leeway. Those lacking confidence may opt out and return next year or the year after. Shunju frowned, recognizing that Ibiki was indeed a true devil, adept at psychological warfare. Anyone wavering in their resolve would face immediate disqualification, and if one member of a team lost their chance, the entire team would suffer the same consequence. Thus, the moniker of Devil Instructor was not without justification. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. Such pressure was far beyond what most could endure, and many were unwilling to burden their teammates. Ibiki shook his head. Enough. Let us begin the selection process. Those who choose not to take the 10th exam may leave now. You have little time left. A sense of intense struggle filled the hearts of many. Shunju wore a playful smile, curious to see if anyone would choose to forfeit this examination. However, he was certain at least one individual would opt out. To relinquish the exam now would signify a failure to become a CHNEAN. Yet, failing to answer the 10th question would condemn one to remain a genin indefinitely, with no hope of advancement. It was, without a doubt, a profound test of character. Although no hands were raised initially, the moment one person lifted their hand, others would surely follow. Just then, a man, visibly resigned, raised his right hand and placed his pen on the table. I choose to forfeit. Candidate 50 was disqualified, along with candidates 110 and 130. The man's face reflected an intense determination as his hands trembled slightly. I'm sorry. Teammates, I truly cannot continue. One by one, individuals began to rise, hastily departing the room. Shunju glanced at Naruto, his expression serious. He understood Naruto and Oppo's struggle as a novice. He was eager to see if Naruto would choose to forfeit the exam. If Naruto were to abandon the examination at this critical juncture, it would be understandable, and his companions would not look down upon him. After all, once the 10th question commenced, it was nearly impossible to answer correctly. Shunju was eager to gauge Naruto's resolve and mindset, curious if he would feel disappointment. At that moment, he was taken aback as he saw Naruto raise his left hand. Shunju and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Naruto would forfeit? This was unthinkable. Naruto had always exhibited unwavering conviction. How could he possibly give up now? Furthermore, this challenge was a test of mental fortitude, the essence of the 10th question. Did he not realize that merely by refusing to forfeit, he would have already succeeded in passing the 10th question? In an instant, Naruto slammed his hand on the table. Do not underestimate me. I will not retreat now. I am determined to tackle the 10th question. Shunju, seated at a distance, could not suppress a smile of satisfaction, relieved that Naruto had not let him down. Chapter 16. Naruto's spirited resolve. Naruto is indeed quite intriguing. He never fails to surprise, consistently delivering remarkable performances. Many had contemplated forfeiting, but upon hearing Naruto and Oppo's voice, those who had considered withdrawal would likely regain their fighting spirit in an instant. Shunju smiled, realizing that despite Naruto and Oppo's lack of strength, he truly embodies a fortuitous charm. Senju Ibiki regarded Naruto with a serious expression. I ask you one final time. If you wish to leave, now is your chance. This decision could determine your future. I advise against selfishness, as your actions may adversely affect your teammates. Should your selfishness result in their failure, they may harbor resentment towards you for a lifetime. A confident smile graced Naruto and Appo's lips. I have always been one to speak my mind. This is my ninja way. Ibiki and Appo's demeanor remained calm, yet a tumultuous wave surged within him. This audacious youth was indeed fascinating. Merely a few words had quelled the anxiety among the candidates. With his hands in his pockets, he took 2 steps forward, descending from the platform. His expression was notably complex, for he understood that, following Naruto's outburst, the remaining candidates would likely refrain from forfeiting. Counting the numbers, there were 78 participants, more than he had anticipated. If this continued, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Unexpectedly, a challenger had emerged, and a sense of calm settled upon his features. Your determination is commendable. Therefore, those who choose to remain will pass the first exam. Sakura and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stood up. Wait, how did we pass? If it was so easy, what about the 10th question? We haven't even heard what it entails. How can we have passed? Shinju replied nonchalantly, you truly are quite naive. The chief examiner made it abundantly clear there was no actual question. If you must insist there was one, then the choice made earlier was, in essence, the 10th question. It was a test of courage. Those with sufficient bravery who refused to give up would pass directly. Had Naruto not stirred things up, many might have withdrawn. But thanks to his intervention, even those who wished to exit would now seek to preserve their dignity. Temari frowned. If that's the case, what do the previous 9 questions even signify? Wouldn't that mean they were pointless? Shinju chuckled. For a ninja, the ability to gather intelligence is paramount. If your skills in this regard are lacking, you may easily be discovered by the enemy. Should you be caught while gathering information? The intelligence you acquire could very well be false, leading you into a trap. Would you prefer such a fate? Or do you find this kind of examination to be excessively difficult? Thus, those who contemplated cheating would need to employ formidable jutsu and skillfully deceive to succeed. Failure to do so would result in their defeat. At that moment, Ibiki on the platform shot a stunned glance at Shinju, astonished by his uncanny ability to see through all his thoughts. Moreover, this child was remarkably formidable. Both in intellect and other aspects, he was extraordinarily gifted. Such brilliance was nothing short of breathtaking. Realizing this, Ibiki felt a surge of admiration. It appeared this year and Appo's Chunin exams were becoming increasingly captivating. The younger generation seemed impressively strong. Clearing his throat, he fixed a serious gaze upon the crowd. I understand your curiosity. The reason I grouped you into teams of 3 is to allow you the freedom to choose your partners, ensuring you are with your friends. This way, I can conduct assessments that invoke significant pressure, compelling you to fear letting your friends down. He continued, to be frank, the questions for this exam are beyond what mere genin could devise. I anticipate all candidates will conclude that cheating is necessary to score. Thus, this examination operates on the premise of cheating, which is why I specifically selected 2 Chunin who know the answers to serve as your targets for deception, engaging with you from the outset. A look of realization dawned on Shinju. No wonder it had felt peculiar. Everything now made sense. Ibiki added, of course, those who resort to foolish methods of cheating will be disqualified. Sometimes, you will find that intelligence holds more value than your very life. In missions or on the battlefield, one must often risk everything to seize crucial information. With that, he tossed aside the cloth covering his head, revealing a multitude of scars. Shinju was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such brutality from this individual. The scars, cuts, burns, and puncture wounds were all testament to the torment he had endured, likely self-inflicted or incurred during intelligence gathering when he had been discovered by an enemy and subsequently beaten. Chapter 17. Erroneous Intelligence. At this moment, Sunagakure felt that the fright he had experienced had indeed borne fruit. He picked up the cloth he had previously used and tied it around his head once more. The intelligence we acquire is often attained through a multitude of means, yet it does not always equate to the most accurate information. I urge you all to remember one crucial point. Being ensnared by significantly erroneous intelligence can inflict catastrophic repercussions on both admiration and the village itself. This is precisely why we employ deception to evaluate your intelligence-gathering capabilities, directly eliminating those who exhibit evident deficiencies. As for Shoju at this moment, her eyes widened in surprise. If that is your assertion, then I can comprehend your perspective. However, I too am perplexed. If that is the case, why must we directly assess the final question? Chenju chuckled softly. In my view, both sets of questions are rather trivial. The crux lies in this 10th question. Only by correctly deciphering this one can it truly be deemed a legitimate examination. Sunagakure and Amp, Oppo's interest was piqued as he regarded Chenju with a knowing smile. Ah, young man, your words suggest you grasp the underlying rationale. If so, please elaborate. Chenju rose to his feet, feeling that the individual before him was deserving of respect. Thus, he chose to stand and respond, believing it appropriate to accord the elder the respect he merited. Regardless of the opponent and Oppo's strength or weakness, respect must always be rendered. Whether one opts for assessment or abstains, it is indeed a torturous choice. Those who choose not to take the exam will find their organization and teammates swiftly disqualified. Conversely, those who choose to participate yet fail to answer correctly will permanently lose their eligibility for examination. This presents an exceedingly unreasonable dilemma. To illustrate, consider the scenario of becoming a nin and embarking on a mission to retrieve confidential documents. The enemy ninjas and Oppo's jutsu abilities and armaments remain ambiguous, and they may very well have laid traps along your path. Faced with such arduous tasks, would one accept or decline? Out of a desire to preserve life and protect comrades from peril, can one simply refuse dangerous missions? Absolutely not. Many tasks are inherently fraught with danger, leaving no room for refusal. At such moments, one must possess sufficient courage and the resolve to overcome adversity, a quality that Naruto has just demonstrated. As for those who wish to postpone their chances until next year or who waver in confidence, such individuals, lacking steadfast will, are entirely unqualified for advancement to nin. To become a nin, the most crucial element is one and Amp, Oppo's mindset. True prowess resides in the strength of one and Amp, Oppo's spirit. Sunagakure and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. Young man, what is your name? You have articulated precisely what I wish to convey. Your insight is truly remarkable. Chenju smiled in response. Your thoughts are rather simplistic. A mere guess sufficed to unveil them. You may call me Chenju. Beside them, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. He realized that he had overlooked this aspect, indicating that he had already experienced a partial failure in this endeavor. His inability to consider this dimension signified a lack of effort on his part. Had he performed with greater excellence, he would undoubtedly have discerned this level of insight. Now, to admit defeat to Chenju was something his heart could not accept. Nor could he reconcile with such a notion, for he had always prided himself on his tenacity. Thus, with each contemplation of this reality, he felt a profound shock within, acknowledging that this situation had inevitably manifested. The only viable course was to diligently complete the task at hand, which would hold sufficient significance for them. Sunagakure smiled with satisfaction. Chenju, very well, I shall remember your name. Indeed, you are a commendable young man. I now congratulate you on passing the first round of assessment. Just as everyone felt elated, a sudden, forceful gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of a dagger that shattered the window in an instant. A woman executed a graceful 365-degree spin, landing effortlessly on the stage. She turned to regard the assembly with utmost seriousness. I must inform you all not to celebrate prematurely. I am the chief examiner for the second assessment. You may refer to me as Hongdo. The next round of evaluation is about to commence. Follow me. A flicker of exasperation crossed Chenju and Oppo's face. This individual was indeed peculiar, exhibiting a recklessness in both action and demeanor. Hongdo turned to Sunagakure with incredulity. Are you serious? After the first round, there are still 26 groups remaining? This initial assessment was far too simplistic, was it not? Have you, as the chief examiner, failed to adequately prepare the questions due to the prolonged duration? A dark line of frustration appeared on Sunagakure's face. You underestimate the situation. The strength of these candidates stems from their exceptional capabilities. With hands on her hips, Hong Do scoffed dismissively. It matters not. In my view, you have shown them leniency. I intend to eliminate at least half of the participants in this second round. Such matters are utterly straightforward. I am eager to commence. Chapter 18. Subject to assessment, I am now providing a detailed explanation. The gathering place and the time, etc., can be inquired from your previous instructor. All right. I hereby declare the immediate dissolution of this assembly. A throng of individuals promptly surged towards the exit, while Chinju slowly approached Sunagakure's side. It seems you were rather pleased with that fellow, Naruto. If that is indeed the case, after everyone disperses, you should take a look at his examination paper. It will undoubtedly offer you a delightful surprise. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and decisively chose to depart. As Shikamaru stepped out, he hurriedly ran to Chinju's rear, a peculiar glint evident in his eyes. Chinju, what did you just tell him? It seems to carry an air of mystery. Is it something of great significance? Chinju smiled lightly. There is nothing of great importance. I merely found myself rather bored. So I reported him. I find Naruto quite amusing, hence I discreetly informed on him. Furthermore, the chief examiner for this first round has always been exceedingly confident. After this incident, I believe he will be instantly humbled. Once he is thoroughly brought low, he might find himself laughing in exasperation. At that point, everything will become far more interesting, and I can hardly wait to see what unfolds. After everyone had entirely dispersed, Sunagakure, who initially intended to leave, hesitated for a moment and then approached Naruto and Appo's desk. As he slowly picked up Naruto and Appo's examination paper, he was taken aback to discover it was completely blank, not a single word was written. This indicated that Naruto and Appo's scores should logically be 0. However, due to earning 2 points on the 10th question, it could only be considered a meager 2 points. How infuriating. This little rascal has truly toyed with me. Submitting a blank paper, yet still passing the first assessment. If this word gets out, where will I find my face? Nevertheless, this fellow is rather intriguing. He clenched his fists tightly and then relaxed them, a light smile gracing his face. It was as if the matters at hand were of little consequence to them. Not worth fretting over. After all, they were not the type to be overly concerned, nor did they possess such an inclination. The following morning, Chinju and the others had already arrived at the assessment for the second phase. Upon entering the arena, they found it filled with water, marked by the forbidding words "No entry." Red Bean, hands tucked into her abdomen, wore a smile that seemed to revel in the astonishment of her peers. This is your examination venue, the 44th training ground. Alternatively, you may refer to it as the Forest of Death. As her words echoed, a chilling wind swept through, causing every individual present to feel their hair stand on end. An intense discomfort washed over them, for even the name alone instilled a sense of trepidation. The very sound of it evoked feelings of profound unease, making their bodies and minds recoil in discomfort. A hint of pallor crossed Shikamaru and Appo's face. Could this truly be such a terrifying place that it incites fear? Chinju chuckled softly and patted Shikamaru and Appo's shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. It is not as dreadful as it seems. The name alone is merely intended to intimidate. The key is not to frighten yourself. If you do, you may end up genuinely scared. Besides, those around you seem unperturbed. Why should you be afraid? At that moment, a stone suddenly appeared beside Naruto, chasing after him in a frenzy. Naruto widened his eyes, and after a brief period of frantic running, he finally halted. Konohamaru, you lot are incredibly mischievous. Before him, the stone morphed into 3 children, who immediately began to cough uncontrollably. My apologies. It appears we used far too much explosive powder this time. Naruto's gaze was filled with exasperation. After all, he felt a bit embarrassed about the situation himself. Konohamaru, I advise you to leave promptly. You should understand that I am quite busy today and have no time to indulge in play. It would be best for you to depart quickly. We are about to commence the second examination, and I cannot afford to waste time. Konohamaru shook his head. You might be misunderstanding our intentions. We did not come here merely to play. We are here for an interview. An awkward expression crossed Red Bean's face as she instinctively rubbed her forehead. My sincerest apologies. I nearly forgot about this matter, as I had indeed promised the third Hokage. However, due to some subsequent distractions, I lost track of time. All right, let us take a 10-minute break. The interviewee should answer questions earnestly. Meanwhile, Chunju found a cool spot to recline. Shikamaru approached, tidying up the clutter around him before sitting beside Shinju. Why not join in the excitement? Watching them seems rather entertaining. If you want to partake, it could be quite enjoyable. Shinju shook his head. There is no real interest. To put it plainly, they are just a group of children engaging in trivial antics, perhaps recounting their relationships and past experiences. Chapter 19. The first appearance of Orochimaru regarding this matter, we have always possessed a certain degree of understanding. Hence I was already well aware of everything that transpired here. I had long since disowned the personalities of these individuals, and thus I no longer regarded them with any significance. They were merely trivial matters. There was no need to be overly meticulous about such affairs, for if one were to dwell on them continuously, it would ultimately become exceedingly tedious. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, all interviews concluded. Sakura suddenly felt a chill enveloping her. For reasons unknown, she sensed that this place possessed an eerie atmosphere, rendering it profoundly unappealing. Akatsuki gave a sinister smile, declaring, "You shall soon understand why this forest is dubbed the Forest of Death. At that moment, everything will become exceedingly intriguing." Naruto, visibly displeased, emitted a huff through his nostrils while squirming restlessly, exuding an air of recklessness. He remarked in a sardonic tone, "You'll soon learn the reason for this forest's ominous title. Even if you threaten me, I am utterly unafraid." With a smile, Akatsuki responded, "Is that so? You truly possess a vibrant spirit." Though one could keenly observe the flicker of shadow in the corners of his eyes, and unbeknownst to him, a dagger had materialized in his right hand. He swiftly hurled it towards Naruto, and in an instant, many failed to react, witnessing the blade graze Naruto and Appo's face. 3 crimson gashes promptly appeared, evoking a sense of chilling horror. In a blink, Akatsuki materialized behind Naruto, his smile growing ever more pronounced. "Children like you are prone to an early demise. Ah, how delightful it is to see my favorite red blood spill. This is becoming increasingly entertaining." At that moment, a man with a straw hat, his tongue coiling around a shuriken, approached Akatsuki from behind. "Here is your kunai back." Akatsuki chuckled, "Thank you. However, I advise you to refrain from lingering behind me with such a murderous aura, unless you wish to meet an untimely end." Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat Man couldn't suppress a laugh. "Forgive me, but I cannot help but feel exhilarated in the presence of blood. The thrill of this moment is undeniably distinct. I relish this state. As long as I can seize it, it is nothing short of perfection. An opportunity not to be squandered." Temari observed Chunju with curiosity. "Chunju, why do you appear somewhat peculiar? I can distinctly sense your tension. To be honest, in all the time I have known you, I have never seen you this anxious. It is quite a revelation." Gaara furrowed his brow, equally intrigued by Chunju, keenly aware of the unusual tension that enveloped him. What on earth is happening? I cannot quite grasp it. There must be a reason behind this overwhelming fear. Shinju smiled softly. "There is nothing to explain. The man in the straw hat is known as Orochimaru. It is best to maintain a considerable distance from him. Do not dare approach too closely. I have conveyed all that is necessary. If you disregard my warning and find yourselves ensnared in his grasp, I cannot be held accountable." Temari's face was suddenly awash with shock, accompanied by profound disbelief. "Could it be that he surpasses you in strength? That seems rather implausible. I have never encountered anyone more formidable than you." Chunju nodded solemnly, his gaze reflecting grave seriousness. "There is no basis for comparison between us. In a direct confrontation, I would undoubtedly be outmatched." His audacity to appear behind Akatsuki speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. He is akin to a demonic entity. If you can keep your distance, do so. Avoid him at all costs, lest you suffer harm. Temari and Appo's eyes widened, a fierce defiance glimmering within. Despite her belief in her own strength, she felt inexplicably constrained. "This is the first time I have heard you praise someone. The more I contemplate it, the more absurd it seems. I am eager to witness the scene that unfolds." Chunju and Appo's expression remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. "Very well, as long as we maintain a reasonable distance from him. Things should remain manageable. However, do not stray too far away, for that would render the experience rather mundane. At that moment, Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this examiner thinking? This individual is undeniably perilous. A mischievous glint sparkled in Akatsuki and Appo's eyes. It appears we have gathered quite a few spirited individuals. How delightful. It seems my intuition was correct. Many exceptional talents are present. Therefore, prior to the commencement of the second examination, I must distribute this document. With that declaration, he produced a paper. This is a consent form. Those wishing to participate in the examination must sign it. Chapter 20. Rules. Tamari furrowed her brow. Why must we sign this consent form? Can we refuse to sign? She had an unsettling feeling that there was a conspiracy at play. Otherwise, why would they insist on having their signatures? Akkad chuckled softly. This is because you may soon encounter life-threatening dangers, so we must secure your consent beforehand. Otherwise, I would bear the responsibility. After all, we are particularly averse to accountability. He paused, glancing around. So, do you have any questions? If anything is unclear, feel free to voice your concerns. After a brief moment of silence, it became evident that no one had anything to say. This realization lifted his spirits, and he relished the atmosphere. All right, let me explain the rules for the second exam. In summary, I will challenge you with extreme survival skills. He then began passing around sheets of consent forms, which were adorned with intricate diagrams, all appearing quite clear. First, let me explain. This is the 44th training ground, featuring 44 locked entrances arranged in a circle. Within this circle, there are rivers and forests with a tall tower at the center. The distance from the tower to the entrances is approximately 10 kilometers. You must engage in a survival battle within the designated area. The challenge involves a contest for the scrolls known as the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. I possess both scrolls, and I want you to compete for them. A total of 26 teams participated in the first exam, with 13 allocated the Book of Heaven, while the remaining teams will receive the Book of Earth. Each team will obtain one of the scrolls. In essence, you will compete against one another. Chunju furrowed his brow, sensing that the implication was that half of the participants would be eliminated in this round. It felt as if there was a compelling reason behind this, for such statements would not be made without purpose. If that is the case, I am keen to understand how one can succeed. I believe everyone present is equally curious, so I hope you can clarify this matter. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted, and a palpable tension filled the air. It was clear that the journey ahead was fraught with peril, a sense of foreboding that was deeply unsettling. Akkad Kuden and Appo's suppressed a gentle laugh. I knew you would be curious. The key to success lies in reaching the central tower with the dual scrolls of heaven and earth. Tamari and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. ISN and Appo's. That rule rather cruel? It means that at least half of the participants will be eliminated just to pass this round. Such a situation seems excessively harsh. The level of difficulty is exceedingly high. Contrarily, Akkad appeared more confident upon hearing this. No. The number of participants will be greater than you think, so do not underestimate this challenge. The second exam will also have a time limit. You will have 120 hours, which translates to exactly 5 days. Naruto and Appo's eyes widened. He had not anticipated being trapped here for such an extended period. Well, ISN and Appo's, that akin to playing a cruel joke? Staying here for so long will surely lead to hunger. What will we do then? Tamari smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about that, as this forest is a treasure trove of wildlife. You will find an abundance of food here, everything you could possibly desire. You and Appo's, go hungry. Just be cautious, as there are indeed carnivorous beasts and insects lurking in the woods. You must protect yourselves. Gaara scoffed dismissively. From the looks of these rules, this seems too easy. We could easily overcome this challenge. Our team is exceptionally strong, so there is no danger for us. Standing nearby, Shinju frowned at Gaara and Appo's excessive confidence. Gaara, do not let this situation cloud your judgment. Every battle is merely beginning, just like this one. The challenges ahead will be far more arduous than we anticipate. You must remain vigilant, for only by being cautious can we seize opportunities for outstanding performances. After all, as we traverse further, fatigue will accumulate and rest will become increasingly scarce. The overall situation is quite demanding. Furthermore, surrounded by adversaries, it is impossible to sleep soundly. Akkad placed her hands on her hips. In this area, it is not solely about combat. I believe many will perish due to the harsh environment. Chapter 21. Midway withdrawal. At this moment, a ninja immediately raised his right hand, curiosity flickering in his eyes. May I inquire if it is possible to withdraw from the examination midway? After all, the tone of the discourse seemed exceedingly stringent. In such a rigid environment, what should one do if the desire to withdraw arises? Akkad cast a disdainful glance at him, his eyes brimming with contempt. For he held those who contemplated withdrawal before even beginning in utter disdain. I suggest you cease your speculations. Regardless of circumstances, withdrawing from the examination midway is utterly impermissible. You are required to endure 5 days in the forest. Should death occur, you can only blame your ill fortune. Moreover, you have consented to this agreement. If one were to perish, we bear no responsibility. Indeed, I must also inform you of the conditions for elimination. Firstly, if a group fails to arrive at the tower within the stipulated time with the 3 individuals carrying the Heaven and Earth Scroll, they will be disqualified. Secondly, if any member of the group dies, the entire team will be disqualified. Similarly, should a member become unable to fight, the team will also be eliminated. Lastly, prior to reaching the tower, you are all strictly forbidden from viewing the contents of the scroll. Naruto Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T help but blink in surprise. I am quite curious. What if I inadvertently open it to take a look? Akkad, with a resigned blink, ominously replied, then you may open it. If you do, you are sure to encounter some surprises. Once you become a CH-Nin, you will have the opportunity to handle top-secret documents. This is merely a test of your trustworthiness. That concludes my explanation. Take your 3 consent forms and proceed to the other side to exchange for your scrolls. As he spoke, he boldly raised his right hand, indicating a small pavilion to the right, where 3 ninjas sat neatly within, appearing somewhat bored and rather lethargic. Once you have selected your scrolls, your team can enter the training grounds through the entrance. Lastly, allow me to offer one final piece of advice. Do not die. Shinju and Amp, Oppos, S face instantly darkened with an abundance of black lines. After all, Akkad and Amp, Oppos, S final admonition had likely terrified a significant portion of the group. This warning instilled a sense of dread that would likely linger in their minds. Inwardly, many appeared somewhat anxious, for this was not their first encounter with such circumstances. Every recollection of similar situations felt eerie, shrouded in uncertainty. Akkad, you truly are outrageous. Ken and Amp, Oppos, you employ a modicum of strategy? At this moment, they observed the pavilion draped in crimson cloth, effectively isolating the scene. 3 individuals would enter together. SH furrowed her brow. What was the purpose of this secrecy? It felt as though they were concealing something of great importance, yet when scrutinized, their actions lacked any genuine mystery. Why must they complicate matters at such a critical juncture? Her face revealed deep exasperation, accompanied by a strong sense of aversion. The thought of such absurdity weighed heavily on her spirit, enveloping her in a sense of oppression. Shinju smiled, exuding calmness and a robust confidence. For them, this situation was trivial, not warranting undue anxiety. Maintaining their composure was paramount. They merely needed to seize the opportunity before them, for everything else warranted no haste. I have come to a complete understanding. If I am not mistaken, this entire scenario is merely a trap. They wish for 3 individuals to enter together, concealing the situation within, thus obscuring which scroll they possess. They will undoubtedly entrust the scroll to one individual for safekeeping, leaving us unaware of who holds the scroll. This could lead to significant complications, even immense distress for them. A serene demeanor graced his countenance. For them, such occurrences had become a norm, requiring no urgent responses. Should they persist in their frantic summons, they could inadvertently create substantial problems. It was evident that this initial assessment required meticulous attention to detail. The competition necessitated relentless pursuit of intelligence. Moreover, they were surrounded entirely by adversaries, each participant resolute in their intent. It appeared that a bloody battle loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, Akkad observed Shinju with a bemused expression. This individual was indeed intriguing, possessing strength that was formidable. His perceptive abilities surpassed initial expectations, evoking a profound sense of appreciation. In such a brief span of time, he had grasped the implications of the consent forms. It was clear that he was an exceptional talent, one whose capabilities were extraordinary. Chapter 22, Survival Challenge. On the other side, the little pig had approached Sakura. "Oh dear, I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be a bald head sulking here alone." Sakura lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing the little pig, a hint of confidence blossomed on her face. "I thought it was someone significant, but who would have guessed it was you? The next 5 days are my survival challenge with Sasuke. How could I possibly return home so easily?" Their eyes locked, both appearing equally irritable, offering no opportunity for reconciliation. The situation felt utterly powerless for them. It was evident they were encountering each other for the first time, a realization that proved quite lethal. The little pig's face was a mask of intense anger. "You don't and Oppos, do belong here, and I don't and Oppos, do want you to embarrass yourself. You should hurry back home." Sakura glared in return. "You ought to return home yourself. I see you've been talking about yourself all this time." Humph. The two exchanged cold snorts before turning away, both radiating irritability, leaving an unsettling atmosphere in their wake. This was indeed their first encounter in such a state, an unexpected turn of events. However, if they could resolve the matter at hand, all other challenges would seem trivial. As for the speed of exchanging scrolls, it had noticeably accelerated, with groups of 3 making their way inside. Red Bean observed the exchange point, a smirk forming on her lips. I'm quite curious about how many will survive." Those who acquired the scrolls followed their appointed leaders to the entrance, where all candidates would enter the forest together after 30 minutes. At the sight, everyone who had exchanged their scrolls appeared emboldened, filled with a sense of confidence, and ready to embrace a more serene state of mind. At this moment, Kanjiro took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. From his perspective, everything seemed remarkably stable, and this would only enable them to grow stronger. The enemy's team was undeniably formidable, yet he believed that the 5 days spent alongside Gaara would prove even more daunting. Coupled with Chunju, who had been concealing his true strength, their team was certainly formidable, potentially unmatched. "I refuse to believe these individuals are stronger than us," Chunju remarked, casting a calm glance at Kanjiro. "Kanjiro, I advise you not to celebrate prematurely. There are many skilled individuals among us, and while our current situation seems manageable, the challenges ahead may be far more significant than we anticipate, and the difficulties could escalate." His face remained composed, as if the events unfolding were merely tranquil. There was no need for them to rush, as doing so would yield no benefits. At that moment, half an hour had elapsed, and an examination official unlocked the gate. Red Bean swiftly raised her right hand, her gaze now resolute. "The Chunin selection exam. The second round officially begins." With those words, without a moment and Oppos' hesitation, a group surged swiftly into the depths of the forest. Each individual moved with remarkable speed, reaching a terrifying level of urgency, which they found increasingly serene. There was no need for undue anxiety, such haste would yield no advantages. Yet countless participants raced forward, each visibly accelerating their pace, eager to seize this opportunity. Capturing it would markedly enhance their speed. They need not feel anxious. Allowing panic to take hold could lead to dire consequences. Amidst this chaos, a sinister voice echoed, "Let us locate those 3 brats, like Naruto and his companions. Their strength should be the weakest. Now that we are aware of their inferiority, we ought to teach them a lesson swiftly, ensuring victory in no time." As the group quickened their pace, they sought to seize this opportune moment. Meanwhile, upon arriving at their designated location, Hinata wasted no time, activating her Byakugan. In such critical moments, it was essential to take the initiative. The Byakugan allowed for clear sight, facilitating swifter movements, a boon for their endeavors. There was no need for excessive worry. Dwelling on fear could lead to complications, and navigating through such troubles would yield only negative outcomes. Now, the assessment had officially commenced. Chapter 23. Easing the tension. Shoju furrowed her brow, surveying the desolate expanse of the surrounding forest, a sense of anxiety washing over her. "What shall we do, Chunju? Given the current predicament, it appears we are ensnared in a dire situation. If this continues, it will surely bring us no benefit. Do you have any strategies to alleviate this awkwardness? I feel an unsettling tension, as though enemies lurk in every shadow. If this persists, it won't be long before we meet our demise. Chunju smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Shoju's shoulder. In critical moments, it is imperative to maintain a steadfast mindset, free from any anxiety. The key is to trust oneself. True belief in oneself is the most righteous path. If you cannot trust yourself, whom can you trust? Fear not. Our team is formidable. We have merely omitted Kanjuro, who is currently with the others. Gaara will accompany us, enhancing our chances of success as I sense challenges lie ahead. Gaara nodded in agreement. I have no objections to this arrangement. As I previously stated that I would defer to your judgment on this outing. Since that has been established, we shall proceed without unexpected occurrences. Shinju nodded, a profound tranquility settling within him. For the next few days, we need only to remain in the shadows, refraining from unnecessary actions. In due time, those who wish to engage will reveal themselves. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. We must simply focus on our own responsibilities. With determination etched on their faces, it seemed as though this scenario had become an inevitability for them. At that moment, Gaara exhibited a sudden surge of restlessness, his demeanor far from amiable. Very well. We shall lie in wait and see which fool dares to provoke us. Should an adversary approach, we will not hesitate to eliminate them. A cold smile graced his lips, as the thought of such confrontations ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. Each of them maintained their composure, acutely aware that diligence was paramount. Meanwhile, Naruto traversed the forest with an air of nonchalance, displaying no signs of tension, his demeanor remarkably calm. Sigh. I suddenly feel that there is nothing particularly daunting about this forest, Sakura mused, resting her chin on her hand, a flicker of trepidation crossing her face. Yet, I can't shake the feeling of danger lurking around every corner. Naruto, however, appeared unfazed. All right, I'll just step aside for a moment. Please wait for me. He then briskly ventured deeper into the woods. After a few minutes, he returned, an expression of relief and joy illuminating his face. Wow, I must say, that was incredibly refreshing. It has been quite a while since I felt this comfortable. In an instant, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, devoid of hesitation as he unleashed a fierce attack, striking Naruto and sending him crashing against a tree. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom why Sasuke would attack his ally at such a critical juncture. Is this a jest? Their relationship has always been amicable. Why resort to such aggression now? Sasuke, while I understand Naruto's behavior may be impolite and even irritable, there is no need to resort to violence, she exclaimed. Sasuke, undeterred, relentlessly pursued Naruto, attacking him once more. Anger flared in Naruto and Appo's eyes. Hey, what is your problem? Why are you hitting me for no reason? Sasuke, equally agitated, brandished his kunai. What do you mean by that? I should be asking you. Meanwhile, Shinju and the others arrived, witnessing the chaotic skirmish. Gaara frowned. What are they doing here? Have they come to entertain themselves with senseless violence? Shoju stroked her chin, a peculiar smile playing on her lips. Could it be that both of them harbor feelings for Sakura? Perhaps their rivalry has spurred this confrontation at such a crucial moment. If that is the case, it's utterly absurd. I'm still in shock over this spectacle. Shinju chuckled. Do you truly believe the inhabitants of Konoha are that foolish? Although they may exhibit some eccentricities, their intellect remains formidable. Furthermore, as they are not combat prodigies, they will undoubtedly attract the attention of many adversaries, who will likely target the weakest among them first. Chapter 24. The Switcheroo. In summary, this Naruto has been entirely replaced. He is no longer the Naruto we know, yet I remain uncertain about the identity of the individual who has taken his place. We must conduct a thorough observation to discern the truth. Temari widened her eyes in disbelief. What? A switcheroo right before our eyes? Who could possibly have such audacity? To brazenly pull off such a stunt is utterly outrageous. Her face was a canvas of shock, unable to fathom the surreal events unfolding before her. This was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, and the mere thought of it sent chills coursing through their beings. Shinju chuckled softly. I understand you find this hard to believe. Since you doubt it, simply observe closely. Meanwhile, Sakura glanced at Sasuke, her expression filled with embarrassment. Sasuke, please don and amp Appo's act like this? After all, we cannot resort to violence. Sasuke, with an air of exasperation, glanced at Sakura and then at Naruto. If you scrutinize this impostor closely, you would not utter such words. Where's the real Naruto? At that moment, Naruto and Appo's face bore an expression of grave concern. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was bewildered by how swiftly the other party had uncovered his existence. What are you talking about? I can end Appo's. Comprehend. Sasuke and Appo's face was etched with seriousness. There and Appo's. No need to feign innocence. The wound on your face has mysteriously vanished. What happened to the scar inflicted by the instructor? Your shuriken was tied to your left foot, yet you are not left-handed. Your transformation technique is even poorer than Naruto and Appo's. You are a mere imposter. As soon as these words left his lips, the false Naruto transformed back into his original visage, albeit one they did not recognize. It was an awkward situation. I had no desire to expose the deceit outright, yet your current demeanor compels me to do so. Whose hands are the scrolls in? I advise you to surrender them willingly, comply, and I may spare your lives. Temari and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Shinju. Shinju, you notice this? I never anticipated your perceptiveness. We have only just arrived, yet you have already discerned these traits. You are truly formidable. Gaara, standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully. This Naruto is remarkably inept, consistently demonstrating weakness. He is the type to be ambushed from behind and easily taken away, such a wretch. Shinju shook his head. Do not underestimate Naruto. His strength exceeds your imagination, and his abilities are far more formidable than you presume. Underestimating him will only lead to regret, for he possesses a resilience beyond belief. The key now is to maintain a stable mindset. Only with such composure can we seize opportunities for remarkable feats. His gaze was calm, as if this situation had become an inevitable outcome for them. They understood that this state of affairs was inescapable, thus they must remain vigilant. Now, observe closely. The battle will grow increasingly thrilling. The ninja before them suddenly became aggressive, his expression serious. I had intended to negotiate amicably, yet your demeanor suggests otherwise. If that is the case, I shall act decisively. Let me see if you are truly as formidable as you claim, and what state you will assume next. Since you show no intention of initiating, I shall take the lead. At that moment, Sasuke swiftly clasped his hands together. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A series of flames erupted, striking the foe and inflicting considerable damage. Yet, it appeared that this damage was not substantial enough, providing Sasuke with an opportunity. Indeed, glancing back, he saw Naruto, who had been awaiting this very moment. Sasuke, hurry and save me. Sasuke promptly hurled a shuriken. You absolute idiot. Save yourself. I'm only tossing you a shuriken. The ninja witnessed this, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. It seems my luck is exceptionally fortuitous. 3 shurikens hurtled toward Sasuke, accompanied by an explosive tag. At that moment, it detonated, causing Sasuke to tumble from the tree. However, the ninja swiftly approached Sasuke from behind, pressing a dagger against his throat. I must admit, I am quite fortunate. I can clearly state that if you wish to live, you will hand over the scrolls. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. But before he could finish, Naruto dashed forward, his demeanor exceptionally fierce, unwilling to grant any opportunity. He launched a rapid assault, leaving the adversary no choice but to retreat momentarily. Sasuke, using his feet to harness chakra energy, swiftly seized a kunai and hurled it with great force at the ninja before him, exuding an aura of ferocity. Chapter 25. Defeating the opponent. A flicker of anxiety crossed the ninja and Appo's face as he swiftly dodged the impending danger by sidestepping. However, Sasuke, with unwavering determination, crashed his body into the opponent and Appo's chest. At that moment, he brandished a dagger and viciously scraped it against the adversary and Appo's torso. Sakura, filled with deep concern, gazed at Sasuke. Sasuke, he declared with a commanding presence, do not remain lost in thought. We must not simplify our circumstances. Given our current situation, it is evident that our enemies are not limited to just them. The crux lies in possessing sufficient strength. Only with formidable power can we inflict truly terrifying damage. The ninja, meanwhile, was slowly drifting away, his gaze appearing lethargic. It seemed unfortunate. I sought to swiftly eliminate the threat, but coming alone was a grave error. His expression showed resignation, yet it was clear that he was attempting to escape amidst this perilous moment. Shinju lifted his head and surveyed Gaara and Temari beside him. Do either of you have anything to express? If there are thoughts lingering in your minds, now is the time to voice them. It would be much more appropriate this way. After all, I sense that your silence stems from a multitude of questions and unspoken words. His demeanor was remarkably calm, as if the unfolding events were merely an extension of their tranquil existence. Temari's expression shifted to one of seriousness, a deep gravity settling upon her features. I have nearly grasped the situation fully. Regardless of the circumstances, I must showcase my capabilities. I can distinctly perceive the significant disparity in our strengths. Like Sakura, should I encounter an opponent, I might find myself hesitating. Yet, such hesitance is misguided. If I were to face a similar scenario, I fear I might stand idle. Observing helplessly, Shinju nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. It was evident that the opponent possessed a commendable level of intellect, evident in their ability to navigate this crucial moment. Indeed, your realization is commendable. And you, Gaara? Gaara furrowed his brows. I merely feel that Sasuke and Appo's power has always been remarkable. It is no wonder I sensed something amiss earlier. Everything stems from his exceptional prowess, deserving of respect. I had underestimated him. Although I sensed his strength upon our first encounter, it was only after witnessing his decisive action that I recognized my prior misjudgment. If we were to assess his capabilities, it would seem he is indeed my equal. He regarded the challenge ahead as just the beginning, anticipating more intriguing developments as they progressed, each growing stronger. A profound calmness radiated from his eyes. He relished this state of affairs, perceiving only benefits, devoid of any detriments. As long as he remained attuned to the anticipated trajectory of events, the outcome would ultimately be stable. If I were to engage with him, it would likely be a fair contest. Shinju smiled in agreement. Indeed, your insight is astute. We must seize the moment to track our adversaries effectively. Capturing this opportunity may yield remarkable results. A sense of tranquility enveloped him, as he felt this state was perfectly suited for them. There was no need for anxiety. Persistent worry would only lead to misfortune. Now, we must not disperse carelessly. If we do, we risk giving our opponents an advantage. This moment is crucial for us. Let me clarify our code signals to prevent anyone from being caught off guard. Gaara chuckled lightly. You and Appo's, rewrite. Since we need a signal, let us exchange one that strengthens our coordination without inducing unnecessary haste. His expression was resolute, as if contemplating this matter brought him a sense of ease. Before long, they had established their signals. Shinju's face took on a serious expression. We shall designate our signal as Hidden Mist Village, and the corresponding phrase will be Open Sesame. This arrangement is entirely reasonable and remains well within our expectations, allowing us to proceed without concern. Chapter 26, Seizing Opportunities. The essence of a ninja lies in the mastery of timing. It is during moments when the enemy is fatigued or complacent that we can strike decisively. Handashi nodded in agreement. Okay, this time, I shall heed your counsel without reservation. Under your guidance, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger, for with you leading us, there is no possibility of encountering any issues. Very well, from this moment forth. The scroll shall remain in your possession. Its presence shall instill a profound sense of security within us. Just then, the expressions of the three present shifted to one of grave concern, as they suddenly sensed an intense disturbance ahead. At this critical juncture, Naruto, initially feeling quite at ease, observed the opposing force and Appo's brazen decisiveness to take action without hesitation. Moreover, it was evident that the adversary and Appo's readiness to engage indicated a rising strength, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, causing a tingling sensation upon the skin of everyone present. Sasuke widened his eyes. Be cautious, a new enemy approaches. Before long, three figures emerged, with the man at the center crossing his arms defiantly. You two can amuse yourselves over there. I can handle this alone. Sasuke and the others swiftly concealed themselves, fully aware of the perilous nature of the situation. Handashi furrowed her brow, her expression laden with seriousness. The opponent appeared formidable, exuding an air of formidable gravity. Meanwhile, Sasuke regarded Naruto intently, his demeanor brimming with earnestness. You must disclose our signal in advance, only then will our situation become favorable. If you fail to do so, we cannot place our trust in your words. Naruto nodded, confidence radiating from him. In a short span, he articulated the necessary signals clearly. A smirk of cold amusement graced Sasuke and Appo's lips as he wasted no time in launching an attack. From the shadows, Gaara observed, momentarily perplexed. What does this mean? Wasna and Appo's the prior accusation about the lack of clarity? Now that everything has been laid bare, why proceed with an assault? Sasuke's actions seemed to stem from a deep-seated dissatisfaction with the opponent. Frankly, Gaara harbored serious doubts about Sasuke's motivations. Otherwise, he would not act so impulsively at such a critical moment. His expression bore a weighty seriousness, as if the very notion of this scenario was beyond comprehension. Shinju chuckled lightly. Rest assured, everything is well within my expectations. The sudden aggression stems from the distinct personalities at play. Naruto, for instance, possesses a notably low IQ and a lamentable memory. Knowing this, can one truly expect him to remember every detail? It would be akin to scaling a mountain to achieve the impossible. If he manages to recall anything, it merely underscores his deceitfulness. Moreover, his ability to evade Sasuke's strike only serves to confirm this. Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's decisive action, felt a surge of trepidation, sinking into profound confusion. What is happening? Sasuke, did you not see? Naruto has recited the signal perfectly. Why then do you attack him? This proves he is indeed the real Naruto. Sasuke's face contorted with disdain. Your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. That fool possesses no genuine strength. It is remarkable he can even recall the signal. Do you truly believe he can remember such an extensive phrase? If I were to inquire about the signal, how do you think Naruto would respond? At this moment, Sakura and Appo's eyes appeared vacant and hollow. I suspect he would say, and Appo's, am sorry, I forgot everything. And Appo's, Sasuke nodded in agreement. Moreover, the evasive maneuver he just executed was distinctly unlike Naruto's typical actions. Reveal your true self to me, and let us ascertain who you truly are. Suddenly, the figure before them, Naruto, licked his lips with a swaggering grin, transforming back into his original form. Though cloaked in mystery, it was unmistakable that he was Orochimaru. Yet, knowing he would forget, why not devise a signal that is shorter and easier to remember? A smirk danced upon Sasuke's lips, for he had anticipated the opponent's thoughts, placing everything well within his grasp. From the very beginning, I was aware of your concealed presence, eavesdropping on our conversation. Did you truly believe I would remain oblivious to your presence? On the other side, Gaara could not suppress a frown, his expression suddenly shifting to one of intense caution. Something feels amiss. If we do not exercise vigilance, our troubles will only escalate. Orochimaru, it seemed, was far more terrifying than anticipated. If he were indeed as powerful as suspected, they could not afford to underestimate him at such a crucial moment. What of Orochimaru? It appears that this particular state of affairs is unlike what you previously praised. Chapter 27. Naruto is devoured by Orochimaru. Chun-Ju smiled softly. Indeed, I could elaborate in detail that this fellow is even more terrifying than we had imagined. A moment and Appo's carelessness could lead to him gaining a significant advantage over us. Orochimaru can undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable presence. Moreover, his power surpasses our expectations, so it is imperative that, at any critical moment, our adversary understands the gravity of the situation. If you observe closely, you will realize that Orochimaru's strength is far beyond what you had anticipated. His presence here is not merely for the Chunin exam. If he were truly interested in the exam, he would have succeeded long ago. In truth, he is here to deliberately disrupt the proceedings. At this moment, Tamari shrank her neck slightly, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern. While I felt her statement was accurate, I sensed that we might soon encounter considerable trouble. In fact, we might not even stand a chance against him. Continuing on this path would be tantamount to wasting our time deliberately. If it were you, do you think you could defeat him? Shinju shook his head, his gaze remarkably calm. I understand that deep down, you yearn to hear me say we can overcome him. But I feel it is inappropriate to mislead you at such a critical juncture. If it were up to me, I truly could not defeat him. for his individual prowess is indeed far greater than one could imagine. Continuing this way would only serve to squander our time. His abilities are significantly more formidable than we had anticipated, and this situation is far from trivial. Their expressions remained remarkably composed, as if this situation was merely a trivial matter to them. Temari and Gaara widened their eyes in disbelief, immersed in profound self-doubt. They struggled to comprehend how such a significant impact could occur at such a critical moment, feeling as though they were drowning in a sea of existential questioning. You can't even defeat him? If you are unable to, then surely others stand even less of a chance. Shinju smiled again, his demeanor exuding calm assurance. Well, as long as you can entertain such thoughts, that is a good start. In the midst of the scene, Orochimaru slowly removed his hat, revealing a knowing smile. Ah, I see. So you will neither relent nor tire, will you? This is turning out to be even more intriguing than I had imagined. After speaking, he licked the edge of his hat with his tongue. Sakura felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, a chilling sensation creeping along her scalp. This man is truly repulsive. And where on earth has Naruto gone, wasting so much time? Anxiety surged within her. This predicament was shaping up to be a formidable challenge, making it difficult to find a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Naruto had been completely sent flying. However, after being launched away, a massive serpent suddenly surged toward him. It gazed at Naruto with a predatory intensity, as if intending to swallow him whole. Naruto quickly pushed himself backward, his face a mask of shock, engulfed in deep self-doubt. I can end Appos. Do you believe it? This is the first time I have ever encountered such a colossal creature. The enormous serpent was fixated on him, seemingly intent on devouring him alive. Perched on a branch, Temari felt her legs trembling uncontrollably, as if she might plummet from the tree at any moment. Shinju, what manner of monster is this? I have never seen such a terrifying serpent. Even the sight of it sends chills down my spine. Shinju smiled again, his demeanor still calm, entirely unfazed by the situation. This serpent should not normally be present. Yet here it is, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. I can confidently assert that this creature possesses exceptional abilities. After all, this serpent is a pet of Orochimaru, and to wield such strength, you can only imagine the extent of its power. I had previously warned you about Orochimaru's formidable abilities, yet it seemed you were skeptical. At the scene, the massive serpent swiftly ensnared Naruto, wrapping around him completely. Then it opened its gaping maw and, in an instant, swallowed Naruto whole. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief. Shinju, have you misjudged the situation? Surely you must see that this creature is nothing short of a blatant monstrosity. Now you recognize that his strength is even greater than we imagined, displaying distinctly unique capabilities. You were once quite optimistic about Naruto, asserting his prowess was impressive. But judging by the current circumstances, that seems far from the truth. After a mere exchange with this colossal serpent, it became evident that they were not on the same level at all. Continuing this way is clearly a futile endeavor. Shinju, it appears you have completely misjudged this situation. However, everyone is prone to errors in judgment, so there is no need for you to feel guilty. Shinju smiled. This is merely the beginning. Whether I have misjudged will soon become evident. Taking everything too seriously at this moment would only detract from the experience. Chapter 28. Sasuke's hesitation at this moment. Orochimaru extracted a tome of the earth from his waist. Haha, you desire our earth tome, do you? Since yours is the tome of heaven. After uttering these words, he immediately opened his mouth wide, wrapping his tongue around the earth tome, and swiftly swallowed it whole. All right. Now we can finally commence the battle for the scrolls, and it shall be a fierce contest. Here, mercy is a foreign concept. Following his roar, he placed his left hand over his left eye. Sasuke and Sakura instantly felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence wash over them, compelling them to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. They gasped for breath, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Sasuke, reacting swiftly, realized that his current state appeared utterly disheveled. The previous situation felt amiss. It seemed like an illusion. He dropped to the ground, his mind slowly grasping that this was not merely an illusion, but rather a profound malevolence. Beside them, Gaara observed silently, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he glanced at Shinju. Does this person truly possess such strength? If that is the case, then his power is indeed outrageous. Just with his aura, he nearly resolved the conflict. Such a realization struck Gaara as terrifying. He had witnessed absurdity before, but nothing quite like this. Shinju smiled knowingly. I have long proclaimed this individual's strength. Yet, from the beginning, you seemed skeptical of my words. Now that his prowess is fully revealed, you finally acknowledge it. However, it is not too late to recognize his strength, after all. Merely his aura is capable of such magnitude, and he will only continue to excel. Sasuke, his pores widening, was filled with profound confusion. Struggling to comprehend the reality before him, I merely glanced into this man's eyes, and yet I received a message of death? Who is this person? He turned to Sakura, only to find her spirit utterly drained, her legs weakly crumpled beneath her, sweat beading on her forehead. Sasuke immediately realized he was incapable of engaging in battle with this opponent. Continuing to fight would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The only viable option was to flee swiftly. Escape was now the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, Naruto, trapped within the serpent's belly, felt an overwhelming sense of impatience and danger. "Let me out," he cried out, his voice echoing, underscoring the peril of his situation. Tamari furrowed her brow, addressing Shinju, Haven, and Amp. "Amp, Appos, you always held this individual in high regard? If so, do you not wish to save him? Naruto considers you his only hope, and it seems you alone possess the strength to rescue him. If you do not intervene, I fear he is doomed, and no one else can save him." Shinju chuckled softly. "We have yet to reach the point of intervention. Rest assured. When the time comes, I will inform you. For now, simply observe. If they cannot resolve this basic issue, other methods will be even less viable." As for Naruto, he had emptied his pockets, finding only a rice ball remaining. He tossed it downward, only for it to dissolve in the serpent and Appos' viscous secretions. "Damn it, if this continues, I too shall be dissolved like that rice ball." A deep conflict brewed in Naruto's eyes, but before he could voice his thoughts, he felt himself being drawn downward once more. Meanwhile, Sasuke was frantically attempting to utilize his abilities to hasten his movements. After a considerable struggle, he finally grasped a dagger. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold, sardonic smile, exuding a calm composure that belied any urgency. "What is your intent?" he taunted. "Speak plainly and reveal the extent of your abilities. What purpose does that dagger serve, and what do you plan to do with it?" Sasuke's forehead glistened with sweat as he sensed his inability to move at that moment. Orochimaru approached slowly, wielding two kunai in his left hand. "Fear not, for I shall ensure your passing is devoid of suffering. Your lives are but trivialities to me," effortlessly claimed. "I had hoped to prolong our little game, but given the current circumstances, it appears rather unfortunate." With that, he hurled the two kunai. Meanwhile, Naruto was engulfed in a maelstrom of regret and nostalgia. Yet within him surged a powerful desire to survive. He refused to accept death at this juncture, for he still had many vital tasks ahead. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the notion of surrendering his life was utterly unacceptable to him. Chapter 29. Shinju's judgment. "Very well, since you have persistently refused to expel me, I shall devise every means to ensure you do so this time. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. I must succeed by any means necessary." Gaara furrowed his brow. "Shinju, this Sasuke has always been remarkably formidable, reaching such terrifying heights. To be honest, I still feel a sense of trepidation." Shinju smiled. "I have long asserted that this individual is inherently different, particularly harsh upon himself. His self-discipline has enabled this situation under normal circumstances. Sasuke would undoubtedly not have evaded the recent attack. Yet, at the critical moment, he drove his kunai directly into his own thigh. It was through this drastic action that he forcibly awakened himself. All of his actions were deliberate, had they not been intentional. He might not have been able to awaken at all. Thus, this individual is indeed exceptional. His relentless self-discipline is the only reason he has achieved such a state. This realization is rather intriguing, for it is exceedingly advantageous for them. As for Naruto, he began to counterattack. Shadow Clone Technique. Countless Narutos appeared in an instant, shattering the colossal serpent before him. "Humph, no matter what, I am a being of considerable strength. It is inconceivable that I would falter here. I have stated it before, my abilities are of a formidable nature, and at all times, my adversary should recognize my prowess." Meanwhile, atop a tree, Sasuke and Appos expression darkened significantly. He must find a way to escape swiftly, otherwise he risks being discovered by the enemy. However, how can he manage to flee? Sakura's face was etched with urgency. What on earth is happening? This is the first time I have seen Sasuke in such a state. And it is the first instance of witnessing him so visibly tense, a sight I had never encountered before. Suddenly, she spotted a massive serpent approaching from behind, its gaping maw preparing to strike. Sakura shouted, "Sasuke, the snake is coming." Sasuke paused, lifting his head to behold the serpent, disbelief etched across his face. Unable to fathom that he was actually witnessing this. How infuriating. I have analyzed the situation to this extent, and yet I failed to notice the serpent. As the serpent lunged toward Sasuke, he glimpsed Orochimaru and Appo's visage within its eyes. A wave of terror washed over him, prompting an immediate counterattack. In an instant, he struck the serpent, sending it crashing into a nearby tree, where it was swiftly dispatched. However, at that moment, the enormous serpent began to reveal Orochimaru and Appo's form emerging from within its body. Orochimaru spoke slowly. "You must not let your focus waver, for in the presence of a predator, one is usually anxious and frantic." After uttering these words, he licked his lips, moving with serpentine grace as he darted erratically among the trees. Yet, at this critical juncture, Naruto hurled a shuriken, blocking the serpent and Appo's path with swift precision, preventing it from advancing and displaying an irritable demeanor, refusing to grant it any opportunity. Orochimaru was taken aback, incredulous, for he had never witnessed anyone capable of such a terrifying approach to combat. This was utterly absurd, leaving him unable to fully comprehend the situation. Gaara scoffed disdainfully. This individual has consistently exhibited cowardice, as if devoid of any significant sense of accomplishment. Such weakness is quite pathetic. Shinju chuckled, maintaining an air of calm. The most crucial aspect now is to stabilize one's mindset. Have you not noticed? The opponent and Appo's strength has always been considerable. Do not underestimate these individuals. To do so would render any effort futile. Naruto has always possessed a significant advantage. While his abilities may be average, his courage is exceptional. Whenever he takes action, fear seems to evaporate, and should he decisively act, no one can intimidate him. He will relentlessly pursue his offensive. His face radiated confidence, as if such a situation was merely a solid foundation for them. Should they fail to grasp even this, the consequences may become exceedingly grave. In the present scenario, Naruto abruptly placed his hands on his hips, declaring with pride, "I've completely forgotten the password." Meanwhile, Sasuke regarded Naruto with utmost seriousness. "Naruto, I realize you wish to display your bravado to rescue me. Yet I feel it is entirely unnecessary, for this adversary is truly formidable. Therefore, we must demonstrate our capabilities to the fullest. Only by showcasing our strengths can we hope to effectuate a change." This mindset is, in essence, quite reasonable for them. Chapter 30. The advantages of Naruto. The disparity in strength between us and him is overwhelmingly vast. Currently, Orochimaru's peculiar gaze is fixated upon Naruto. If you can respond safely, it indicates that you have indeed vanquished that enormous serpent. It seems you truly possess an extraordinary quality, and your power is undeniably awe-inspiring. There is a profound sense of tranquility within, as if such occurrences have become almost inevitable for them. Thus, they shall fully showcase their abilities. For this is the only way to ensure a favorable outcome. Naruto, hands on his hips, gazes intently at Orochimaru. This fellow resembles a serpent in every conceivable way. It turns out that everything is orchestrated by this individual. As for Sasuke, he feels utterly powerless, given the current situation, even with Naruto's presence. It seems impossible to triumph over the adversary. Acknowledging this reality renders further efforts futile. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face, as he realizes the gravity of the matter at hand. Naruto chuckles. "Orochimaru, your actions now are akin to bullying the weak. Since I have arrived, let me take this opportunity to teach you a lesson." On the other side, Temari cannot help but furrow her brow. "Shinju, shall we not lend a hand? If we refrain from assisting, this situation may become quite troublesome. I propose we should intervene. It would be wiser, as Naruto cannot possibly defeat him." Shinju shakes his head, his demeanor calm. He trusts Naruto, He knows that Naruto wishes to test his strength against the opponent. Aware that his own abilities fall short of Sasuke and Appo's. However, Sasuke, gripped by fear, is unable to unleash his full potential, resulting in a discernible gap in their strengths. Yet, I am genuinely curious to witness Orochimaru in earnest action. Once he begins to fight seriously, my understanding of him will guide my own involvement. As for Sasuke, he has been desperately seeking a solution. After considerable time yielding no results, he reluctantly retracts his Sharingan. Wait, this scroll is for you. I implore you to take it and leave. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Appo's eyes widen in disbelief. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing? You can end Appo's. Just hand the scroll over so easily. Sasuke glares at Naruto. Be quiet, don't speak. Orochimaru chuckles softly. Very well, you possess a measure of self-awareness. Prey can indeed spark a predator's anticipation. Only by using other prey can one escape the jaws of the predator. With these words, a calm confidence washes over him. Sasuke discards the scroll, but at this critical moment, Naruto swiftly snatches it away, delivering a punch to Sasuke and Appo's face. You clearly have no grasp of the situation. Moreover, how can I trust a cowardly fool like you? I have no idea how formidable this opponent is. But do you truly believe that surrendering the scroll will ensure our safety? I think it is you who is panicking. Meanwhile, Shinju remains in the shadows. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, it is evident that Orochimaru harbors such intentions, always prone to violence. His arrival signifies death and silence for all. A terrifying aspect of Orochimaru and Appo's nature. Temari and Appo's eyes widen as she witnesses the unfolding events, filled with disbelief, as if this entire situation is a cruel jest. She has never encountered such absurdity, and in this state, revealing one's full strength appears nearly impossible. Given the circumstances, it is challenging to identify any weaknesses. If one fails to pinpoint vulnerabilities, words alone will have little effect. Shinju, are all the participants in this competition like this? If so, are we not facing a death-defying challenge? If this is the case, this opponent is truly terrifying. Can we genuinely contend with them? A hint of melancholy flickers in her gaze as thoughts of this daunting reality fill her with dread. Shinju smiles, his expression remarkably composed, unperturbed by the situation. Just watch closely. The individuals before us are bound to deliver unexpected surprises. Once sufficient surprises are revealed, the final outcome will surely differ. Therefore, maintaining a stable mindset is paramount. His gaze radiates calmness, even as he feels his spirits lifting. Thus, there is no need for any sense of urgency regarding this matter. Panic will serve no purpose. Meanwhile, Orochimaru appears equally agitated, finding this contest rather intriguing. He slowly rolls up his sleeves and lightly traces a symbol on his left hand with his right. Behold my summoning technique. Suddenly, a fierce wind begins to swirl around them, growing ever more intense. Chapter 31. The discovery of the corpses in the grass ninja village at this moment. Naruto and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that his geographical surroundings had shifted unexpectedly. Suddenly, a colossal serpent appeared before him. Orochimaru, now standing atop the serpent, appeared exceedingly irritable, showing no intention of granting any chance to his adversaries. Meanwhile, in a different locale, 3 Nin were anxiously surveying the situation, standing before 3 lifeless bodies. How could corpses manifest at such an alarming pace? This was indeed perplexing. Such occurrences had never been witnessed before. The speed at which these bodies appeared surpassed all prior instances. A hint of melancholy flickered in their eyes, signifying that this incident had fundamentally altered their circumstances. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it further and to swiftly inform the chief examiner of the second stage of the examination. Promptly, the group sprang into action, fully aware of the necessity for haste. In contrast, Akamichi, feeling remarkably at ease, lingered in the surroundings, exuding a sense of leisure. Regardless of what transpires in the near future, I relish pairing it with red bean soup, that indeed enhances its flavor, he mused. After finishing his meal, he concluded it was time to head to the tower and await their arrival. Those quick on their feet would soon reach the high tower. Just then, a thick mist materialized ahead. Once the fog dissipated, a Nin was revealed, kneeling on one knee. This is Dire. Chief Examiner Akamichi, he exclaimed. Akamichi, leisurely swinging his legs, remained unperturbed, perceiving the matter as trivial. Pray tell, what has happened that has prompted such urgency? The Ch and Appo's face glistened with cold sweat, his demeanor reflecting an acute sense of anxiety. We have discovered 3 corpses, and their deaths are quite peculiar. Please, come and see for yourself. Akamichi nodded, and upon arriving at the scene, a profound seriousness enveloped his expression. The situation suggested that these individuals were from the Grass Ninja Village, yet their faces were entirely absent, as if they had melted away. Akamichi felt an unsettling agitation rise within him, grappling with the incomprehensibility of such a state. He instinctively touched the tattoo on his neck, a look of sheer terror dawning upon his countenance, utterly baffled by the events. This individual is unmistakable, but why would he participate in this examination? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Let me see the identification photos of these 3. They should be on the application forms. Upon scrutinizing the documents, he recognized one of them as the very person who had once delivered hardship to him. So, Orochimaru has taken his face. No wonder I sensed something amiss before. Akamichi's gaze shifted to his companions, now brimming with anxiety. This is grave. You must return immediately and report this to Lord Hokage. Dispatch at least 2 squads to the Forest of Death. I shall pursue these individuals at once. Understood? Yes. The trio responded, swiftly departing. A grave expression settled on Akamichi and Appo's face. That fiend has come to the Hidden Leaf Village. We must demonstrate our might. Meanwhile, Gaara quickly sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. What is happening? Why does it feel so ominously foreboding? This should not be the usual atmosphere. The sudden turn of events struck him as decidedly abnormal. Maintaining an outward calm, he appeared unfazed, as though such occurrences were merely routine for them. Shinju smiled, his gaze steady. Do not overthink it. Orochimaru is far beyond our capabilities. Only Raza may be able to confront him directly. Aside from him, the rest of us might struggle to contend with his power. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it true? Has he truly grown that formidable? That seems implausible. Under normal circumstances, how could he attain such strength? Her expression reflected confusion, a weighty seriousness settling within her. We must exercise caution. Only through vigilance can we manifest our true strength. There is no need to dwell excessively on these concerns if we allow anxiety to consume us. The consequences could be dire. Gaara furrowed his brow, a look of shock crossing his face as he grappled with the gravity of the situation. If this is the case, what of Kankuro? Perhaps the 3 of us together would be somewhat safer. Yet, if that is true, Kankuro's situation could be precarious. We could never match him. If this continues, our defeat could be catastrophic. We must ensure Kankuro and Appo's safety. If necessary, we will find him and regroup. At that point, we should avoid unnecessary complications. Gaara concluded. Shinju shook his head. The ultimate adversary stands before us. As for the others, I trust Kankuro can handle himself, provided he doesn't encounter Orochimaru. Chapter 32. Naruto awakens his potential. Upon concluding his remarks, Shinju raised his gaze to the scene before him. Did you witness that? Their mental states have undergone a complete transformation, a clear indication that their strength is rapidly escalating. Both Naruto and Sasuke had reached a moment of despair. In such dire circumstances, one could resort to any means necessary. This was, indeed, an opportune moment to explore the depths of their potential, rendering the situation all the more intriguing. At that moment, Orochimaru, without a hint of hesitation, commanded the serpent before him to launch an assault on Naruto. Naruto, feeling an overwhelming surge of agitation, barely had time to mount a defense before the serpent and Appo's tail severed the branch beneath him. His body plummeted downward, and before long, he found himself crashing into a tree, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Fury coursed through him as he steadied himself and charged at Orochimaru. The latter, taken aback, fixed his eyes intently on Naruto. Could it be? He realized that Naruto's eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, a stark deviation from the norm. It was evident that Naruto had slipped into a frenzied state, making the unfolding events increasingly captivating. In a flash, Naruto lunged at the serpent, relentlessly striking its tongue. Yet, his efforts proved futile, resembling nothing more than a madman and Appo's futile scratching. Sasuke gazed on in disbelief, engulfed in profound existential doubt. Is this still Naruto? He appears increasingly unrecognizable. Temari, equally perplexed, turned to Chinju. Is this truly Naruto? I too sense he has become somewhat uncharacteristic for Naruto and Appo's. Prowess should not allow for such a display, and he ought to be vanquished effortlessly. Yet here he stands, still resisting. Shock painted their faces as they grappled with the surreal situation. Chinju chuckled softly. Indeed, this is Naruto, albeit a deranged version. In this state, his vision and strength are undoubtedly enhanced. However, aside from his augmented power, nothing else significantly changes. Simply observe. Even in his current state, Naruto and Appo's attacks amount to little more than mere tickling, easily countered by his opponent. Gaara frowned deeply. He could sense that the battle had reached an exhilarating peak, yet it appeared to the others as nothing more than a trivial game. Was this not an intentional jest? Such musings rendered the conflict seemingly devoid of challenge, plunging him into a profound crisis of self-doubt. Naruto, despite his formidable prowess, was reduced to mere scratching. Yet, beyond this, Gaara felt a flicker of indignation. After all, he had once considered Sasuke a rival. Now, confronted with a formidable foe, Sasuke lacked even the courage to rise. This stark realization highlighted the widening chasm of their respective strengths, leaving Gaara profoundly disheartened. At that moment, Naruto charged once more at Orochimaru. Before he could react, the latter opened his mouth and began weaving hand seals. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, wreaking havoc and inflicting considerable damage that left all present in awe. No one had anticipated such devastating power at this critical juncture. It was an occurrence that had previously seemed inconceivable. After defeating Naruto, Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed through the air. A smug expression plastered across his face. Ah, Sasuke, Naruto has truly showcased his potential. I find myself increasingly curious about the strength you will exhibit next. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint. If it turns out to be lackluster, the entire affair will become rather tedious. With that, he seized control of the serpent, swiftly advancing towards Sasuke. The latter stood frozen, caught off guard. He felt utterly paralyzed, unable to move, as Orochimaru and Appo's murderous intent enveloped him. Just as the serpent was about to reach Sasuke, Naruto surged forward, decisively launching an attack. Two kunai embedded themselves in the giant serpent, blood gushing from the wounds. Orochimaru remained unfazed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the scene. He found the unfolding battle to be exceedingly amusing. Naruto and Appo's expression turned grim, his aura increasingly unstable. Are you injured, Sasuke? As Naruto's words faded, he abruptly lifted his head, rage igniting in his eyes. Coward! Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. He vividly recalled those very words he had once directed at Naruto. Yet now, they were hurled back at him, accompanied by the realization that Naruto had shielded him from harm, leaving him unscathed. This revelation stirred something deep within Sasuke's heart. Chapter 33. The Five-Element Seal. At this moment, Naruto declared with unyielding audacity, such a foolish and cowardly individual is certainly not the Sasuke I once knew. Suddenly, before him, Orochimaru's tongue shot forth, swiftly ensnaring Naruto in an instant. A flicker of panic crossed Naruto's face. He had not anticipated such a direct and rapid assault, leaving him no time to react. The speed of this attack was astonishingly swift. Release me, you repugnant serpent, he exclaimed. On the other side, Chinju furrowed his brow. Indeed, Orochimaru was quite grotesque, yet undeniably formidable. Throughout their encounter, he had not engaged in any physical confrontation, merely extending his tongue to incapacitate his foes, which commanded respect for his undeniable strength. Certainly, ordinary individuals stood no chance against him. A grave seriousness filled Chinju and Appo's eyes as he recalled Orochimaru and Appo's domineering methods, instilling a sense of trepidation. Gaara stepped forward. Shall we strike together? The strength of our adversary is rather formidable. Perhaps we might stand a chance if we unite. If we do not act in concert, I fear we will have no opportunity at all. Chinju shook his head, gazing disdainfully at Gaara. It is not that I underestimate you or myself, but with just the three of us, we wouldn't even suffice as sustenance for his pet. Do you think he merely idles away his time? Besides, have you truly underestimated the opponent's might? The power he has unleashed is something beyond your comprehension. A profound calmness enveloped Chunju's demeanor, as if the unfolding events lay well within his calculated expectations. This state of mind had significantly altered their perspective, rendering the pressure of the situation almost negligible. Well, if I am not mistaken, many have already grasped the circumstances here, and knowing this has compelled numerous individuals to advance. It won't be long before everyone arrives at the scene. When that moment comes, the battlefield will truly ignite. As for the outcome, it will only become clear at that time. For now, there is no need for urgency. Remaining composed is paramount. With a demeanor of serene assurance, Shinju regarded the unfolding events with little concern, prioritizing the stability of his own mindset. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's eyes darkened ominously, emanating a terrifying aura. "You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails," he remarked. "I never expected you to still be alive. Your volatility has allowed the emotions of the Nine Tails to manifest so freely. You exhibit no control over these feelings, nor can you harness this power. Such growth is indeed intriguing." With that, he swiftly sliced open Naruto's abdomen, his triumphant smirk widening. "Behold, the seal upon your belly reveals itself. This is becoming increasingly entertaining." As he unleashed ominous flames from his right hand, the sinister glow made all who beheld it feel profoundly uneasy, clearly imbued with peculiar properties. The five-element seal. He struck Naruto and Appo's abdomen with force. Instantly, Naruto felt as though his very essence had been sealed away, rendering him utterly powerless, as if he were a mere husk, devoid of strength. A cruel smile crept across Orochimaru's lips as he relished the moment, feeling utterly at ease, as though this level of exertion posed no challenge to him. "This is becoming ever more delightful. It has been nearly 12 years since your chakra and that of the Nine Tails began to resonate, yet now, you are merely a hindrance to my plans." With that, he seized Naruto and Appo's scroll and flung him aside as if discarding refuse, showing no concern whatsoever. In the shadows, Shinju immediately launched a kunai, pinning Naruto against a tree. He knew that if he did not act, no one else would. And Naruto risked falling into the depths below. Gaara could not suppress a resigned shrug, his gaze reflecting deep disdain. "I once thought Sasuke truly formidable, someone to be revered as a rare talent. Yet now, I realize he is merely average, far from impressive, and burdened with fatal flaws. To be so paralyzed by fear is, frankly, absurd. It feels as though the faith I once held has utterly vanished." Hearing this, Shinju shook his head, his expression resolute and unwavering. Do not mistake this. His choice to refrain from action is indeed astute. He recognizes the chasm that lies between us and knows he cannot prevail in combat. Temari frowned, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. "While your assertion carries weight, this situation does not seem so straightforward. It feels as though we are conceding too much. Consider this. They have taken the scroll. To us, that scroll is akin to life itself. Losing it would be akin to losing our very essence." Shinju chuckled softly, placing a hand over his heart, confidence radiating from his features. No, at such a critical juncture, we must maintain our confidence. While your assessment may hold truth, what if that scroll is but a ruse? Chapter 34. The Awakening of Sasuke and Appo's potential. Sasuke secretly wished that his opponent would seize the scroll, for it was merely a decoy. They were utterly unconcerned. After uttering this thought, he immediately noticed the clock in the vicinity, realizing that the others present were somewhat distinct. As for Sakura, tears began to stream down her cheeks. "It became evident to me that Naruto was indeed entirely different from you. He was inherently not particularly astute and often clumsy. Yet, I could unmistakably sense that he was far from a coward, Wooden and Appo's. Do you agree?" Sasuke clenched his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably while he felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He understood that such circumstances were perilous for him, yet he could not afford to retreat. If he continued to evade, he might ultimately face total annihilation. Contemplating this, he swiftly brought his hands together, his gaze intensely fixed upon Orochimaru. A faint smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth, suggesting that the bloodline was indeed beginning to stir. This was where the true excitement resided. And such a battle was genuinely commencing. "Let me gradually test your strength," he chuckled ominously. Suddenly, an explosion erupted on the scene, engulfing everything in a hazy cloud. while the colossal serpent vanished without a trace. The spectators were left in bewilderment, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of the event. Shinju glanced at Gaara beside him. Gaara, have you not always looked down upon Sasuke? Now, you ought to witness this. He is indeed extraordinary, having awakened his Sharingan. Soon, you shall see just how formidable he truly is. He has completely awakened. Observe the disparity in strength between you two. Gaara scoffed disdainfully. Even if he enhances his power to the extreme, he remains inferior to me. His cowardice is indisputable, regardless of the adversary I confront. Fear has never held sway over me. Perhaps my strength may not surpass his, but I shall never cower. His countenance radiated a calm confidence, as if such matters held no influence over him. Furthermore, he appeared to be growing stronger, instilling a sense of trepidation among those watching. It was evident that this was a formidable display of power, unmistakably oppressive. Now, Sasuke, armed with kunai, bore an expression of grim determination. I must slay my brother to survive. This notion had long haunted him, yet presently, he felt like the weakest of all. Naruto, Sakura. I realize now that if I do not fight with all my might, how can I possibly defeat him? At that moment, a tremendous surge of latent power erupted from within him, propelling him forward in a swift assault. He hurled his kunai at Orochimaru, only to have it deftly evaded as Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. The exchange between them appeared to diverge entirely, their hands clashing fervently. Sasuke widened his eyes, fervently observing. Yet he felt as if he could barely perceive his opponent. Orochimaru and Appo's speed seemed to become increasingly elusive, but Sasuke relentlessly focused through his Sharingan. I see. A fiery blast erupted, striking Orochimaru directly. Orochimaru smirked coldly. Mediocre. You merely anticipated my movements and targeted a vital strike. It seems you are indeed capable of seeing me. His expression bore the calmness of a master, recognizing that this situation favored him. Meanwhile, Gaara regarded Shinju with an odd expression. It appears you were correct. This opponent possesses an unsettling depth of potential. I concede that I underestimated him. Shinju smiled knowingly. The true contest has merely begun. You have yet to realize the depths of this battle. Sasuke charged at Orochimaru, seizing his head and driving him downward with fierce intensity. Curiosity swelled within him, for such an outcome seemed unlikely. Suddenly, he beheld a doppelganger transform into a cloud of sand, vanishing completely. Orochimaru's substitution technique. Before he could react, Orochimaru's figure materialized behind him, launching a relentless onslaught. Pathetic child, you have tarnished my reputation. Very well, I shall indulge you for a while before ending your existence. My attack on you shall be akin to swatting an insignificant insect. Just then, an explosion resonated throughout the arena, followed by a flurry of needles swiftly ensnaring Orochimaru. Sharingan. Windmill Blade of the Third. The onslaught bound Orochimaru to a tree, rendering him incapable of escape. Fire Style. Dragon Fire Technique. Flames erupted from Sasuke, surging toward Orochimaru. Chapter 35. The Invincible Orochimaru in an Instant. Orochimaru directed his wrath towards the heavens, accompanied by a series of anguished cries. Gaara let out a gentle sigh of relief, unable to suppress a smile that illuminated his face with an expression of ease. I initially thought this would be an exceedingly challenging situation, but given the current circumstances, it appears to be rather intriguing. From this vantage point, it was evident that the opponent possessed formidable strength. However, one could not deny that this was indeed a spectacular battle. Were I to engage, I might not achieve such brilliance, and with each passing moment, I found myself increasingly captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Shinju cast a calm glance at Gaara. Do you truly believe it, and Appo's that simple to vanquish your opponent? If it were as easy as you presume, would I still be burdened by such inexplicable sorrow? You seem to be underestimating the complexity of the situation. The opponent's strength is always far beyond your imagination, exaggeratedly so, and thus your current perspective is somewhat naive. The reason I assert that Orochimaru is exceptionally formidable is precisely because his power rivals that of your father. Consequently, it has long been clear that such tactics hold no significance for him. It is merely that Orochimaru revels in the game, feigning injury for amusement. Now watch closely. This is not something that can be easily resisted, he remarked, a smile breaking forth as his aura stabilized impressively. He He genuinely relished this form of combat, which was charged with intensity, invigorating all present. Sho raised an apprehensive gulp, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. This state of affairs was decidedly precarious for them. They needed to proceed with caution, for only with due diligence could miracles possibly unfold. Otherwise, no matter how much effort they exerted, it might lead only to devastating consequences. Meanwhile, the flames that had enveloped the scene had completely vanished. Sasuke exhibited signs of fatigue, panting heavily. Sakura rushed down, her excitement palpable. "Sasuke, you did it. This is incredible. You have finally succeeded." At that moment, Orochimaru descended slowly from the tree, his hands moving subtly, rendering Sakura and Sasuke immobile. Sealing technique. I never imagined you could wield the Sharingan at such a young age. Truly, you are worthy of the Uchiha name. I am indeed eager to possess your power. A glimmer of amusement graced his features as he acknowledged their bond as brothers, the intensity in Sasuke and Appo's gaze revealing his potential, surpassing even expectations. Sasuke, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Who are you?" Orochimaru's grin turned sinister. "My name is Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, you must exert every effort to pass this test." With that, he ignited the scroll before them. "You must defeat my subordinates, the 3 Sound Ninja." At that moment, he appeared nonchalant. This battle had become an inevitability for them. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru extended his neck and viciously sank his teeth into Sasuke's neck. He then returned to his original position, leaving an unsettling aura in his wake. Temari, witnessing this scene, was engulfed in confusion. What on earth was that? And how could he escape beneath the tree at such a critical moment? Shunju pondered briefly. If I am not mistaken, he has poisoned him. Once bitten by this fiend, death is imminent unless a remedy is found. Orochimaru and Appo's methods were indeed outrageous, perpetually thrilling and offering no chance for reprieve. I had previously warned you. Orochimaru is not to be trifled with. Even his subordinates, the 3 Sound Ninja, pose a significant challenge. However, there is no need for concern, as I can eliminate this threat directly. With an air of confidence, I expressed my belief that this battle would signify a transformative experience for them. Nevertheless, I would strongly recommend that you all showcase your abilities to eliminate these adversaries, thereby validating your strength. Meanwhile, in the vicinity, Akamaru had been running frantically. Having sensed Orochimaru and Appo's presence, his speed intensified as he sought the source of the aura. Before long, he saw Orochimaru embedded in the trees. Upon spotting Akamaru, Orochimaru couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle. "Long time no see, Akamaru." Akamaru furrowed his brow, surprised that the figure he had only speculated about had now materialized. "You are a notorious S-rank criminal, a dangerously formidable individual. I am here, risking my life, to bring you down. Everything I've learned from you. Wasn't that how you taught me?" Orochimaru slowly shook his head. "Impossible. You must know deep down that you are no match for me. Should you truly wish to confront me, you might want to reconsider, for you are still quite inexperienced. Best to train a while longer." Chapter 36. The defeat of Akkad. A cold smile crept across Akkad and Appo's lips. "I demand that you perish here with me." Ninjutsu. Twin serpents clash. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru and Appo's sinister laughter echoed ominously. "Humph, Akkad, do you wish for death? The technique you just unleashed is merely a manifestation of my shadow clone." Akkad and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the ability he had invoked was simply a tactic against a mere doppelganger. This revelation was utterly unacceptable to him. After all, he felt he had put forth considerable effort. Orochimaru chuckled slowly. "Even if you are a special jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, you cannot rely solely on the forbidden techniques I taught you." Filled with rage, Akkad seized a kunai from his side and hurled it at Orochimaru. Yet, with effortless ease, Orochimaru blocked it with just 2 fingers. An air of calm confidence painted across his face. "That and Appo's. That's precisely why I said it was impossible." At that moment, Akkad's body became rigid, devoid of any strength. "What brings you here? Are you attempting to assassinate Lord Hokage?" Orochimaru shook his head. No. My subordinates are not yet capable of such a daunting task. I merely seek to scout for exceptional talent within this ninja village. Overall, this cannot be deemed excessive. Moreover, I have just bestowed upon him a gift akin to yours, the intrusion of my venom into his body. There is a child I hold in high regard. Through gritted teeth, Akkad retorted, you truly act with impunity. However, your actions could endanger him. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, not denying the implications. Indeed, there exists a possibility. Nevertheless, you need not worry. He might very well survive just as you did. Akkad and Appo's agitation escalated. It appears you genuinely care for that child. Orochimaru shook his head. It seems you still harbor resentment for my previous abandonment of you. However, he is undoubtedly different, so do ensure that this exam does not come to a halt. Our village has 3 candidates participating. Let us enjoy the spectacle. Should you dare impede my enjoyment, I will ensure the annihilation of the Hidden Leaf Village. With that, he seamlessly vanished into the great tree, leaving behind an air of intrigue. Meanwhile, Temari felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Shinju, given the current situation, it has become overwhelmingly one-sided, and we are far from being a match for them. Continuing like this would be a futile waste of time. And we cannot afford to squander anymore. Do you have any strategies? A flicker of concern crossed her face. As if the gravity of their predicament weighed heavily upon them, Shinju furrowed his brow. I have yet to conceive a plan. Ultimately, it all hinges on fate. If destiny favors us, then all will fall into place. Orochimaru has always approached this competition with a sense of enjoyment, driven by intent. Even if a Jonin were to appear now, it is unlikely they could defeat him, let alone us. If we possessed such strength, we would not find ourselves in this dire situation. As for Akkad, he found himself utterly at a loss, ensnared in a perilous state with obstacles surrounding him. It felt as though numerous adversaries sought to imprison him, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. If this continued, the consequences would be unthinkable, and they were ill-equipped to bear such a burden, lacking the power to act recklessly. Hence, they remained cautious, recognizing that only with sufficient prudence could they hope for any divergence in their fate. Yet, to their dismay, 2 massive tigers emerged, their predatory gazes fixed upon Akkad. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as his mental state underwent a drastic transformation. Having been poisoned, any rash actions at this moment would likely lead to failure. Did they truly wish for him to perish here? His expression contorted with deep conflict, as if he had crossed into an inescapable fate. Regardless, they had to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Only through diligence might they witness a miracle. Yet, a sense of dire foreboding hung heavily in the air, compelling them to maintain their focus. Just as despair began to take hold, he suddenly noticed that the tigers were rendered immobile. Is this a binding technique? This seems rather implausible. How could such a power exist? His face bore an expression of incredulity. As the situation unfolded before him felt utterly surreal, something they had never dared to imagine. Yet, it was now manifesting right before their eyes, lending a sense of legitimacy to their thoughts. Soon, 2 ninjas appeared on the scene. Akkad breathed a sigh of relief. Why have you all, the Umbu, arrived so slowly? Suddenly gripped by intense pain, he collapsed onto the ground. The nearby Umbu swiftly examined him, their expressions transforming into one of profound shock as they fell into a deep introspection. Your seal has been reactivated. Could it be Orochimaru? I must take you to Lord Hokage immediately. Akkad shook his head vigorously. No, I cannot go anywhere else. I must reach the tower, for everyone is waiting for us. Chapter 37. Gaara observes the battle. Gaara's face was etched with deep seriousness, fully aware of the gravity of the situation before them. They could not afford to be overly anxious about such matters. They must strive to excel in the task at hand. Only by performing at their utmost could his disposition possibly shift toward a more amicable nature. Should they fail to achieve this mindset, everything else would prove exceedingly challenging. On the other side, Gaara and Appo's gaze fell upon 3 individuals perched upon a tree. Who were these men? Why did they evoke no recollection within him? Shinju smiled knowingly. They were Gaara and Appo's subordinates, and their objective was undoubtedly Sasuke, as they had been commanded by Orochimaru to extinguish his life. In essence, Orochimaru and Appo's actions were merely a means to gauge Sasuke and Appo's strength, which, given the current circumstances, appeared quite formidable. This individual was an undeniable prodigy. Having reached such heights indicated that his power was indeed terrifying. A look of realization washed over Gaara and Appo's face. Alas, the inability to take action had rendered him increasingly tense. He felt as though his body had grown rigid. He yearned not to engage in conflict unnecessarily, as that would bring him a semblance of comfort. If he were to remain inactive indefinitely, it would undoubtedly lead to disquieting consequences. His expression bore a weight of caution, cognizant that the situation before them was indispensable. They could only seize the opportunity at hand, for doing so would usher in a period of relative tranquility. There was no need to dwell on anxieties. To do so would be wholly detrimental. Seizing the present chance was crucial. Failure to do so would result in immense trouble. This understanding was deeply ingrained in their minds. As they exuded an aura of formidable intensity, Shinju shook his head in resignation. Let us not dwell on such matters. If we continue to nitpick, it will yield no fruitful results. The priority now is to observe your performance in the field. He longed to deploy puppets, but was aware that such tactics might prove futile against an opponent of undeniable strength. They would watch intently, surely astonished by the unfolding events. Particularly curious about Sasuke and Appo's capabilities. Naruto, regardless of the time, was always inclined to act impulsively, making his behavior almost predictable. After uttering this, Hikuden and Appo's helped but chuckle lightly. An air of calm settling over him, unfazed by the situation. Had they forgotten that Naruto possessed a multitude of allies? With such a formidable assembly, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Temari nodded, an awkward expression briefly crossing her face. She suddenly realized that perhaps her earlier concerns were unwarranted, and the disparity in strength between the two sides was rather pronounced. Shinju, this time, we must prioritize our safety. Only by safeguarding ourselves can we hope to protect others, she asserted, her gaze steady, recognizing the necessity of their situation. As for the scene before them, the three members of the Sound Village stepped forward, their eyes fixed calmly on Sakura. Sakura, awaken Sasuke and present him with our challenge. If he can accept and survive, he may earn the right to continue living. Should he fail to survive, it would simply indicate his weakness. His fate would be sealed. Many facets of this scenario had become predetermined, immutable to their current desires for change. Rather than attempting to alter strategies, it would be wiser to contemplate self-preservation. Sakura furrowed her brow. I know Orochimaru is behind this, but what is your true aim? Why have you suddenly decided to target Sasuke so aggressively? Upon hearing her words, the trio from the Sound Village erupted into laughter. Forget it. These fools are no match for us. We can easily dispatch them without breaking a sweat. With that declaration, they felt an overwhelming sense of arrogance and excitement, uncertain of how to proceed since the situation seemed to favor them. However, just at this critical juncture, Lee arrived, appearing remarkably dashing, as if the unfolding events were merely a serene affair. This scenario was perceived to be quite stable. Should they fail to grasp such a situation, they would find themselves in dire straits. Sakura regarded Lee with a complex expression, steeped in confusion. Why are you intervening? It seems entirely unnecessary. If you wish to assist, you could have done so long ago without waiting until now. Chapter 38. Naruto and Appo's allies. However, it is rather perplexing how assistance has suddenly been rendered. And at such remarkable speed, this circumstance seems somewhat incongruous. After all, we occupy distinctly different positions, and should a sudden conflict arise, it would feel rather inappropriate. A hint of melancholy surfaced on my face, as if this scenario had become an inevitable notion for them. Upon hearing these words, Lee could not suppress a gentle chuckle. Our enmity is minimal, and since we are indeed friends, it would be remiss to remain indifferent despite the significance of this competition. As friends, we ought to lend our support wherever possible. Only then can we deem our actions truly justifiable. A profound tranquility enveloped me, suggesting that such occurrences are entirely reasonable, warranting no cause for concern. If one were to obsessively fret over these matters, it could culminate in considerable complications, a situation that would be rather unsuitable for us. Nevertheless, if we can seize this fortuitous opportunity, then everything will unfold with greater serenity. There should be no urgency stemming from this situation. To do so would lead to monumental troubles. Standing nearby, Shinju nodded appreciatively, unable to deny that there was something distinctly unique about this individual. It was surprising to witness that every inhabitant of the Hidden Leaf Village possesses remarkable qualities. Despite knowing the outcome, victory or defeat, this individual maintains such a commendable mindset at this critical juncture, truly exemplifying a remarkable talent. Observing this person's progress, I couldn't help but smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy within. There is no need for excessive anxiety over such matters. If one continues to dwell and worry, it will only lead to further complications. I sense my puppet becoming slightly exhilarated, almost eager to act decisively, should we choose to strike. The ensuing battle would undoubtedly be more engaging, allowing our adversaries to witness our prowess. Yet, as of now, I remain uncertain whether assistance is truly required. If help is needed, then decisive action must be taken. Conversely, if no assistance is sought, any hasty action may be perceived as unwarranted affection, leading to entirely different outcomes, a scenario I hope to avoid, as it would be quite regrettable. Shinju glanced at Shikamaru, proclaiming, "Watch closely. Sakura will soon exhibit a transformation, and the results will be entirely different. Her strength has always been considerable." Observing those around us, I sensed an air of impatience, denying any opportunity for hesitation. Gaara and Appo's face was alight with curiosity. "Shinju, who do you believe possesses greater strength?" I have long been intrigued by this question. Understanding the stronger party will alter our expectations. Shinju smiled. "Is that even a question? Clearly, Naruto is stronger, for their synergy is unparalleled, and their combined abilities are formidable." At that moment, I could feel the atmosphere shifting, each individual seemingly growing even more formidable. Yet, we could confidently compare their strengths. These opponents are indeed powerful, and given our numerical advantage, defeating them should be a straightforward endeavor. After uttering these words, I couldn't help but break into a confident smile, feeling that this battle would prove far more interesting for us. As for the three ninjas, upon witnessing this scene, their expressions darkened considerably in a blink. Their adversaries had multiplied to 9. It must be said, you are indeed exceptional, having reached such a stage. Consider yourselves fortunate. We shall retreat. They promptly chose to withdraw decisively, for any delay could lead to severe consequences. Thus, they must approach this situation with utmost seriousness, as this state of affairs is far more reasonable for them. Surrounding us was an atmosphere of tranquility, and the ambience felt intriguingly charged. In this state, our abilities could be rapidly demonstrated. Showcasing our strength would undoubtedly yield different results. After speaking, I felt compelled to laugh, sensing the confidence radiating from each individual. They seemed eager for action. Should they unleash their fervor, the outcomes would surely differ. Gaara rubbed his neck, expressing, "I am uncertain of your thoughts. Yet I suddenly feel an intense itch to test our opponents and Appo's strength. This endeavor promises to be rather intriguing." Meanwhile, within another squad, a ninja abruptly halted amidst the forest. "Hinata, I sense potential danger ahead. Could you discern the situation a kilometer or so ahead? If you can clarify the circumstances, we shall be spared from unnecessary apprehensions." Chapter 39. Confrontation with the Rain Ninja Village. At this moment, Hinata nodded earnestly, her expression reflecting a deep seriousness. Having heard the situation laid out, she felt a profound understanding settle within her. "Rest assured, I shall proceed with my trial without hesitation." With that, she summoned her power and activated her Byakugan. In an instant, she traversed through the dense underbrush and trees, directing her gaze forward, soon catching sight of Gaara and Appo's figure. Meanwhile, another ninja lay concealed atop a tree, attentively listening for a moment. It seemed to her that she discerned 6 distinct voices, though there was a possibility of misinterpretation. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face as she pondered her next course of action. Upon hearing her thoughts, Kiba could not suppress a chuckle. "Well then, since you all seem to have made your judgments, let Appo's not dally any longer. Let Appo's go and see for ourselves." The nearby ninja widened their eyes in surprise, engulfed in a profound confusion. "Kiba, what on earth are you saying? Are you not aware that your assertions are rather exaggerated? Under normal circumstances, such a scenario is implausible. Yet you speak as though it is the norm." A hint of doubt surfaced on their faces, as if recalling a troubling thought that rendered them somewhat irrational. The atmosphere was thick with unease. If they did not exercise caution, further complications were inevitable. Kiba, however, wore a calm smile. Have you forgotten? The proctor has stated that each team must secure a heaven and earth scroll. I believe you understand that he did not prohibit the acquisition of additional scrolls. If we manage to obtain more, Wooden and Appos, that lead to the elimination of other teams? Hinata, upon hearing this, was engulfed in a wave of melancholy. But we have no clear understanding of the enemy and Appos, as capabilities, and their strength could be formidable. Kiba smiled confidently. Idon and Appos, believe their strength surpasses ours. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. He then moved forward with an air of urgency, exuding an almost reckless energy. The other two felt a sense of helplessness, compelled to follow suit. Suddenly, they spotted Akamaru, Kiba and Appos' dog, trembling uncontrollably in fear. Hinata frowned. It seems Akamaru is particularly frightened, yet I cannot fathom the source of his terror. This is indeed peculiar. Under normal circumstances, such fear would be unfathomable, yet he trembles to this extent, suggesting something is amiss. Kiba gritted his teeth. Akamaru can detect the enemy and Appos' chakra and assess their strength, but I have never seen him react this way. It appears the adversaries we face are not to be trifled with, and their prowess may be considerable. Meanwhile, the three ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village wore disdainful smirks. You lot are far too arrogant. To this point, you remain utterly oblivious to your own limitations, flaunting your bravado without understanding the folly of it. In critical moments, one should showcase their true abilities. Failing to do so renders any effort moot. Their expressions bore the weight of seriousness, as if such realizations had become integral to their existence. Shinju observed the trio from the Rain Ninja Village, a cold smile gracing his lips. After having spectated for so long, he felt a growing itch to engage. Initially, he had hoped for a period of tranquility, but these brash individuals had unwittingly provided the perfect opportunity for diversion. Gaara, have you not found the recent moments rather dull? These individuals could serve as a means to stir some excitement and gauge their strengths. Shinju had not intended to intervene until the critical moment, yet their audacity compelled him to exhibit a display of strength. With an air of composure, he regarded the situation as a foregone conclusion. There was no need for excessive worry. Dwelling on such matters would yield no fruitful results. Gaara furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable challenge ahead. With arms crossed, he regarded the three before him with unwavering calm. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage. Rain Ninja Village. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kiba observed Akamaru quaking in fear, his anxiety reaching a peak. He clenched his teeth. Gaara and Appos' chakra is indeed terrifying, but Shinju and Appos' chakra seems even more formidable. He exudes the aura of a leader, which suggests his strength is beyond question, at least surpassing Gaara's. That is truly frightening. Chapter 40. Shizen's warning. Shizen furrowed her brow. Shinju, is our approach not a bit inappropriate? After all, the correct course of action should be to gather intelligence before taking any action. We have no idea what those scrolls truly are. If they are identical, there's no need for a confrontation. Wouldn't that simply waste our chakra? We must remain vigilant at all times. There's no reason to expend our efforts unnecessarily. Gaara stepped forward, his gaze suddenly icy. I do not know what you all think, but to me, anyone who comes into my line of sight must perish. Shinju's face was etched with perplexity, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. As this situation was undeniably peculiar, it was indeed his first encounter with such an odd state, which seemed to defy logic and was difficult to navigate. Look, Shizen, you see now? This fellow has always been exceedingly domineering, which is precisely why I have never enjoyed his company, he remarked, observing the Rain Ninja Village. The ninja wielding an umbrella felt an unusual surge of agitation, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to strike back, to demonstrate true strength. Initially, he had planned to wait before making a move, but the current turn of events was shockingly unexpected. Since you little brats wish to court death, I shall grant you that wish. Let me show you what absolute power is, and teach you the meaning of dominance. Die, you wretches. Upon uttering this, a terrifying aura erupted from him, an aura so formidable it was almost incomprehensible. He hurled the umbrella into the sky, where 4 umbrellas floated and swirled, leaving onlookers in awe. Ninjutsu. Thousand Needle Rain. The umbrellas in the sky began to flutter and spin, as if 1,000 needles had manifested nearby. Chinju regarded the umbrellas, a bemused smile gracing his features. He remained remarkably composed, knowing that losing his calm could lead to dire consequences. How interesting, he mused. I had thought this time would yield no opportunity, but the situation has proved otherwise. This truly resembles a multi-pronged assault. It indeed seems exceptional. Yet, he found the capability somewhat lacking. While it could work against others, it appeared insufficient against them. The man from the Rain Ninja Village sneered, his eyes cold. My jutsu has no blind spots. The 1,000 needles are under my chakra and Appo's control. They will surely strike their target. With that, he unleashed all the needles downwards with great force. Chinju stood with his arms crossed, making no move. As the needles struck the ground, they yielded no effect whatsoever. He had not even employed any puppetry. The needles had no impact on him, leaving him completely unscathed. Chinju shook his head, instantly losing interest. He had anticipated a shift in his opponent's strength, but it was evident they remained utterly inept. This fellow has never been formidable. Gaara, I leave this to you. I have no interest in such weaklings. Gaara smiled softly, though the expression carried an ominous undertone. Rain of 1,000 needles? Then let me unleash a storm of blood upon you. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Kiba and Appo's eyes widened as he sensed a tremendous chakra presence that made him uneasy. I sense a vast chakra energy, and the sand has an odd scent. This referred to the yellow sand swirling around Gaara, which had manifested in this peculiar state as he prepared to strike. It bore a strong, metallic scent of blood. Shizun shook her head in resignation. Gaara has always been exceptionally powerful, and his gourd is filled with sand. He can manipulate it to create a unique barrier, rendering your attacks utterly ineffective. If it comes to fury, you lot stand no chance against me, let alone Chinju. Upon hearing this, the man from the Rain Ninja Village felt a surge of rage, astonished that such a terrifying outcome could arise from this one-sided confrontation. It was a crushing superiority that left them feeling profoundly unsettled. Damn it, I had no intention of attacking directly, but you have forced my hand. Since it has come to this, I want to hold back. I am inherently a volatile person. Let us see if you possess the strength to withstand this. If you do, the outcome will surely differ. Chapter 41. The Death of the Rain Ninja. You truly underestimate us. With that proclamation, I immediately positioned myself at the forefront and charged ahead, eager to initiate the attack. At that moment, Gaara's demeanor shifted to a sinister grin as he slowly extended his right hand. Instantly, an abundance of sand ensnared the Rain Ninja Village, rendering them immobile, save for their faces which remained exposed. The struggle to move their entire bodies became an arduous task. Shock enveloped their expressions, plunging them into profound self-doubt. What is this? How did things suddenly turn this way? At this juncture, Gaara picked up an umbrella from the ground, his gaze markedly indifferent. I could easily extinguish your foul mouth. Yet such an act may be deemed excessively cruel. Gradually, he raised his right hand, causing the man from the Rain Ninja Village to levitate effortlessly before him. His fingers clenched tightly together. Sandstorm Funeral. Before their eyes, the sand erupted violently, swirling chaotically around them. This sand, imbued with a gruesome essence, evoked a sense of revulsion. Chinju promptly retrieved an umbrella, placing it atop his head, shielding himself from the onslaught of sand. Should such meticulous measures be taken, a prior warning would have been appreciated. After all, such volatility warrants forewarning to avoid absurdity. The feeling of being utterly overwhelmed was stifling. Jealousy clouded his expression, reminiscent of past grievances that weighed heavily on his heart. Nonetheless, rest assured, for the adversaries would not experience pain, death would come as a tranquil release. Gaara's strength ensured that his foes would not suffer. Thus, encountering him could be seen as a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, the two remaining ninjas from the Rain Village were gripped by terror, acutely aware of Gaara and Appo's overwhelming prowess. Faced with such absolute strength, they found themselves devoid of any inclination to resist. Surviving was already a fortunate outcome, let alone daring to fight back at such a critical moment. Fear consumed them as they retrieved a scroll, placing it cautiously on the ground and retreating 3 steps. This scroll is yours. It is indeed our fault. We implore you. Spare us. Gaara offered no further words, swiftly seizing both men from the Rain Ninja Village. Once more, chaos erupted. After vanquishing his opponents, Gaara turned to Chinju, offering a wry smile. Chinju, surely my actions cannot be deemed excessive, for I have exerted my utmost effort, unwilling to descend into such brutality. A deep sense of innocence washed over him, reflecting a simmering dissatisfaction with the situation. Chinju frowned, his face etched with concern, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. Earlier, they might have brushed it off, but the absurdity of the present circumstances was undeniable. Nevertheless, I'm not one to dwell on grievances. I sincerely hope for your remarkable performance. Moreover, I am not a merciful person, hence I find your methods rather commendable. I delight in witnessing the formidable strength you exhibit, a testament to your prowess. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile broke forth, his spirit lifting with joy. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, you watched in astonishment at the display of skill. We must flee. We still have ample time to escape before he discovers us. If we are found, our fate is sealed. Handing the fallen scroll to Shuju, she blinked in disbelief. It seems fortune truly favors me. My circumstances have transformed dramatically. And I never anticipated such an effect from the scroll. With this scroll in our possession, we are assured of a favorable outcome. We can head straight to the tower. Can't we? At that moment, Gaara's sinister smile reappeared. While your suggestion may indeed seem fitting, I find myself craving the thrill of the encounter. However, this time is markedly different. I have yet to experience true exhilaration. Do you truly believe you can summon me away in such a state? My temperament leans towards volatility. And in such an extreme state, I shall offer no quarter. Instead, I will unleash a frenzy of actions, fitting of my capabilities. Chapter 42. Obtaining the scroll. At this moment, a profound tranquility manifested on their faces, akin to an incantation, rendering their efforts utterly ineffective. As for Ya, he suddenly sensed an alarming stiffness enveloping his body. Had he been discovered? The strength of the opposition was startling, and the brevity of time before his detection was nothing short of terrifying. His visage was etched with shock, plunging him into an abyss of self-doubt. He found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, as it seemed that no action would yield any significant outcome. However, Chinju decisively shook his head. Enough of this, Gaara. Those individuals harbor no malicious intent, and they are already gripped by fear. Since they are frightened, why should we dwell on this issue? All we need to do is afford them ample time. He relished witnessing their cowardice. Their trepidation signified that every moment presented an opportunity for them. A serene composure graced his features, as if this occurrence had become an indispensable aspect of their reality. Seizing the opportunity before them was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Gaara then produced a lid from his pocket and placed it atop the gourd. All right, enough of your incessant chatter. I prefer decisiveness, something you all sorely lack. But I suppose there is no alternative, as this situation is yours to handle. I shall trust you this once. He could not help but express his dissatisfaction, pouting in discontent. To him, the lives of these individuals were inconsequential, and he had no inclination to concern himself with their fates. Beside him, Shoju exhaled in relief, grateful that the tension had not escalated. At that moment, Yo and Appo's face was marred by a dark frown. What is this? So that is how it is. Had I known earlier, Akamaru, why didn't Appo's do you inform me sooner? If you had, I would have refrained from acting hastily, resulting in this predicament. Hinata chuckled softly. Is Akamaru all right? He seems rather frightened, but has he said anything? Ya nodded. He mentioned that the group from the Rain Village would be slaughtered, which is why he expressed such concern. They had now entered a small room, only to be met by Gaara and Chinju, which sent chills down their spines and caused beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads. They were well aware that this encounter posed significant challenges, and one misstep could lead to peril. In summary, despite their ignorance of the identity of the Sand Ninja Village's small fry, it was evident from appearances alone that this individual exuded an aura of danger. Fear enveloped them, as thoughts of past encounters flooded their minds. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Akane was startled by a sudden video feed that revealed a peculiar scene. Look at the timestamp. This examination commenced an hour and 37 minutes ago. At the base of the tower, the trio from the Sand Ninja Village had already surpassed the exam. Upon hearing this, Akane felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, scarcely believing her ears. How could such an anomalous state arise in such a short span? This was undeniably an ill omen. In a mere 97 minutes, An unprecedented event had transpired, as they had shattered the previous record of 4 hours. Furthermore, the distance from the examination entrance to the tower was approximately 10 kilometers. Fraught with treacherous terrain, wild beasts, and venomous creatures. Astonishingly, throughout their journey, nothing had impeded them, especially the unremarkable Chinju. From the footage alone, it was evident that he harbored an immense reservoir of chakra within. Strangely, it seemed that the brown-haired boy had taken charge, while the others refrained from direct confrontation. They appeared to have noticed the presence of the cameras, a rather absurd notion. Particularly remarkable was the boy's condition. He bore no injuries and arrived at the location unscathed. His garments immaculate. The others present were gripped by fear at this revelation, spiraling into profound self-doubt. They had never anticipated witnessing such a dramatic sequence of events, nor the terrifying implications of their reality, which had now manifested before their very eyes. This was undeniably extraordinary and served as an indirect testament to their escalating prowess. Such occurrences seemed entirely reasonable, indicating that their abilities had surged to unprecedented levels in a remarkably short period. Chapter 43. Hongdo discovers Chinju upon arriving here. A sense of reason immediately washed over me, alleviating any concerns I might have had regarding the situation. A nearby Chunin, upon hearing my words, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face a canvas of profound shock. The absurdity of it all was becoming increasingly palpable, bordering on the incomprehensible. I had never anticipated that such a terrifying scenario could unfold, leaving even them awestruck. After all, even we Chunins had no means to emerge unscathed from such circumstances. I firmly believed that this was undeniably linked to the prowess of these individuals, and it had been quite some time since we encountered such formidable beings. Hongdo nodded gently. While this was indeed the case, I could not help but find his gaze exceedingly irksome. It elicited a deep-seated aversion within us. At that moment, his face bore an unsettling calmness, as if this situation had become an inevitable state of affairs for them, impossible to escape. Nevertheless, I felt it prudent to exercise caution around Chinju, for he was a true powerhouse, possessing remarkable abilities that set him apart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke was quietly grilling fish. 3 days had passed since the examination began, and only a few hours remained until its conclusion. Sakura nodded in agreement. If this continued, it was plausible that many teams had already qualified. Sasuke glanced at the scroll in his hand, his expression darkening considerably. If this persisted, they might soon face complete disqualification. The consequences of such a fate were unfathomable, especially given the time that had already elapsed. At that moment, within a nearby group, a man curiously examined his own scroll. These scrolls seem exceedingly peculiar. Under normal circumstances, they should not appear this way. What has caused this transformation? His face was etched with astonishment, as if recalling something that, to them, seemed entirely reasonable. Another ninja nearby also felt a surge of curiosity. What is the matter with you? Why the sudden interest in this matter? Are you attempting to sneak a peek at the scroll? The man smiled mysteriously, refraining from a direct answer. Yet it was clear that this matter was taken quite seriously by them. Meanwhile, Sakura, savoring her meal, wore an expression of deep melancholy. If my assumptions were correct, the heavenly scroll we sought had likely vanished. The examination period was limited to 5 days, and with 4 days already elapsed, we had utilized the majority of our time. Thus, at most, only 3 teams could pass, and Orochimaru had already incinerated the scrolls in our possession, leading to grave repercussions. Furthermore, it was impossible to ascertain the other scrolls, which were apparently of little worth, rendering our situation exceedingly dire. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded in understanding. It seems I have grasped the situation. We must increase our distance and hasten our progress toward the finish line. Our next adversary represents our final opportunity. I will seek out some refreshments. Feeling fatigued, he stood and exited. Naruto, unable to contain himself, blinked and a faint smile crept across his lips. I actually prepared a multitude of fake scrolls for this journey, and they might prove to be quite useful. With a little ingenuity, we can replicate the heavenly scroll perfectly. Upon hearing this, Sakura's expression darkened considerably. Ugh, you have no idea what the contents truly are, so your plan is utterly redundant. I expected you might devise a brilliant strategy, yet it turns out to be nothing but a poor idea. Meanwhile, Temari regarded Chinju with a hint of curiosity. Shinju, what do you think of Naruto and Sasuke? What form do you believe they will take next? Their strength should be formidable. I had always sensed their capabilities to be quite impressive. Knowing this, they must showcase their abilities to demonstrate what true strength entails. Her face bore an air of calm, as if this situation had long become a matter of course for them. Shinju smiled. If it comes to Naruto and Sasuke, their chances of success are quite substantial. As for the others, the outcome remains uncertain. This undoubtedly serves a significant purpose, capturing attention effectively. However, if these two cannot even overcome this hurdle, I must admit I am increasingly doubtful of their abilities. Nevertheless, I believe they would manage without substantial issues. My concern lay in the possibility of them breaching the rules. Gaara cast a dispassionate glance at Shinju. I fail to comprehend why you remain concerned about Naruto. In my eyes, he is nothing more than a living waste, lacking any real strength. I could easily crush him with a single hand, yet you appear so troubled. Chapter 44. Peeking at the scroll, Shinju wore a broad smile as he gazed at Gaara. A touch of confidence is undoubtedly a virtue. However, excessive self-assurance can swiftly devolve into arrogance. Once a person becomes overwhelmingly arrogant, they may encounter significant issues, and at that juncture, they may not even comprehend how they met their demise. Naruto, that fellow, is inherently fearless. No matter how formidable the adversary, he boldly engages in battle. This alone signifies that he is destined to evolve into a formidable warrior. Acknowledging that the opponent is indeed a strong one, it is imperative to afford him the respect he deserves at critical moments. Temari nodded in agreement. Naruto may appear somewhat foolish at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern that his strength is formidable. Particularly, his body harbors a tailed beast. If fully unleashed, the outcome would be utterly transformed. Meanwhile, on the other side, a ninja was slowly unrolling a scroll, intent on scrutinizing it meticulously, for only through such diligence could he ascertain the true nature of its contents. The desire to discreetly glimpse the scroll was strong. A mere glance would suffice to reveal its secrets. At the same time, Naruto too yearned to sneak a look at the scroll. The two ninjas, devoid of any hesitation, unfurled the scroll, only to be met with a surge of terrifying energy that caused them to collapse instantly. Their teammate, who had been gathering food, rushed back upon hearing the anguished cry. What transpired? Why did you suddenly faint? Respond quickly. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no response, leaving him utterly perplexed. As for Naruto, he cautiously opened a corner of the scroll, feeling a mix of trepidation and uncertainty about whether he should proceed. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a bespectacled ninja appeared nearby, swiftly intercepting him. It would be best not to open it. Sasuke immediately sensed something amiss and rushed forward, convinced that they were facing an enemy. However, upon approaching, he realized that the bespectacled man posed no threat. Once fully grasping the situation, Sasuke glared at Naruto with palpable anger. Honestly, you two are beyond redemption. The bespectacled man nodded in agreement. What you just did was exceedingly perilous. Anyone who violates the rules of the exam will be compelled to withdraw. In the previous examination, those who opened the scroll midway were immediately ensnared by a preset hypnotic trap, forced to remain in the forest until the examination concluded. A look of realization dawned on Sasuke and Appo's face, and he regarded the bespectacled man with an odd expression. I was curious about your identity, but now it seems I remember. Your name is Kabuto. What brings you to wander here alone? Kabuto chuckled lightly. I am not here for the scroll you possess, so there is no need for such wariness. Sasuke nodded, his eyes keenly observant. I am well aware that if you sought the scroll, you would have simply taken it from Naruto earlier. You are likely after the Heaven Scroll. Upon hearing this, Kabuto couldn't help but smile as he produced two scrolls from his cloak. What has transpired nearby is of no concern to me. I merely happened upon it. I have already gathered the scrolls I need and am on my way to rendezvous with my companions. After uttering this, he casually placed the two scrolls behind him. With that said, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Sasuke shouted, Hold on. Let us settle this. Kabuto smiled. Are you serious? Sasuke affirmed, We are running out of time. Naruto, standing by, widened his eyes. Sasuke, didn't Appo's, did the proctor just save us? Have you forgotten so quickly? Sakura offered an awkward smile. I too feel that such an approach may not be advisable. Kabuto and Appo's face bore a relaxed expression. To be frank, I sense you are being disingenuous. If you truly understood the rigor of this examination, why would you challenge me? You could simply ambush me when I least expect it. That would be the true essence of a ninja, and I wouldn't mind your lack of honesty. I merely wish to know the path you intend to take. The scent of the fish you are roasting has wafted far. If you linger here, you may attract beasts or enemies. In an instant, a ninja in the woods felt a jolt of shock and, without hesitation, darted away. As the group hurried forward, Sasuke remained curious. Could there truly be other enemies around? Kabuto nodded, and several individuals hastened ahead. Each of us is aiming for the tower at the center of the forest. This indicates that on the final day of the exam, the scrolls will likely converge near the tower. Many will undoubtedly set traps in the vicinity, meaning numerous enemies are already lurking there. At the foot of the tower, Shinju stifled a yawn, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom. Alas, I cannot fathom when those individuals will arrive. My curiosity grows ever stronger. I eagerly await their arrival. Chapter 45. The transformation of Gaara. After all, if one were to remain completely absent for an extended period, I would be left pondering when I might encounter a truly engaging battle. Upon hearing this sentiment, Gaara and Appo's face instantly reflected a dawning realization. It was astonishing to discover that he had been waiting for that individual. However, I sensed no real necessity for such anticipation, after all. Waiting for that person would yield no significant results, given his unwaveringly rigid demeanor. Silently awaiting the arrival of such a character would ultimately amount to a deliberate waste of time we simply cannot afford to squander. A profound calmness enveloped my expression, as if recalling such matters could evoke a profound sense of serenity. Every time I reflected on such occurrences, I found them particularly intriguing, devoid of any need for meticulous calculations or concerns. Shinju smiled softly. Those individuals truly possess a certain charm. I particularly relish witnessing their battles. As for us, it is imperative that we refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary, for exerting ourselves without purpose holds no significance. We must conserve our strength for the inevitable confrontation with Orochimaru. Gaara appeared momentarily taken aback. He had lost count of how many times he had heard the name Orochimaru uttered by the other. Was this Orochimaru truly as formidable as portrayed? This notion filled him with confusion, for in his eyes, no matter who the opponent was, they had always seemed inconsequential. If they were indeed insignificant, why bother with such meticulous considerations? Merely a mere Orochimaru, whom I could effortlessly crush with little more than a flick of my wrist, provided it aligned with my mood. Should my disposition be favorable, I might even allow him to suffer less. A profound tranquility graced my features, as if such considerations were of utmost importance to them. I had no intention of easily letting the opponent slip away. Doing so would ultimately seem devoid of purpose. Thus, after contemplating this matter, I felt a sudden jolt of realization, understanding that the situation at hand was indeed strikingly significant to them. As long as events unfolded as anticipated, problems would likely be non-existent. Moreover, the circumstances would become increasingly favorable, leading to increasingly remarkable outcomes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke and his companions finally approached the tower. Their hearts brimmed with understanding. This was a pivotal moment. Naruto, in particular, felt an overwhelming sense of shock, sensing that the situation was dire. Instinctively, he hurled a kunai, which, in a fleeting moment, struck a colossal centipede. At that instant, Kabuto cast a resigned glance at Naruto, urging caution against thoughtless actions or unnecessary sounds. Any loud noise in the forest would serve as a beacon to the enemy, alerting them to their presence, which would surely invite a tumultuous reception. Naruto, unable to restrain himself, pouted, uncertain of how to proceed. Was this truly the case? He hadn't anticipated that he would inadvertently create such a significant problem, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Meanwhile, Kabuto employed a stealth technique, advancing rapidly, while Sasuke submerged beneath the water, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Each individual present exhibited no hesitation, fully aware that this situation could not be taken lightly. Not long after, they reached a location ahead that revealed a trap. The sensation was ominous, and Naruto inadvertently triggered the trap. In an instant, Kabuto utilized a substitution technique to shield Naruto from the ensuing attacks. This scenario had long been anticipated, and they understood that escape was an impossibility, regardless of the circumstances. They were acutely aware that traps were becoming increasingly prevalent. Having traversed a considerable distance, they found themselves no closer to their destination. Naruto, exasperated, could not help but pout. What was happening? They had traveled for quite a while yet remained distant from the tower. Something felt terribly amiss. Kabuto furrowed his brow, noting that they had indeed attracted significant attention. Look closely, he urged, pointing to a tree where the previously slain centipede lay. Everything had been orchestrated, ensnaring them in an illusion. The enemy intended to deplete their stamina, waiting until they were utterly exhausted before striking. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the situation had become increasingly serious. Just as Kabuto finished speaking, more and more ninjas appeared in the trees, their numbers far exceeding 3. In the distance, Temari observed Shinju with curiosity. Shinju, are you not planning to lend a hand? If you remain silent during such a critical moment, opportunities will swiftly dwindle. You must realize how vital this situation is for us. Upon hearing this, Shinju's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he nodded, having gained a preliminary understanding of the gravity of their predicament. Chapter 46, Procrastination and Retreat. It seems that, under normal circumstances, this indeed holds true. However, what unforeseen events may transpire next remains to be seen. The dangers they may encounter in the future hinge entirely upon their own responses. Moreover, new allies have already joined their ranks, Kanjiro, who astonishingly possesses the ability to locate them with remarkable fervor. One cannot help but commend such a striking talent. A faint smile graced his features, as the thought of this brought him a sense of joy. He relished this feeling, which enabled them to maximize their potential without the burden of worry. At present, Gaara cast a cold glance at the others, silently hoping Kanjiro would not unwittingly hinder their progress. Should he prove to be a liability at this critical moment, Gaara would not hesitate to show his displeasure, for he too had a volatile temperament and would not afford him any leniency. Anger welled up within him, as the mere thought of such a scenario felt dire. He regarded the situation with utmost seriousness, refusing to act recklessly during such a pivotal time. Ultimately, excessive words would yield no solutions, only exacerbating their frustration. If he were to impede their progress, Gaara would not shy away from taking drastic measures. Shinju stood nearby, shaking his head in resignation. After all, such ruthlessness was disconcerting, particularly when one considered the notion of harming a brother. Kanjiro, on the other hand, wore an expression of exasperation, realizing the absurdity of their predicament. They never anticipated that their circumstances would devolve into such chaos, and it left them with a sense of misunderstanding. Seizing the opportunity before them was crucial for showcasing their prowess. Otherwise, their efforts would be rendered futile. This is precisely why I harbor a disdain for children. My younger brother dares to speak to me in such a manner. How could I possibly not resent children? His face was a canvas of rage, as the thought alone soured his mood. It was as though his mindset had undergone a profound transformation, leaving him feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Yet, he never expected that this critical juncture would lead to such a significant dilemma. Shinju chuckled softly. These individuals were inherently insignificant, since they bore no substantial meaning. It was best to observe them with indifference. Meanwhile, countless ninjas surrounded the 4 of them, emerging from the trees, a sight that was nothing short of astonishing. Naruto's eyes sparkled with confidence. I revel in this state, and these obstacles arrive at the perfect moment. Only in this manner can the true strength of each adversary be discerned. He wore a broad smile, reveling in the prospect of combat, for in this state, he felt invincible, untroubled by any concerns. As for now, Do and Appo's eyes widened in shock. The number of foes was considerable, and they were mere clones. Without hesitation, Naruto charged at an enemy, launching an attack that swiftly succeeded. Sakura and Appo's face lit up with joy. This is nothing. Well done, Naruto. Just as those words escaped her lips, she realized the attack had merely passed through the target like water, causing the enemy to lose control and collapse, with the clones rapidly multiplying. Sasuke's eyes narrowed with determination. This time, I must see through your deception, Sharingan. He immediately retaliated with an overwhelming force. The ninja, without a moment's pause, launched their own assault. Yet, Sasuke found himself unable to evade. Do struck first, inflicting a minor injury upon him. Do furrowed his brow, examining the dagger with astonishment. This cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly tangible. At this moment, Sasuke was bewildered. He had believed he could respond in time and mount a defense, yet the reality was starkly different, leaving him in confusion. Under normal circumstances, this should not be the case. Yet here he was, confronted with an abnormality that defied explanation. His mind was filled with shock, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, the myriad of ninjas frantically shouted, "Hand over the scroll." Naruto, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, struggled to comprehend the situation. What on earth is happening? These individuals should have vanished upon being attacked, yet they remained steadfast. Could it be that this truly is an illusion? His face bore the marks of shock, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Chapter 47. Resolving troubles under ordinary circumstances. Such a situation should not occur, however. It has manifested in this manner. Shoju, too, is enveloped in confusion, casting a curious gaze towards Shinju. Shinju, what exactly is happening? In a typical scenario, one would attribute this phenomenon to an illusion, but the current circumstances suggest otherwise, rendering it all quite peculiar. Their faces reflect profound astonishment as they realize that the events unfolding before them are of utmost significance. Shinju smiled. Ultimately, it all hinges on the individuals involved. If I were to summon Gaara, he would effortlessly resolve all these nuisances before us, regardless of who or what they are, as long as one is willing to act. They can easily eliminate the opposition. His sand can effortlessly dispel the illusions before us. Once we eradicate the phantoms, the rest will be manageable, thereby solidifying our position. At this moment, they appear remarkably composed, as if the unfolding events have become an indispensable aspect of their existence. The crux lies in seizing the opportunity once it arises. All concerns dissipate, and there is no need for excessive worry. If one were to remain in a state of relentless solitude, the consequences would undoubtedly be harsh, leading to a dismal mood and an utter lack of joy. Upon hearing this, Gaara scoffed disdainfully, his demeanor remaining notably calm, as if they had no desire for superfluous dialogue at this juncture. These foes are insignificant. Having acknowledged their triviality, what is there left to say? Speaking further would only serve to irritate him, amounting to a waste of breath. Yet, the enemy is undoubtedly concealed within the shadows, and whether they can be located now rests solely on their own efforts. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions are engulfed in agitation, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. They are oblivious to their adversaries' precise locations, which exacerbates their irritation. In a similar vein, Kabuto feels a profound sense of helplessness. The only recourse we have is to evade their attacks. Each individual quickly regains a semblance of calm, dismissing excessive worry at this critical juncture. Suddenly, three ninjas swiftly launch shurikens. Naruto, feeling a surge of frustration, is reluctant to endure such a constrained battle. Upon sensing this, Kabuto furrows his brow. Naruto, I advise against taking hasty actions. Even if you do, you will not be able to overpower them. Naruto and Appo's agitation intensifies. Fear not. We can locate their hiding spots before they strike. In a flash, he activates the shadow clone technique, summoning numerous copies of himself to the scene, each appearing abundant. The clones charge forth, embodying a fierce determination, only to be met with a wall of water that dissipates them upon contact. The others, feeling utterly powerless, recognize the necessity of uniting their efforts. Abandoning their comrades at such a critical moment is simply unthinkable. Before long, exhaustion overtakes them, their stamina nearly depleted, which visibly alters their demeanor. Gaara stands at a distance, calmly observing the sky. The day has dawned, and their adversaries have exhausted their strength. With this knowledge, it becomes evident that a reprieve is imminent. His expression settles into a serene composure as he senses an opportunity at hand. The air of tranquility envelopes them, suggesting that they need not harbor any anxiety over the unfolding events. It appears that Naruto and his companions have reached their limits. Any further advancement seems utterly implausible, confirming that the situation has stabilized. With an air of ease, Gaara feels a sense of contentment at the unfolding events. Upon hearing the earlier remarks, Shinju cannot help but chuckle softly, realizing he must alter the other and Appo's perceptions. Your perspective is commendable, and such thoughts are quite normal. However, you underestimate the complexities of the situation. Under typical circumstances, one would not reach such a state. If it were anyone else, they would have long since run out of energy, and in such a condition, defeat would be inevitable. Yet, you are misjudging Naruto. Soon, you will witness his true strength. Solidifying the current state of affairs, his expression remains relaxed, as if these events pose no cause for concern. Chapter 48. Procrastination. Gaara cast a calm glance at Shinju. All right, let us observe this Naruto and see what extraordinary feats he will display. I refuse to believe that his performance is truly as formidable as they say. After all, these individuals are merely inconsequential beings. If it takes them such an extended period to deal with such trivialities, how strong could they possibly be? Shinju smiled lightly. There is no question of strength, simply watch closely, and you will come to understand. The key is to observe multiple times. Once you have done so, you will inevitably feel a profound astonishment. At present, the scene revealed countless ninja clones that had vanished, leaving only 3 genuine ninjas remaining. You lot seem to lack any substantial stamina. Since you are so depleted, there is no need for us to prolong this any further. You were the one who struck my left arm earlier, Arin and Appos. To you? At last, I have found you. How fortunate it is that I can finally exact my revenge, he said, a sinister smile creeping across his face, as though the mere thought of such a thing brought him immense delight. With a kunai gripped tightly in his right hand, he appeared exceedingly agitated. However, at that critical moment, Naruto could not help but chuckle. This is akin to catching a turtle in a jar. Quite a smooth operation, ISN and AMP. Appos, T at Naruto. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them, and the 3 turned incredulously to see Sakura, Sasuke, and Kabuto standing unscathed behind them. This unexpected sight left them utterly stunned, rendering them momentarily confused. It was something they had never dared to believe possible, yet here they were, facing such a terrifying reality. The expressions on the ninjas and Appos' faces instantly reflected their shock. What on earth is happening? How could you suddenly transform like this? And when did it occur? Naruto smirked disdainfully. Fools, you have finally revealed your true colors, haven't you? You wretched beings. Then, they witnessed the exhausted Sasuke and the others transform entirely into Naruto and Appos as clones. The shadow clone technique was merely a means to an end. Everything was orchestrated so that I alone could assume all roles. Sasuke stood confidently in the back, a smile gracing his lips, just as Naruto dispelled the shadow clones. We 3 took the opportunity to hide. You illusionists were deceived by us. Do you not feel that is rather humiliating? Naruto prepared to step forward to thoroughly eliminate the adversaries before them. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Naruto, you and AMP. Appos, VE already expended considerable chakra. You should refrain from further involvement. Leave these foes to us. Naruto did not engage in idle chatter. Instead, he charged ahead and delivered a powerful blow that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. A charming confidence flickered at the corners of his mouth. Do you really think I would allow you to seize this opportunity? His breath came in heavy gasps, as the recent attack had left him feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed Naruto with an unusually serious expression. Could this truly be Naruto? It was astounding how much he had progressed without anyone realizing. Gaara could not help but widen his eyes in shock. This individual was indeed formidable. He had not anticipated reaching such a level of capability, and his chakra was astonishingly potent. After employing so many shadow clones and having 3 individuals instantly become his allies, he had expended considerable energy yet could still move. Moreover, this was already the 5th day. If this young man mastered his chakra's application, he would be incredibly impressive. Chunju smiled softly, particularly pleased to see the astonishment on their faces. After all, this performance mirrored previous displays. To achieve such a level of skill brought him immense satisfaction, easing his heart. Gaara, you have always been so defiant. Surely you must concede now. I am not one to deceive you, and I believe you understand this implicitly. Thus, it is imperative to seize this favorable opportunity. His expression radiated calmness, as if this situation was entirely within their grasp. There was no need for excessive anxiety, as long as they focused on executing the tasks at hand. Everything else was merely a minor detail. Gaara could not suppress the inclination to bow his head. This is merely a stroke of luck for him. If it were not for his fortunate circumstances, how could he have reached such a stage? His demeanor appeared relaxed, as if everything before them was gradually becoming an indispensable reality. Nearby, Temari covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Haha, Gaara, are you not aware? You are particularly endearing when you attempt to lie. From the very beginning, you have never been adept at deception. Whenever you try, it is evident to everyone. In this situation, I recognized immediately that you were being dishonest. You clearly admire him, yet you still manage to utter such arrogant words. I must say, your behavior is quite peculiar. A hint of calmness graced her features, as though she had thoroughly comprehended the situation. There was no need for anxiety, otherwise the problems would only exacerbate. Shinju chuckled. If Gaara were not arrogant, he would no longer be Gaara. Thus, his actions only serve to affirm his true nature. Chapter 49. The powerful shadow clone. Upon uttering these words, he immediately stood beside, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his gaze reflecting an unusual tranquility. There was no time to linger in anxiety over such matters. To do so incessantly would ultimately yield detrimental effects upon oneself. For now, it was prudent to observe the present circumstances, as I believed our forthcoming actions would become increasingly remarkable. The current situation had transformed entirely. At that moment, the three ninjas swiftly crossed their hands together. Do not assume that this indicates an absence of opportunity. This time, it is our turn to demonstrate our ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, water clone technique. As the declaration was made, countless ninjas emerged in an instant. Naruto widened his eyes. Shadow clones? Sasuke decisively shook his head. No. This is merely the clone technique, yet they must have some ulterior motive. Everyone must exercise caution. After all, this opponent has always been formidable. Naruto suddenly broke into a chilling grin. If it is merely shadow clones, then it signifies that there is only one real body. I shall attack the real body directly this time. As Naruto and Appo's words fell, he charged forward once more. However, Sasuke, on the verge of activating his Sharingan, was suddenly overcome with a profound sense of dread. From the onset, every time I activate my Sharingan, a painful sensation grips my neck. Could it be due to my excessive chakra usage? Naruto relentlessly attacked, yet found that no matter how fervently he struck, all he encountered were clones. He was unable to land a blow on the opponent. Sasuke concentrated his remaining chakra in his right hand. This is my final chakra. Sharingan. He scrutinized the scene carefully. Yet at that moment, he failed to notice the searing pain emanating from his neck, a clear sign that the virus had fully manifested. Naruto and Appo's attention was swiftly diverted, and the hidden ninja seized this opportunity, launching a decisive strike. Do sensed an ominous aura and hurried towards Naruto, shielding him from a fatal blow. As Naruto beheld the wounds on Do and Appo's arm, his expression darkened. He realized that all of this was a consequence of his actions, igniting a surge of anger within him. His hands clenched tightly, ready to charge forth. Yet at that instant, Sasuke shook his head, his demeanor turning grave. Naruto, there is no point in wasting effort here. The opponent is clearly not among these clones, so cease your attacks. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a wave of urgency. His intentions were straightforward. He simply wished to eliminate the adversary. Then tell me, from where is the opponent launching their attacks? To this point, we remain utterly oblivious to their strategy, which is utterly absurd. Moreover, if they are merely clones, they should not be capable of mounting an offensive. Sasuke shook his head. This is part of their strategy. Suddenly, one ninja surged forward, launching an aggressive assault, appearing exceedingly volatile. Sasuke comprehended the situation immediately. Now I understand. These individuals wield the Earth-style technique, using shadows to initiate attacks, while simultaneously employing Earth-style to strike from below. A profound shock washed over him as he grasped how the opponent executed their maneuvers, an astonishing realization given the difficulty of achieving such a feat under normal circumstances. At that moment, Do suffered a devastating blow, appearing utterly wretched. Naruto reacted instantly, decisively attacking and bringing the opponent to the ground. How could there be an opening? His expression radiated excitement, for they had finally overcome the challenge before them. This accomplishment lifted their spirits as they relished in this state of triumph. Naruto meticulously searched the fallen ninja and Appo's body, discovering that this was indeed the Book of Heaven. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Appo's gaze remained fixed on Do, sensing something amiss. He could not shake the feeling that Do harbored hidden issues, for such a state was inexplicable otherwise. At this juncture, Gaara's expression reflected a complex mixture of emotions. Naruto is indeed extraordinary. I confess I underestimated him. Shinju, how can this individual possess boundless stamina, which appears to transcend mere physical endurance? His resilience is remarkable, a quality that others cannot comprehend, creating an undeniable sense of awe. Their faces bore expressions of profound astonishment, as this realization plunged them into deep self-reflection. Such extraordinary capabilities were unfathomable, rendering their current predicament seemingly insurmountable and exacerbating any existing miscalculations. This, without a doubt, bodes ill, prompting them to resolve to exert their utmost efforts moving forward. Do inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely firm, understanding that the situation at hand was indeed extraordinary. Henceforth, regardless of what transpired, they would strive to fulfill their responsibilities to the best of their abilities. Chapter 50. The Significance of Existence. Chun-Ju smiled gently. It suffices to believe in them unconditionally. They will undoubtedly surprise you and typically do not disappoint. At least, judging from the current circumstances. As long as we refrain from seeking trouble, we should coexist without conflict. Thus, overall, our relationship can be deemed relatively peaceful. In the foreseeable future, we are unlikely to encounter many troublesome events, as the present situation appears to be firmly established. Continuing in this manner would render our existence utterly meaningless. After expressing this sentiment, he could not help but chuckle, for the greatest fear he harbored was the possibility of conflict between the two parties. Should such a scenario unfold, it would inevitably lead to a fruitless resolution. A struggle devoid of outcomes, even if fought with fervor, holds no significance and merely invites further complications. Such troublesome events are inherently unfavorable for them, which is why they would exert considerable effort to address the current situation, striving for excellence. Only in this manner could they hope to find clarity. Otherwise, encountering pressure would render all efforts futile. This characteristic was thoroughly understood within their hearts, leading to an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The present circumstances were so exhausting that they felt it was inherently precarious. Shinju smiled again. Well, these fellows have already reached the base of the tower. Their arrival signifies their safety. We need not worry about their issues. Our primary concern should be our own well-being. If this continues, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Numerous troubles lay ahead, and it was imperative to resolve them swiftly. A serious demeanor enveloped him as he contemplated the extraordinary circumstances, feeling that the current state was indeed perplexing. The abrupt occurrence of such events left them feeling disconcerted. However, if they could thoroughly address the immediate issues, the rest would be mere trifles. Shoju nodded, yet I believe Do poses the greatest threat. He seems to embody the ultimate boss and is certainly not a benevolent figure, so this trouble is bound to be significant. Upon reaching the base of the tower, the eyes of everyone present took on a peculiar expression. It was evident that this situation was markedly different from previous encounters, and the current formation was crucial for them. Only by seizing this opportunity could they expect a semblance of peace. Otherwise, a cascade of troubles was inevitable. Such hasty troubles were undeniably ominous for them. As they reached the juncture of separation, it became clear that prolonged participation would only invite complications and render their situation irrational. Thus, they resolved to exercise caution, as this state of affairs would be more amicable for them. Now mingling with two others, the atmosphere appeared relatively pleasant, devoid of significant conflicts, and instead radiated a friendly ambience. Witnessing this state left them feeling rather strange. At that moment, his teammate could not suppress an odd chuckle, his gaze exuding a profound tranquility, as if he were an outsider, a giant indifferent to the affairs within. What would transpire next held no bearing on him. So, Do, after your prolonged absence, did you glean any insights? If not, wouldn't your journey be in vain? Do smiled confidently. Since I was sent on this errand, it's impossible that I returned empty-handed. I assure you, the rewards are abundant, and you will be astounded by what I have gathered, especially regarding the second phase. I have meticulously documented the opponent and Oppo's information, which is precisely what you seek. Upon finishing his statement, he promptly handed over a ninja card, appearing particularly respectful at that moment. The man before him responded with a mysterious smile. In truth, I have no desire to pry further. I merely wish to hear your perspective. The insights of a spy from your clan. Indo's eyes flickered a hint of peculiarity, as he reflected on how a seemingly normal situation had transformed into something rather complicated. Do chuckled. You seem quite invested in him, Lord Orochimaru. Your concern is rather surprising, as I have never witnessed you exhibit such interest in anyone, which piques my curiosity. Lord Orochimaru, as you mentioned, this person is indeed formidable and possesses considerable abilities. Thus, it is only natural that he commands a sense of respect. His expression bore an earnest intensity, as if this matter had become an indispensable part of their existence. Chapter 51. The appearance of a traitor. The foremost priority is to resolve the current predicament. Only then can we deem the situation somewhat reasonable. Failing to address this matter could inevitably lead to significant complications down the line. Moreover, I believe there is no necessity for such urgency, as the authority to make decisions lies entirely within your hands. In an instant, Orochimaru transformed into a wisp of mist and vanished without a trace. I have always held a profound admiration for your intelligence. It brings me great comfort to witness such brilliance. I must say, this endeavor has indeed demanded much from you. Having had to undertake numerous trips, his expression radiated joy, reveling in the cleverness exhibited by his companion, a rare quality that filled him with immense satisfaction and a preference for such independence. This state of affairs has always been advantageous for them, devoid of any drawbacks. Thus there is no need to appear overly anxious regarding these matters. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others had entered the room, observing their surroundings with a sense of unease. The environment within was distinctly peculiar, evoking an unsettling discomfort. Naruto could not help but blink in astonishment. There was no one here. What could possibly be happening? And what were they supposed to do next? Sakura quickly pointed towards a sign ahead, her face displaying a hint of strangeness. Look over there. Isn't there a sign? She exclaimed, which bore the word and amp, Appos, water and amp, Appos, alongside some related information. A spark of curiosity flickered in her eyes as she pondered what kind of information might be recorded there and whether it would be of any use to them, instilling a deep sense of intrigue within their minds. As they scrutinized the string of characters on the sign, confusion washed over them. They struggled to decipher its meaning, noticing many unfamiliar terms that only deepened their curiosity. Surely, if they merely adjusted their approach, they could avoid the awkward predicament they now faced. Yet the current state left them feeling quite embarrassed. Sakura slowly remarked, I believe I recognize these characters. It states that if there is no heaven, knowledge must be acquired. If there is no earth, mechanisms must be invoked. When heaven and earth are in harmony, perilous paths will converge into the righteous way. This encapsulates what it means to be a true leader. However, she noted that something seemed to be missing. It appeared to imply a connection to construction, suggesting that they were being urged to open the scroll, which seemed to align with their assumptions. Her face bore a serious expression, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This was no trivial matter. The scroll had been previously deemed too dangerous to open except in dire circumstances. The potential consequences of doing so could lead to their complete downfall, casting them into a state of profound uncertainty. Both Sakura and Naruto held the scroll with a palpable tension, unsure of their next course of action or whether they should dare to unseal it. Their thoughts were consumed by the seriousness of the potential outcomes. Upon finally unveiling the scroll, they were enveloped in a deep confusion, unable to comprehend what they had encountered. The characters inscribed were unmistakably human, yet it was inconceivable that such a script could exist within a scroll. This left them bewildered, as if they were the subjects of an elaborate jest. They had never encountered a scroll that displayed such clear lettering, and their attempts to decipher its meaning were met with frustration, amplifying the awkward atmosphere surrounding them. Suddenly, Sasuke slapped his forehead in realization. Now I understand. No wonder everything felt off. It was because of this. If I am not mistaken, this should pertain to a possession technique. Naruto, Sakura, you both need to discard the scroll immediately. As they cast aside the scroll, a figure materialized before them, evoking a sense of shock. Was that Iruka-sensei? But why had he appeared in such a form? Even now, they struggled to comprehend the situation. Gaara glanced at Shinju. They have already proceeded inside to undergo the exam. Should we simply stand here idly? If we do not act swiftly, we risk becoming a burden. Since we cannot see what transpires inside, why not venture in and discover what makes this checkpoint special? Surely it would be more entertaining than lingering here. Chapter 52. Paralysis. Irika chuckled softly, for the circumstances this time were entirely different from before. The purpose of this second phase was for us, the Chunin, to welcome the candidates. You must be quite surprised to realize this. I am here to convey some important information to you. Finally, he pulled out a scroll and examined it closely, unable to suppress a smile. Everyone, he announced, you can now rest assured that you have successfully passed the second phase of the assessment. I originally planned to treat you all to some ramen. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, overwhelmed by the prospect of finally enjoying ramen after such a long time of hunger. Sasuke, meanwhile, let out a gentle sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Naruto truly possessed a unique energy that had remained vibrant. Irika shook his head in exasperation, reflecting on how Naruto and Appo's personality had not changed at all. At that moment, a faint smirk appeared on Sasuke and Appo's lips. We have underestimated the situation, he remarked. What would you do, Irika-sensei, if we were to open the scroll during the exam? Upon hearing this, Irika swiftly picked up the scroll from the ground. Sasuke, you remain as sharp as ever. You know that the rules of this exam are to ascertain whether you are truly executing your duties as ninjas. If a candidate were to violate the rules by opening the scroll to cheat, our orders would be to render them unconscious until the end of the examination. Sasuke let out a dissatisfied snort. Fortunately, you did not open the scroll at the critical moment. That would have been disastrous. A hint of helplessness crossed Irika and Appo's face, as such matters were indeed of utmost importance to them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gaara and his companions had opened their scrolls, and one of them had come out to greet them. Shinju shook his head in disappointment. I thought this would be a challenge, but it seems there is hardly any difficulty at all. Under normal circumstances, it felt impossible for things to reach such a terrifying level. The current situation was utterly unreasonable for them. Handy smiled. As long as we can pass the second phase, that's all that matters. I initially believed this second phase would be quite challenging, but now it appears rather manageable. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of astonishment, realizing the critical nature of their circumstances. Such matters were indeed particularly unreasonable, and they had to approach them with utmost seriousness. Chunju's expression turned grave, understanding that their current state was of paramount importance. Seizing this opportunity was essential for achieving the desired outcome. As everyone present sensed a wave of calmness, there was no need to dwell excessively on the matter. Irika turned his gaze toward Naruto, his expression suddenly becoming serious. In the upcoming period, you must exercise caution. This is crucial. And Naruto, you must be especially careful, for you may encounter some troubles ahead. This matter was of great significance, and they needed to deliver an outstanding performance. Naruto furrowed his brow, his demeanor appearing remarkably composed. Don't worry, ever since I received my forehead protector, I am no longer a student of the Ninja Academy. So rest assured, teacher, and let us not forget, this is your own esteemed validation that you entrusted to me. Although I still struggle to settle down, I am no longer just a child. I, Naruto, am a ninja now. Irika's expression turned complex, suddenly realizing that this situation had transformed completely for them. After all, the third phase seemed impossible to succeed in, and he hoped to guide Naruto accordingly. Yet he had not anticipated that Naruto would express such resolute words, stirring something within him. Previously, he had intended to ask Kakashi to forego the third phase, but he never imagined that he would soon find himself feeling somewhat left behind. Meanwhile, at another location, the third Hokage observed Hongdo with curiosity. How are you? Is the pain from your injury still severe? Hongdo shook her head. Not at all. Thanks to you, I feel much better now. Nearby, a ninja and Appo's expression grew serious, his demeanor slightly awkward. By the way, I am still very curious. Is that Orochimaru one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? I recall he is an S-rank fugitive whom even the Umbu cannot apprehend. Yet I also heard he had died. How could he appear in the village again? Hongdo recalled Orochimaru's words of admiration for Sasuke, realizing that his intentions might very well be tied to Sasuke. Chapter 53 delineates a moment where the third Hokage, just before speaking, cannot help but let out a gentle smile. Rest assured, if my intuition serves me right, this situation appears to bear a unique significance. likely pertaining to Sasuke. At that instant, a voice unexpectedly emanates from a nearby microphone, affirming that 21 candidates have successfully passed the second exam. According to the regulations of the Chunin exams, the third round, which has not been conducted in 5 years, will now take place. The second exam has conclusively concluded. The third Hokage, unable to suppress the contemplative furrow on his brow, understands the gravity of the circumstances before them, which must not be underestimated. Should they fail to recognize its importance, the ensuing repercussions could be dire. Therefore, they must adeptly seize the opportunities that arise. The third match is set to commence under normal conditions, though vigilance towards Orochimaru's movements is imperative. At this moment, Hondo nods affirmatively. Yes. All participants have gathered in the square, with the third Hokage making his presence known. Surrounding him are numerous protectors, each visibly safeguarding their charges. Shizen, gazing at the elderly figure at the center, is struck with profound awe. Is this truly the third Hokage? He appears so benevolent, instantly evoking a sense of warmth and admiration. Everyone present feels a wave of astonishment, acutely aware of the significance of the occasion. Seizing this opportunity will afford them a period of tranquility ahead. Such an opportunity is exceedingly reasonable, warranting no cause for concern. To dwell excessively in worry at this juncture would only lead to immense pressure. Shinju cannot help but smile softly, his demeanor exuding calmness. The third Hokage embodies compassion. Had he not been so, he would never have attained such esteemed stature. Thus, there exists no need for haste. Anxiety at this moment would only precipitate complications. Observe carefully, for a diligent watch will inevitably elicit a sense of trepidation. Nonetheless, the importance of the third exam is undeniable, and it swiftly transforms into a wholly different affair. A smile escapes him, as recalling this situation brings him immense joy. Hondo stands tall, proclaiming, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations for advancing to the third round. He feels a surge of astonishment as 28 candidates commence the examination, yet only 21 remain. Although it was intended to eliminate more than half. The aim is typically to retain a single-digit number of participants. This reality is indeed remarkable, filling him with a sense of wonder. Could it be that such a plethora of talent has emerged this year? Might there be unforeseen circumstances? Gaara scoffs disdainfully. It is absurd that so many have progressed. To be frank, this round seems rather tedious. Shinju chuckles. The next round will assess your true strength. At that point, you shall fully unleash your abilities. He adds, the second round was merely intended to conserve your strength. However, in the upcoming round, you need not hold back. Show them what true power is all about. Would that not be splendid? With a playful blink, he appears entirely at ease. Gaara nods in agreement, expressing his desire for genuine engagement, relishing the prospect of showcasing his authentic prowess. I thrive on overpowering my opponents, he asserts. Temari raises an eyebrow, cautioning, I advise you to exercise a modicum of caution. At this moment, Sasuke inhales deeply, surveying the assembled elite he had deemed worthy. The astonishment on his face reflects the realization of the extraordinary caliber of competitors present. The transformation in Shizen compared to before is stark, and the implications are profound. Seizing this opportunity will undoubtedly yield favorable outcomes. He perceives the atmosphere, sensing an undeniable strength among his peers, a stark contrast to the previous encounters. The transition from 26 teams to 7 is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Kiba looks down at Akamaru, who displays evident fear, an emotion not typically associated with him, a response that seems disproportionate and irrational. However, his gaze quickly shifts to Gaara and Shinju. His teeth clenched in frustration, eyes filled with a fierce anger, as if this moment were of paramount significance to him. Chapter 54. The gathering of numbers. I had long since been aware that these individuals belonged to an entirely different caliber. The shinobi of the Sand Village were truly formidable, possessing an astonishingly potent strength. As for Naruto, he instantly broke into an exuberant smile, exclaiming, wow, it seems all the masters from our Leaf Village have gathered here. Just look, even the old man has come. The venerable elder of the Leaf Village, who is typically elusive, had made an appearance, signaling that this occasion was indeed extraordinary. His face radiated with fervent excitement, as the thought of such an event filled him with immense joy. This sensation was one he cherished, and in such moments, any misunderstandings that might arise seemed inconsequential. There was no need to harbor concerns over these matters. Incessant worry would yield no benefit. Seizing the present opportunity would ensure that the subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Meanwhile, Sasuke took a deep breath, his gaze reflecting a profound determination, aware that circumstances had shifted dramatically. The situation before them was rife with misunderstandings. It was inconceivable that they had reached such alarming levels. The outcome was indeed strikingly different from what one might expect. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as the ability to exert such control felt inherently abnormal. At that moment, the third Hokage's face was imbued with earnestness. Recognizing the significance of the gathering, the sheer number of participants advancing was astonishing, especially since most were newcomers. It was no wonder that so many had endorsed them. His expression conveyed a profound sense of awe, as the unfolding events were of paramount importance. Red Bean spoke up. Next, the Hokage will explain the third exam. I hope everyone pays close attention. After delivering this message, she gazed at the third Hokage with admiration. Hokage-sama, we entrust everything to you from here on. The Hokage nodded gently, hands clasped behind his back, clearing his throat softly. Before we proceed with the details of the third exam, I wish to clarify a crucial fact, the true purpose of this examination. Why have our allied nations convened to conduct this selection? It is to foster camaraderie and elevate the standards of our shinobi. I implore all nations not to misconstrue the significance of this event. He paused momentarily, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. This exam serves as a microcosm of the conflicts among our allied nations. Those familiar with history would know that the past alliances were often marked by rivalry among neighboring countries. To avert senseless conflicts resulting in mutual destruction, they had chosen this venue for their tests of strength. This was the original intent behind this selection process. Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Under normal circumstances, such measures seemed unnecessary, and the implications were utterly perplexing. It felt increasingly surreal, and any attempt to make sense of it only deepened their confusion. Yet, if they could harness this momentous opportunity, the ensuing events would likely transpire with relative ease. There was no need for undue anxiety. Excessive haste would only lead to complications. However, had they not previously agreed to take direct action? Why had the third exam transformed so unexpectedly? Temari, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This development was undeniably significant and increasingly advantageous for them. There was no need to become anxious over it. Why has it suddenly changed like this? If that is the case, it could become quite troublesome, she thought, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over her. The implications of this situation seemed decidedly ominous. And no matter how one contemplated it, everything felt fundamentally off. If they could seize the current opportunity, then all would likely unfold favorably. Gaara, on the other hand, smirked disdainfully. Isn't our strength substantial? Now that we understand our capabilities, the outcome will undoubtedly be astonishing. His demeanor was calm, relishing this state of affairs without a hint of concern. Shinju, unable to suppress a smile, remarked, I was already aware of the true purpose of the third exam and the rationale behind it. Thus, I find it all quite reasonable. Knowing the objectives makes everything else rather simple. The third Hokage, placing a cigarette in his mouth, assured them, rest easy. There is nothing to worry about. Everything is quite rational, and we can proceed with ease. Chapter 55. Sufficient prestige. As long as one remains sufficiently at ease, the remaining matters can be deemed entirely fortuitous, devoid of any reason for concern. Indeed, our purpose is to select suitable nin ninjas, and I harbor no reservations regarding this. However, on another note, this examination bears the weight of national prestige, as the ninjas engage in a rigorous assessment of their combat abilities. In this third round of the exam, we shall require the presence of numerous esteemed figures from various nations who have commissioned ninja services. Notable personalities, as well as the lords of the ninja villages and their leaders, will witness the splendid battles among you. When there is a stark disparity in national strength, the eminent individuals from across the lands will flock to observe, while the opportunities for the relatively weaker participants to secure commissions will diminish considerably. At the same time, this also serves to signal to neighboring nations the formidable combat prowess of our ninja village, thereby exerting diplomatic pressure. In that moment, Kiba swiftly stood up, his demeanor reflecting a profound seriousness. It seemed as though such a matter was of utmost importance to them. Should they fail to seize this opportunity, the repercussions would only escalate. Such a scenario appears exceedingly inappropriate, and ultimately, it would only lead to increased pressure. But what of it? Must we truly engage in a desperate struggle? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage and Appo's eyes filled with a deep seriousness. He understood that this situation was critical for them. Seizing the opportunity at hand would indeed be beneficial, allowing them to grow stronger in the future. This entirely rests upon your own efforts, after all. If one cannot reach this pinnacle, all endeavors may ultimately prove futile. The strength of a nation equates to that of its ninja village. And it is only through comprehensive combat that a ninja's true power is unleashed. This exam is an occasion to showcase the strength of one's nation. A demonstration meant for one's adversaries. It is precisely because this represents a genuine commitment to battle that it acquires greater significance. Thus, the ancestors believed in the worthiness of preserving this dream, prompting them to strive in the CHNIN exams. As for Gaara, he licked his lips in anticipation. If that were the case, it would be utterly splendid, for I relish such battles. Without this mode of combat, I would find myself exceedingly bored. Now, endowed with such a combat style, I feel as if it were custom-crafted for me. I thrive in this state, for it is in such conditions that I can truly unleash my power. Shinju smiled. I have made it abundantly clear. I urge you to give your all in this battle. Do not hesitate, nor conceal anything. Simply endeavor to excel in your endeavors. I have always possessed unwavering faith in your abilities. This was true before, and it remains so now. Gaara grinned, playfully winking, his gaze exuding a hint of innocence. Relishing this sensation. After all, if we were to proceed in such a manner, would it not consistently align with their favorable trajectory? If so, there would be no cause for concern, especially with you supporting me. At this moment, Tamari stepped forward, her eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity, seemingly perplexed. What exactly is happening? If this is indeed the case, then why proclaim far and wide that it is for the sake of goodwill? The third Hokage, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. I believe I have already stated that I do not wish for anyone to misconstrue the true essence of the exam. The habit of maintaining equilibrium through revolutionary battles is what the ninja world deems friendship. This is a matter of one's dreams and a life and death struggle for the dignity of the hidden sand village. Shinju smiled again. This battle has not been held for 5 years, and should it commence now, it would serve as a timely means to determine who belongs to the new generation of kings. It offers a chance to see which clan possesses greater strength, thus rendering it entirely reasonable. After all, every clan believes itself to be formidable. This occasion allows for mutual assessment to discern who is truly mightier. Upon concluding this statement, he beamed with confidence, as recalling such matters filled him with joy. He has always relished such conflicts. Naruto, suddenly crossing his arms and wearing a confident smile, expressed his agreement. As for Gaara, he appeared somewhat impatient. Why the lengthy discourse? Just announce the names for the examination already. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Shinju shook his head. Alas, it seems you remain as impetuous as ever. The third Hokage, witnessing this scene, Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle softly. Although I am eager to explain the details of the third exam, just then, a ninja suddenly knelt before him. Lord Hokage, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I wish to handle the subsequent details as the judge, with the swift moonlight at my side. Upon hearing this, the Hokage nodded. Given your request, I would be remiss to refuse. Thus, I entrust this matter to you. I hope you can truly convey the significance of this assessment, for it embodies its true meaning. As for the swift moonlight, he stepped forward, his expression radiating calm assurance. Before we commence the third exam, I would like everyone to follow a preliminary step. Ahem. Chapter 56. The Emergence of Effects. Shinju wore a confident smile. It must be said that this assessment officer was indeed quite intriguing, at least. From the current situation, it was evident that the individual possessed considerable strength. Gaara, you must exercise caution in your actions, for you represent our sand-hidden village. It is essential to showcase your abilities splendidly. Only through your exceptional performance will we achieve a commendable outcome. At that moment, Gaara cast a calm glance at Shinju. Rest assured, Shinju, since you have expressed such confidence, I shall proceed according to the circumstances at hand, regardless of the state of affairs. I have complete faith in you. The demonstration will undoubtedly be remarkable. Let us strive diligently. If we can effectively exhibit our capabilities, it will surely lead to an impressive display. The Moonlight Gale, smiling, announced, I can now reveal that you will be undergoing some preliminary selections. Upon hearing this, a man's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Preliminary selections? Sakura, unable to contain her curiosity, stood up. Teacher, I don't quite understand what you mean by preliminary selections. Why can't the successful candidates move directly to the third examination? The Moonlight Gale felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To be frank, the first and second examinations were exceedingly simple. Consequently, there are still quite a few participants remaining. You must exercise additional caution. We must adhere to the regulations of the Chunin exam to effectively reduce the number of candidates for the third examination. Shinju's face radiated a composed demeanor. The first 2 rounds were indeed overly simplistic. Had they posed even a slight challenge, it would have been far more engaging. However, the ease of these trials had allowed many to advance. Hence, what the man said was not entirely unfounded. Hearing this, Temari could not help but chuckle softly, resonating with the sentiment expressed. What you said is absolutely correct, and overall, it makes perfect sense. Moving forward, everything must unfold according to our expectations. With a significant shift in mindset, they understood that if everything progressed as anticipated, the outcome would be inevitable. I feel as though I have been coasting through this entire process. After all, I have not exerted myself much while being in your company. I have merely focused on my own responsibilities, while other matters have had little bearing on me. I have been coasting along. He chuckled lightly, relishing this state of affairs, as it significantly alleviated their pressure. There was no need to become entangled in trivial concerns. Excessive fixation would only amplify the problems at hand. As for the Moonlight Gale, he appeared to maintain his good-natured demeanor throughout, seemingly anticipating this situation, which would undoubtedly leave them in awe once it unfolded. Well, this endeavor is inherently challenging. Knowing this, we must not take it lightly. It is crucial that the opposing party comprehends what true strength entails. Only then can we achieve an exceptional outcome. Following this statement, he could not suppress a serene smile, exuding an air of calmness. Previously, the Hokage had explicitly stated that numerous esteemed guests would be present to observe. Thus, the examination could not be prolonged, and there would be time constraints. Because of this, anyone feeling unwell could withdraw immediately. As the preliminary selections were about to commence, he urged them to consider their options carefully. Naruto chuckled softly. If that is the case, I will undoubtedly give it my all, ensuring they understand what true prowess is. After all, he had already made arrangements with Orochimaru. Suddenly, the Moonlight Gale awkwardly chuckled. I apologize. It seems I neglected to mention a critical point. This written examination is an individual endeavor. Therefore, you may select your own opponents, and anyone wishing to withdraw may do so at their discretion. At this moment, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. Who would even consider withdrawing? Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his back, a sensation laced with intense heat. The frequency of the pain was increasing, rendering him almost incapacitated. It felt as though he could not endure it any longer. This torment was on an entirely different level compared to before. Sakura's expression shifted to one of concern. Sasuke, I advise you to consider withdrawing from this preliminary selection. Since you were injured by Orochimaru, it's likely that the wound still pains you. If this continues, she recalled Orochimaru's previous words, indicating that Sasuke needed his power. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had been observing the situation closely, quickly noticing the shift in dynamics. His gaze becoming grave. Chapter 57. The use of brute force indeed. The conjecture was accurate, aligning perfectly with our expectations. Hongdo stood nearby, her face etched with deep concern, as if the mere thought of such a situation portended calamity. It was imperative that they proceed with utmost caution. Only then could they secure a favorable outcome. I felt that we should urge him to withdraw from the competition, entrusting the protection duties to the Umbu. This would effectively isolate him from everyone else. I resolved to persuade him to exit the exam forthwith. Kakashi could not help but chuckle softly. I advise against meddling, for that individual is not one to easily capitulate upon mere suggestion. After all, he hails from the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Hongdo appeared increasingly anxious. What nonsense are you spouting? In critical times such as these, we must employ forceful means to ensure he withdraws from the competition. How can we allow him to continue participating during such a pivotal moment? If he remains here, the ensuing problems will undoubtedly escalate. And none of us can withstand the repercussions. Her face reflected a profound urgency, as if such matters had become a grim reality they could not escape. Only by seizing the present opportunity could they hope to achieve a commendable outcome. Once this was accomplished, further discourse would likely prove futile. Upon reflecting on this, an overwhelming sense of elation surged within me, for all circumstances appeared to favor them. As long as they grasped the current opportunity, the remaining challenges would seem trivial. Even the chakra seal would react, forcibly releasing its power. This was inherently detrimental to his body. The fact that he had endured thus far was nothing short of miraculous. Had it been another, they would likely have succumbed long ago. The third Hokage, upon hearing these words, displayed a serene calmness in his eyes, observing the unfolding events with a composed demeanor, eager to witness the forthcoming effects. However, just then, they noticed Do slowly raise his right hand, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. They all understood that this situation was, indeed, quite advantageous for them. Seizing this opportunity could yield significant results in the near future, and they need not harbor excessive concerns. To do so would only invite misfortune. I have considered this thoroughly, and I have decided to withdraw from the exam, Do announced. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Do would choose to forfeit the examination. Yagura, unable to contain himself, nodded slightly, his gaze betraying a profound tranquility. If I am not mistaken, you are the apothecary Do of Sunagakure. You may leave at your discretion. There is nothing further for you here. Do nodded and decisively exited. Yet, the Hokage glared at him with evident dissatisfaction. Do, why would you choose to abandon this endeavor? Especially at such a crucial moment, this decision seems utterly inappropriate. I truly cannot comprehend your reasoning. Do, upon hearing this, could not suppress a gentle laugh. Naruto, I am utterly powerless in this situation. My body feels unfit for combat, so even if I wish to act, I lack the capability. From a distance, Gaara scoffed disdainfully. This fool is utterly foolish, devoid of any intelligence. He cannot even resolve such a simple matter. I question what use he serves. Moreover, I fail to understand the purpose of such a character's unexpected presence here, which only breeds discontent among us. His face contorted with anger. He felt a deep discomfort at the thought of such matters. Shinju smiled. Everyone harbors their own opinions. Since it is clear that perspectives differ, why bother voicing yours? Naruto simply wishes for his senior to remain in the fight. After all, he is a source of inspiration for him. It is entirely reasonable for him to desire that. When faced with such a situation, they had no right to intervene. Let others act as they will. They should focus solely on their own responsibilities. With that, he could not help but smile, his demeanor reflecting an enviable calm. As for the upcoming events, they would merely observe, for miracles could very well unfold. Do's actions stemmed from a desire to compel Sasuke to withdraw from the competition. With his own withdrawal, it was only natural for him to wish the same for Sasuke. Though his approach was somewhat naive. Chapter 58, Persuasion to withdraw due to Sasuke's nature, he remains perpetually proud and impervious to external influences, no matter the circumstances. Even if others withdraw from the competition, he will steadfastly refuse to do so. Thus, his approach is commendable, albeit somewhat naive. Attempting to induce Sasuke's withdrawal through such means is akin to climbing the heavens. After expressing this thought, I stood aside, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Temari, standing nearby, Kuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but furrow her brow slightly, her expression darkening as she realized the predicament they faced was nearly insurmountable. Recognizing the importance of seizing the present opportunity, it was crucial not to hinder our progress. Honestly, Do remarked, after my conflict with those sound ninjas before the first round, I have been unable to hear out of my left ear. And now, I must engage in battle, risking my life, The third Hokage shook his head in resignation. He had observed this child numerous times and recalled that he had previously withdrawn from this selection process. What was he thinking? At that moment, Akane hastily glanced at the records. The documents revealed a disheartening history of 6 consecutive failures. The third Hokage immediately sensed something was amiss. A profound vigilance emerged on his face. Under normal circumstances, such a situation should not arise, yet the current state of affairs instilled a deep unease within him. Moreover, it could potentially lead to significant troubles in the near future, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. This individual seemed somewhat abnormal. What had he experienced? Curiosity flickered in Akane and Appo's eyes as she understood that this was an indispensable battle for them. Therefore, they must proceed with heightened caution. Only with sufficient prudence could they hope to achieve a favorable outcome. According to our records, he had previously been an inconspicuous student with consistently average grades. He had barely passed his graduation exams after 3 attempts. Following graduation, he had undertaken 2 C-rank missions and 14 D-rank missions, revealing no particularly noteworthy accomplishments. However, the third Hokage had long sensed that this situation was different, and his gaze was now filled with intense caution. But why? A hint of fatigue appeared in Akane and Appo's eyes. Realizing that all this was before he entered the ninja academy, the third Hokage and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What was this? Akane's gaze now reflected profound caution, as she understood the gravity of the situation they faced. Do you recall the last battle on the mountaintop? Was and Appo's a certain renowned boy brought back? The third Hokage frowned. Of course, I remember. To be precise, that was an enemy boy who survived on the battlefield. Later taken in by the medical unit and Appo's Jonin, he mused. Could he be that very boy? Meanwhile, Do stood beside a ninja who immediately sensed something was amiss. Glaring at Do with fury, you ought not to act independently. Have you so quickly forgotten Lord Orochimaru and Appo's orders? Do snorted dismissively. This mission is entirely entrusted to you. Especially you, Kai. The outcome now relies on you. With your strength, it should pose no issue. This is your moment to showcase your prowess. Especially since you and Appo's felt overshadowed by me recently. Now is your chance to surpass me and prove your might. Kaikunin and Appo's helped but chuckle lightly at this. It seems Lord Orochimaru holds you in high regard, but do refrain from being too arrogant, you little brat. Do smiled and decisively departed. Yet, as he left, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The unfolding events stirred an exhilarating thrill within him. He fervently hoped this trajectory would continue, allowing them to display their absolute strength and demonstrate what true prowess entailed. Such a scenario would render them nearly invincible. Naruto, Sasuke. Ordinarily, I would spend more time with you, but alas, I fear I cannot do so now. If I were to linger, my old fervor might reignite. After all, I am a spy. I cannot afford to reveal my true identity at such a critical juncture. Since you are here to watch personally, it is imperative that I perform exceptionally. After uttering this, a confident smile broke across his face. He relished this state of affairs, as it enabled him to dismantle the opposition entirely. Lord Orochimaru, we shall meet again. For now, let me impart to you the essence of enjoyment. He chuckled softly, recalling the thought and feeling an immense sense of joy within. As long as they could seize this fortunate opportunity, they would not find themselves overly passive, and their strengths would experience a significant enhancement. With such an increase in power, the eventual results would undoubtedly leave them in awe. Chapter 59. The individual competition. Gaara furrowed his brow. Why did it seem to him that this individual was somehow off? Yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy. Was this not akin to a deliberate jest? Under normal circumstances, such oddities should have been detected long ago. The fact that they had not only underscored the abnormality of the situation. His face was awash with profound shock, reminiscent of a memory that felt almost unsettlingly calm to them. Only by seizing the present opportunity could one hope to grasp the favorable moment at hand. Failing to do so would result in an unfortunate misfortune. Shinju smiled. The true formidable presence in this battle was none other than Orochimaru. This individual had always concealed his strength, leaving them utterly in the dark about his true capabilities. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Lee was exceptionally formidable. Without significant strength, he could not have reached such heights. Caution was warranted. This individual had likely blended into the crowd long ago. As for the Moonlight Gale, he regarded everything before him with a calm demeanor. Would anyone else choose to withdraw? If anyone felt inclined to do so, they were free to exit now. The atmosphere remained remarkably composed, Such a situation was inherently tranquil for them. Sakura, however, felt a surge of anger. Sasuke, do you truly intend to remain in this? If you refuse to withdraw, I will inform the teacher about your injuries. Sasuke shook his head. You absolutely must not disclose my injuries to the teacher. As for becoming a Chunin, I genuinely do not care. I merely wish to see if I possess the qualifications to battle formidable adversaries, such as Gaara and Shinshu, who are both exceptionally terrifying beings. Even Lee is formidable, each one surpasses the last. Thus, I find myself eagerly anticipating a confrontation with such skilled fighters. Moreover, all of them are present here, showing no signs of retreat. I will not allow anyone to hinder me. Naruto, seething with anger, glared at Sasuke. Stop with the nonsense. Look at Sakura. She genuinely worries for you. If she were not truly concerned, why would she utter such words? You cannot simply disregard this. His face was filled with intense rage, reminiscent of a moment that nearly incited him to spew blood. He had witnessed strength before, yet never had he encountered such overwhelming force. Suddenly, Sasuke turned his head, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. It seemed that everything was in his preferred state, and he would assuredly maintain his composure. Only by stabilizing his mindset could he hope to feel a sense of normalcy. If he could not even maintain his own composure, it would spell significant trouble. This realization instilled a profound sense of doubt within him, as his life could undergo a dramatic transformation. Naruto, I have always longed to face you in combat. Naruto and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sasuke. The third Hokage could only shake his head helplessly, releasing a puff of smoke. I have been quite concerned about Orochimaru and Appo's words. Allow Sasuke to enter the fray. Let us closely monitor his situation. However, if the curse mark manifests and the situation spirals beyond control, I shall swiftly terminate this examination. Hongdo furrowed his brow, though he wished to refuse. A sense of helplessness washed over him, for he knew that even if he declined, he would be denied the opportunity to voice his thoughts. The current situation had already been firmly established, thus, no amount of explanation would prove fruitful. He understood this better than anyone, and the realization of such an inevitability left him feeling deeply fatigued. After all, this state of affairs was inherently unresolved. Only by seizing the present opportunity could one potentially create a favorable outcome. Moonlight Gale surveyed the crowd, noting that not a single individual had chosen to withdraw, which elicited an involuntary smile. He relished this state of affairs and was pleased to see so many individuals boldly willing to challenge their limits. He resolved to accompany them to the end, eager to witness how many could truly transcend these boundaries. Excellent. Your determination is commendable. The upcoming preliminaries will consist of one-on-one matches, allowing you to engage in combat in a practical format. With 20 participants remaining, there will be a total of 10 rounds. The victors of each round will advance to the third examination. There are no restrictions. The fight continues until one side is incapacitated or concedes. If you wish to avoid harm, I suggest you concede immediately. However, if the outcome becomes evident, I will intervene to prevent further casualties. Now, you hold the reins of your destiny. After uttering this proclamation, he glanced at Hongdo, who nodded slightly, signaling to the nearby staff member. Commence. Upon hearing these words, the staff member promptly complied, moving aside to unveil the electronic screen, which displayed the names of all examination participants for all to see. Moonlight Gale smiled. From this moment forward, the names of all candidates will be revealed, and at that point, everyone will know who you are. Chapter 60, Sasuke vs. Kai. At this moment, the expression of Moonlight Gale became exceedingly grave. I have pondered this matter meticulously, and now I shall announce the two competitors for the first round. All eyes were fixed upon the large screen, eagerly anticipating whose name would be revealed. Suddenly, names began to flicker erratically across the screen, and every contestant and Appo's demeanor grew tense. After all, this was the inaugural match, and none wished to face a formidable opponent. They hoped to encounter weaker adversaries, as such an encounter would allow them to breathe a little easier. They had long sought this kind of opportunity, and seizing it would undoubtedly yield a vastly different outcome. Just then, the screen displayed the confirmed matchup, Kai vs. Uchiha Sasuke. A faint, cold smile crept across Sasuke's lips. How intriguing it was that I was summoned so swiftly. This promises to be quite entertaining, as it would reveal whose strength truly surpassed the other. Kai, on the other hand, scoffed dismissively. How fortunate. I never imagined I would face Sasuke. If that is the case, I shall dispose of him swiftly. Standing nearby, Gaara wore an expression of calm assurance. He relished this state of affairs, as it allowed him to unleash his full potential. Once he demonstrated his true power, others would witness his might. Observing the unfolding battle, it seemed evident to him that Sasuke stood little chance. He was already injured, and confronting a strong adversary in such a condition would be exceedingly difficult. Kai was formidable, and given the current circumstances, it was clear that Sasuke was destined for defeat. Even I would struggle against Kai. To attack him now would be akin to courting disaster. Meanwhile, Chenju shook his head resolutely, a look of deep calm in his eyes. Should you think this will be an easy affair, you are gravely mistaken. This situation is far more complicated than you perceive, and you shall encounter numerous challenges ahead. You must comprehend the gravity of this circumstance, as it is truly astonishing. Their expressions reflected a profound understanding, as if this unfolding event was merely a smooth progression in their journey. They relished this juncture, for seizing this opportunity would render all subsequent matters considerably more manageable. They were aware that this situation had become utterly fixed, and continuing down this path would serve no purpose for them. After speaking, he smiled confidently, for he had always cherished this feeling. If they could seize the present opportunity, the ensuing period would likely not disappoint. Chenju's countenance was suddenly imbued with earnestness. He smiled and stated, "Observe closely. As long as you pay attention, no issue shall arise. I have unwavering faith in Sasuke. His strength is inherently distinct. If he were to delay his participation, the toxins within him would undoubtedly worsen, leading me to question his capabilities. However, as it stands, the toxins have yet to reach their zenith, so I am convinced of his abilities." Moonlight Gale then spoke slowly. "I now request all contestants for the first round to step forward." Without hesitation, each competitor moved decisively to the front, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Moonlight Gale's expression remained serene, devoid of excessive thoughts. "I declare that your battle may commence. Since you stand here, it is evident that you possess no objections regarding this matchup. This is a certainty." Naruto's face became serious in an instant. "Sasuke, if you truly wish to confront me, you must not falter." Temari frowned, sensing something amiss about Sasuke's demeanor. It was her first encounter with someone exhibiting such peculiarities. She felt a foreboding sense that if this persisted, ill fortune would surely follow. Chenju nodded knowingly. "It is due to the cursed seal, a creation of Orochimaru, which inflicts unrelenting pain. Thus, he enters this battle already injured." In the arena, Moonlight Gale cleared his throat. "Aside from the two combatants, I kindly ask everyone else to move upstairs." The crowd slowly ascended to the second floor, vacating the ground floor for the battle. Kakashi approached Sasuke and cautioned, "Remember, do not use your Sharingan. The cursed seal on your neck could become uncontrollable and cost you your life." Sasuke's expression was one of shock, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Yet, Kakashi was correct. The pain had been incessant, and prolonged exposure could indeed prove fatal. A bitter smile crossed his face, for he sensed that the situation was precarious. Kakashi continued, "If you lose control, the match will be halted immediately, and I will intervene without hesitation. Therefore, I implore you to exercise caution." Chapter 61. Absorbing chakra energy. Upon hearing those words, Sasuke was engulfed in profound shock. Unable to fully grasp the reality of what his ears had just registered, the match had been halted, and it appeared that the curse mark on his neck would react to his chakra energy. This realization filled his expression with astonishment, as he understood the gravity of the situation for them all. Particularly after his last utilization of the Sharingan, the pain from the curse mark had intensified. Sasuke took a deep breath, uncertain of how to proceed. If he inadvertently gathered chakra, his mind would be controlled, and his chakra would be inexorably drawn from him, rendering him incapable of utilizing even the most basic ninjutsu freely. Chenju was acutely aware of this and conveyed the details to everyone, recognizing that during such critical moments, clarity was paramount. As long as they could comprehend the situation, it would bring them a sense of stability. However, if the explanations remained insufficiently clear, no amount of words would alleviate their discomfort, leaving them feeling helpless. Temari furrowed her brow. If this were the case, the match would be exceedingly unfair. Without even beginning, it felt as though it had been entirely rendered futile. This individual was indeed extraordinary, and such a mode of competition seemed utterly tragic. She found it profoundly unreasonable. The shock on her face reflected her discontent, as this situation was decidedly abnormal. If things were even slightly more normal, they wouldn't have reached such a terrifying threshold. Yet, the current state of affairs appeared to offer only benefits with no drawbacks. Chenju smiled. Under normal circumstances, achieving such an effect would indeed be plausible, but now, given the circumstances, the outcome was bound to be entirely different. This state of affairs seemed insurmountable, yet they were determined to exert their utmost effort. For them, seizing the present opportunity was crucial. Only then might miracles unfold. Failure to grasp this chance would inevitably lead to misfortune. The predicament lay in facing Kai, whose abilities were likely far more formidable than anticipated, making the outcome hinge on sheer luck, for he was Sasuke's nemesis. Well, I've explained all I can. The rest is up to how you respond, Gaara remarked, furrowing his brow. If you understand so well, why do you still place your faith in Sasuke? Chenju blinked. Some individuals are inherently endowed with a protagonist and Appos' aura, capable of manifesting their full potential regardless of the circumstances. This ability is, therefore, not uncommon. However, he had always cherished this feeling. The present experience was of utmost importance to them. As for Sasuke, he was now deeply reflective. Having fully recognized the altered dynamics of the battle before him, he needed to carefully contemplate how to confront his opponent. Only by clarifying his approach could he hope to succeed. The atmosphere between both parties was palpably tense. Kakashi looked down at Sasuke with concern. Don't and Appos, overexert yourself, Sasuke. The repercussions could be dire. If you cannot win, conceding is no cause for shame. Ultimately, it is about individual capability. The Moonlight Gale inhaled deeply. I can sense that each of you is taking this challenge seriously. Thus, the match shall commence. In an instant, Kai and Sasuke were fully prepared. Without hesitation, Kai threw 3 shurikens, which struck Sasuke down immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he confirmed his suspicions. The attack had been as perilous as he had feared. Just as he was knocked down, Kai swiftly closed the distance, launching a direct assault without a moment's pause. Sasuke rolled to the side, ensnaring Kai's leg with his own, forcefully bringing him crashing to the ground, his gaze resolute and filled with gravity. Aware of the inevitable nature of the circumstances, they knew they had to showcase their capabilities. Only by fully demonstrating their strengths could they hope to excel, alleviating their concerns regarding this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would become increasingly severe, posing a grave threat to them. Yet, they recognized the reasonableness of the situation, relishing this combat state. Temari's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Chenju, you are truly remarkable. You guessed correctly. And it aligns perfectly with your predictions. It and Appos' simply astounding. Chapter 62. Accurate guesses. I have encountered precise guesses before, yet none have approached the level of accuracy exhibited by you, which is nothing short of extraordinary talent. At this moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the individual, a terrifying presence that even they found astonishing. One could distinctly sense that the disparity in strength was considerable, and only by seizing the current opportunity could one achieve such remarkable precision. It is only under these circumstances that one might consider it a fortuitous event. Otherwise, it would only lead to greater frustration in the end. Currently, Chenju observed Shoju, who, despite everything, wore a joyful expression, unable to suppress a smile. Shoju, you are celebrating prematurely. Regardless of the circumstances, it is crucial to maintain composure and not to rejoice too soon. Only by keeping a calm mindset can one truly grasp the significance of the moment. Failing to do so could lead to dire consequences. You have no idea of Kai and Appos' power. Watch closely. In close combat, Kai is invincible. Before long, you will come to a profound realization, and everything will become exceedingly interesting. After all, this was merely an assessment of their mutual capabilities. Should there be a notable difference in their strengths, the outcome would undoubtedly diverge significantly. Shoji was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication of these words. A sense of awkwardness emerging within. There lingered a palpable sense of foreboding surrounding them, intensifying the atmosphere. At that moment, Sasuke caught sight of his opponent and Appo's fist, which radiated a blue light, an eerie phenomenon that left him feeling quite unsettled. Why does it seem as though my energy has been suddenly siphoned away? As if it has vanished entirely? At this juncture, Kai showed no inclination to grant Sasuke any opportunity for dialogue, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. He then swiftly withdrew, only to charge forward again, seizing Sasuke and Appo's head with a firm grip. In an instant, Sasuke found himself in considerable discomfort, his vitality seemingly plummeting, transforming entirely. Shock washed over Sasuke and Appo's face. You are siphoning my chakra energy. This is utterly preposterous. Kai chuckled ominously. Did you just now come to this realization? If it has taken you this long, your reaction time is rather lamentable. A sense of calmness enveloped him. Shinju, witnessing Shoju and Appo's astonishment, could not help but display an air of tranquility. There is no need to be excessively shocked. This is quite normal. This technique is exceedingly bizarre and thus classified as forbidden. However, Orochimaru does not dwell upon such matters. His singular focus is on becoming stronger, dismissing all else. With a demeanor of unwavering calmness, it was evident that the use of this ability was well within the realm of expectation. This realization fostered a sense of peace among them. Though Sasuke appeared to be in a particularly distressing predicament, he had no room for resistance. Watching helplessly as his chakra energy was voraciously consumed, Shinju and Appo's expression shifted to one of resignation. The opponent and Appo's capabilities were undeniably formidable. It was essential to acknowledge that underestimating their strength could lead to unexpected miracles at critical junctures. This power allowed for the direct absorption of both physical and mental energy, representing a unique ability. Should all chakra be drained, Sasuke would have to resort to using Cursed Seal power, which would inevitably lead to his defeat. In the midst of the battle, Sasuke clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to Kai, propelling him backward. Kai was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated such a fierce counterattack, which left him deeply impressed. Yet, assessing the current situation, it was clear that Sasuke and Appo's power was even more formidable than he had imagined. I never expected this test subject to still possess the strength to resist. You are indeed more formidable than anticipated. Breathing heavily, Sasuke understood that the previous skirmish had been perilous. Meanwhile, Kai could not help but smirk slightly. Rest assured, you will not endure much longer. I shall swiftly conclude this. He charged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of frenzied attacks. Sasuke quickly realized that the nature of Kai and Appo's assaults was exceedingly peculiar, as he aimed for victory in close combat. Continuing down this path would surely lead to certain doom. At this moment, Gaara scoffed disdainfully, particularly as he observed Sasuke being mercilessly overwhelmed. It seems you are not as impressive as I thought. I previously stated that this individual is not particularly strong, and it appears that my assessment was correct. His displayed strength is woefully inadequate. His expression was imbued with a profound sense of calm, as if such occurrences had become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 63. Sasuke and Appo's victory. There is no need to feel anxious about such matters. One simply needs to focus on performing their duties to the best of their abilities. And that in itself suffices. Naruto furrowed his brow, witnessing Sasuke and Appo's diminishing fighting spirit, which ignited within him an overwhelming anger. He had never anticipated that his opponent could succumb to such a terrifying state, a condition so daunting that it cast a pall of melancholy over them. He pointed towards Sakura beside him. Sasuke, is this really you? What on earth is happening? Can you not appear so lackluster? You need to rally your spirits. The way Sasuke was behaving indicated a steady decline in his strength, and if things continued like this, it would yield no beneficial results. At that moment, Sasuke noticed Lee standing next to Naruto. His eyes brightened with a sudden realization, and his expression became resolutely serious. He thrived in this state, finding it immensely engaging. In an instant, his body vanished, reappearing beneath the track, executing a swift upward spiral that propelled his opponent into the air. He charged upwards again, swiftly seizing his opponent from behind, intent on resolving the matter expeditiously. However, just then, he felt the curse mark inflict a wave of excruciating pain. a sensation that threatened to overwhelm him. He sensed his body faltering, realizing that if this persisted, he would be completely subjugated by his adversary. Naruto immediately recognized this development and noted that the curse mark was producing a distinctly peculiar effect. Sasuke felt a surge of rage at the thought of being consumed by this force. Instantly, a powerful confidence erupted within him as he seized his opponent and Appo's body, launching a fierce assault. This act was pivotal in dispelling the curse mark's influence. Had it remained, the pressure would have been insurmountable. Sasuke struck fiercely at his opponent's chest, accomplishing what many deemed impossible. This feat brought a collective sigh of relief from those present, as it signified a significant weakening of the adversarial state. Shinju smiled, acknowledging Sasuke and Appo's remarkable performance, which had effectively concealed the curse mark once more, only serving to heighten Orochimaru and Appo's excitement. Meanwhile, Moonlight Gale could not help but smile softly. Now firmly convinced that the situation had transformed entirely, leading to the desired outcome. Seizing the moment would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. It was only under such conditions that unique effects could manifest. Otherwise, no progress would be achieved. With this realization, a profound sense of calm washed over him, as though everything was comfortably within their grasp. I hereby declare Sasuke the victor. It has been quite an arduous journey for him to secure such a swift triumph within this brief span. A look of satisfaction adorned his face from this battle. It was evident they had already won half the war. At that moment, Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke. You performed admirably just now. It seems you borrowed a tactic from your battles with Lee. A look of contentment graced his features, for they had indeed secured a decisive victory. This accomplishment was no small feat. Had they not reached this point, the consequences would have been far more severe. Yet, it was evident that this situation was almost inevitable for them. Lee stood nearby, feeling a mix of trepidation and awe. He had executed that move only once, and yet Sasuke had managed to replicate it so swiftly. It was astonishing how quickly he had harnessed it again. Handashi and Appo's face filled with shock. Is this fellow not a bit extraordinary? His capacity to learn is truly remarkable. How could he have mastered all these techniques in such a short time? It may be that others could not achieve this level of proficiency, but for him to do so is utterly unprecedented. His face bore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before his eyes. It was his first encounter with such an extraordinary state, and the thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Now, Lee felt a sense of unease. Had he been slightly better prepared, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. If he could seize the opportunity before him, he could potentially create a favorable outcome. However, it would take time to cultivate such results, and there was no need to fret unduly over the matter. Shinju smiled again. Even if he has learned this technique, it requires immense physical stamina to execute. Without sufficient physical strength, the outcome would be futile. Thus, his current reservoir of energy is commendable. Maintaining such stamina is no small achievement, as it allows him to manifest his full potential. With this thought, he felt a wave of elation, for this was the very state he desired. In such a condition, he could unleash his entire strength. It was an opportunity to demonstrate what true power entailed, a notion that was utterly perfect for them. There was no need for excessive worry over such matters. Such anxiety was an unwarranted burden for them. Chapter 64. Gaara and Appo's excitement. Shinju furrowed his brow as he glanced at Shoju and Gaara beside him. You two must exercise utmost caution during your battle. The opponents are not to be trifled with, and their strength is formidable. Do not underestimate them. These individuals were adept at concealing their true abilities. If they were weak, they would not have made it this far. Last year's champion, Hyuga, may not hold the same prowess this year, so it is wise for you to be prudent. A flicker of doubt crossed his face, as if such matters were naturally steady for them. Gaara nodded in agreement. I sense that Sasuke possesses an unusual quality. His bloodline is astonishing, enabling him to reach such terrifying heights. Gaara's body trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of his excitement. This thrill compelled him to desire immediate engagement in battle. Such a state made them distinctly different. In the ensuing moments, they would undoubtedly approach the situation with seriousness. If they could seize the opportunity before them, everything would fall into place. At that moment, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke. I must take you inside to seal your cursed mark. This will allow you to exert your power more easily. Upon hearing this, Sasuke gently shook his head. I can accompany you, but not now. I wish to remain and see who qualifies. Kakashi immediately countered. No, we cannot ignore the cursed mark. Neglecting it could lead to irreparable consequences. I cannot allow you to act so recklessly. He continued, you must comply and follow me. You have no other path available. If you refuse, I will revoke your eligibility for the exam, as I have the authority to do so. Sasuke inhaled deeply, his face marked with displeasure. But he recognized there was little he could do. Ultimately, he understood Kakashi's intentions were for his own benefit. Yet, this self-serving concern felt profoundly inappropriate, leaving him uncomfortable. Resigned. He nodded in agreement. He had no alternative but to obediently follow. Meanwhile, Gaara turned his inquisitive gaze towards Chinju. Chinju, why do your eyes seem so peculiar? It appears as though you are fixated on something, which feels rather off. The carpenter appeared remarkably serious. If he could seize this marketing opportunity, the outcomes would surely be transformative. There was no need to dwell on worries for too long, as excessive anxiety could lead to devastating consequences. And they seemed unable to control the situation. Upon hearing Gaara's remark, Chinju smiled softly, a calm demeanor enveloping him. Everything stemmed from the peculiar individual before him. If his assumptions were correct, the strength he exuded was formidable. In fact, strictly speaking, his power might far exceed expectations. Thus, it was crucial not to appear overly relaxed, lest one be subjected to ridicule in the end. I just spotted Orochimaru, he continued, chuckling lightly. To think he had the audacity to conceal himself here. Such bravery is remarkable, showcasing a fearless disposition worthy of admiration. At this, Gaara's eyes widened in astonishment. He had failed to notice an outsider's presence. Nor could he fathom when this individual had infiltrated their midst. The fact that he had remained oblivious left him in disbelief, casting him into a state of profound self-doubt. How could he have missed something so significant? Orochimaru? To conceal his presence to such a degree without detection, was this man truly a monster? Meanwhile, Naruto gazed curiously at Sakura. Sakura, I am perplexed. Did you notice the scar on Sasuke and Appo's neck? Upon hearing this, Sakura could not help but laugh nervously. She had promised Sasuke not to disclose anything, leaving her at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I'm not sure about that. Naruto's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion creeping in. He felt as though something was being concealed from him, yet he had no evidence to substantiate his feelings. Chapter 65, Round 2. At this moment, Moonlight's sudden wind approached. All right, everyone, it would be prudent not to linger in endless discussions here. After all, each of our time is immensely precious. None of us can afford such a waste. If there is indeed time to spare, it would be wiser to contemplate strategies for confronting our adversaries, as that is of utmost importance. Everything else pales in comparison. A sense of calmness radiated from their gazes, as if the unfolding situation held no weight for them. They were poised to seize the opportunity at hand, ready to showcase their absolute prowess. The effects would surely yield a remarkable transformation. Now, the second match is about to commence. Let us not hesitate. Simply focus your gaze on the large screen. Any distractions will only serve to hinder you. Instantly, everyone present lifted their heads to glance at the screen, eager to uncover the identity of the second contender. Soon, names began to appear in succession, culminating in the announcement of the combatants. Unable to suppress a gentle smile, they found this treatment rather stable. Would the two participants please step forward? Thus, the second round of combat was set to begin. At this moment, Sakura quickly recognized her opponent as a sound ninja, whose hands had been entirely incapacitated. She was taken aback by the unexpected encounter, uncertain whether to deem this luck fortuitous or unfortunate. The situation felt distinctly peculiar and induced a sense of anxiety, as it seemed less favorable than anticipated. Moreover, it held the potential to conjure unnecessary complications later on. The opponent appeared serious, demonstrating significant effort in preparation for this battle. Chinju smiled. I must admit, there is little to behold in this fight, as this sound ninja is rather unconventional. Now, this fellow possesses considerable strength. It won't be long before we discern his true capabilities. As for Saku, he appears rather average. The disparity in their strengths is somewhat pronounced. Should they engage in earnest, the outcome may hinge on luck. Saku slowly extended one hand, the other visibly injured. I only need one hand to defeat you, so there is no necessity for exerting any additional effort. This is a foregone conclusion. His countenance was marked by an air of relaxation, embodying a serene combat demeanor. There was no reason to harbor worry over such matters. After all, incessant anxiety bore no benefit and would only lead to discomfort, which was wholly unwarranted. At that moment, Ji now seized one of Saku's hands with singular determination. Void Slash. With that, he sent Saku flying, the action displaying unrestrained ferocity. Observing this exchange rendered the spectators utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Kakashi, accompanied by Sasuke, entered a formation, inscribing numerous symbols on Sasuke and Appo's body. These symbols bore special effects and significance. Evil sealing technique. Upon uttering this incantation, he sealed it upon Sasuke. Instantly, the runes on the ground were absorbed, marking a successful sealing, an achievement often deemed exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Yet, they had succeeded within such a short span. A feat that was remarkably rare and indicative of their unique circumstances. Now you can rest assured. If you continue to utilize ninjutsu, this seal should provide some assistance. However, it belongs to the realm of legends. Whether it proves effective is contingent upon your own capabilities. No one has ever truly tested it, so its authenticity remains uncertain. You must ascertain its efficacy for yourself, yet I have faith in your prowess. If you doubt your strength, the seal may waver, leading to unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. I never imagined you would master such a sealing technique, Kakashi. I must commend your growth. It truly astounds me. Who would have thought you could advance to this extent in such a short time? Remarkable, indeed. From the shadows emerged Orochimaru, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all present. The intensity of his presence was striking, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. Such an entity was undeniably extraordinary. Yet they recognized the situation as particularly reasonable given the circumstances. As for Chinju, a flicker of peculiarity crossed his eyes. Enough. We have no need to linger here any longer. Remaining would only prove to be a hindrance. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 66. The appearance of Orochimaru. Upon hearing this remark, Temari felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her, grappling to comprehend its meaning. After all, were they not supposed to remain here? This sparked her curiosity, leaving her in a state of utter confusion, yet she found herself unable to voice her inquiries. Chinju, are we heading somewhere else? Chinju replied with a smile. Indeed, I sense sounds of a scuffle coming from the back room. If I am not mistaken, the powerful chakra emanating from there seems to belong to Orochimaru. Have you not been eager to see what Orochimaru looks like? This may be the perfect opportunity for you to witness his true form and perhaps broaden your horizons. A relaxed expression graced his face, as if this endeavor was merely an optional venture, and thus not deserving of excessive concern. As long as they diligently fulfilled their responsibilities, that alone would suffice. Other matters were entirely outside their contemplation, and they were reluctant to engage in superfluous chatter at that moment. Gaara remained silent, opting instead to stand ahead, clearly indicating his desire for someone to lead the way. As long as their guide forged ahead, he could swiftly keep pace, and once he managed to do so, everything else would be manageable. Chinju appeared remarkably composed at that moment. You see, I previously mentioned that if a battle holds significance, certain individuals will undoubtedly appear. Conversely, if the confrontation lacks meaning, they will not show. Thus, the crux lies in whether this impending struggle possesses sufficient significance. That is of utmost importance. Without meaning, no one would come. However, the scenario changes entirely if there is meaning. After uttering these words, he could not help but chuckle softly, his gaze steady, as the situation transformed into something intriguingly captivating. Such a state of affairs remained utterly perplexing to them, and there was no need to fret over it. Worrying excessively would only lead to greater complications. Enough of this idle chatter, he said. If we continue down this path, we will merely squander valuable time. Each of us has precious moments that should not be wasted. Follow me, he instructed, then stealthily began to lead the way. Given the secretive nature of their location, he could not afford to be discovered. That would lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. Thus, he adopted a cautious demeanor to avoid detection. which appeared rather endearing and could easily foster goodwill. Such goodwill was advantageous for them, allowing them to seize the moment. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered a peculiar room, and the sight before them left them in awe. "Is this fellow Orochimaru?" Temari gasped. Her eyes widened in fear as she sensed the overwhelming malevolence emanating from him. At that moment, Chinju nodded slightly. It is best not to speak lightly or disturb him. After all, this is Orochimaru, renowned for his heightened awareness. We must remain undetected, lest we invite serious trouble. Orochimaru then turned his attention to Kakashi. "You needn't waste your breath. I am not here for you. I seek the child behind you." Kakashi furrowed his brow. "What compels you to pursue a child? That seems rather unreasonable." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "It appears fortune favors you. You have acquired that which you previously lacked. Am I correct in saying it is your left eye, the Sharingan? I, too, desire the power of the Uchiha." A sinister smile adorned his face. As if relishing the thought, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation, struggling to grasp the extent of Orochimaru's formidable power. It was as if he had seen through everything. Merely a short time had passed, and yet Orochimaru had already anticipated his every move. Such prowess was terrifying, beyond anything he had previously dared to imagine. His heart raced with shock, unable to fathom the reality before him. He had never expected this individual to become so powerful. What is your true objective? Chapter 67. The Emergence of Ambition. Orochimaru chuckled softly. "The recently established Sound Ninja Village. Indeed, that is my domain. And now you must be aware of this. I trust you have comprehended my intentions thoroughly." Upon hearing these words, Kakashi let out a derisive scoff. Such ambitions are truly mundane and unremarkable. Orochimaru, unfazed and devoid of embarrassment, maintained a remarkably balanced demeanor. "I must confess, I am rather taken aback that you have unraveled my intentions. However, to fulfill my ambitions, certain sacrifices are inevitably required. Furthermore, I have always needed various pawns to serve my purpose." Kakashi furrowed his brows. "So, you wish for Sasuke to be your pawn? Do you not find such an approach excessively cruel and bloody? Regardless of the circumstances, it seems fundamentally unjust to demand so many to serve you without cause, and to express it so brazenly." His face was etched with intense anger. After all, this course of action appeared utterly excessive. The blatant disregard for morality was strikingly inappropriate, and the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. Orochimaru firmly shook his head. "You are gravely mistaken. Sasuke possesses unique qualities, if we were to discuss this further. He is indeed an exceptional piece on my chessboard. He is unlike anyone else, and thus, I must seize the opportunity. As for the one currently undergoing the examination, he has always been nothing more than cannon fodder, someone I have never regarded highly." His expression was calm, as if the situation posed no pressure whatsoever. They relished this state of affairs, feeling no need for concern at this juncture. To remain perpetually worried would be absurd, yet they felt utterly powerless to change their circumstances. In the shadows, Chinju could not help but chuckle softly. Despite the tragic methods employed by Orochimaru, his relentless pursuit of power exemplified true heroism. "I find myself admiring Orochimaru for his willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. His intentions are unmistakable. Possessing a purpose justifies his ruthless actions. If one were to hesitate, how could they ever hope to succeed?" As Orochimaru approached with deliberate steps, Kakashi and Appo's brows knitted together, his gaze intensifying with seriousness. Just as Orochimaru was about to close the distance, Kakashi halted abruptly, his expression grave. "I will not allow you to come near Sasuke again. Even if you are indeed one of the legendary Sannin, I shall not permit your success. You should abandon such thoughts, for although I acknowledge I may not defeat you, I can at least ensure we both perish together." With that declaration, Kakashi unleashed a flicker of lightning from his right hand, sharp and potent. Orochimaru merely scoffed dismissively. "Your words and actions diverge greatly. Even if you resort to that cursed seal, it holds no significance for me. I advise you to relinquish such notions, lest you invite unnecessary troubles upon yourself. The truth remains, there will always be moments when you cannot prevail, regardless of the effort exerted. This is a fatal reality." His expression remained composed, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, with other matters being of little consequence. To dwell on anxieties would only lead to deeper repercussions, a scenario he wished to avoid. Ultimately, even if you harness that cursed seal, it will not alter the outcome. You will remain powerless against me. You must understand. To achieve one and amp, Oppos, as objectives, even the most nefarious powers must be pursued with determination. Chapter 68. The Avenger Chenju, an avenger in his own right, lingered in the shadows. A hint of bewilderment gracing his countenance. He found himself perplexed, questioning whether the two individuals engaged in incessant banter ever felt boredom. Their conversation had persisted in a frenzied manner, and while they seemed unfazed, Chenju himself was growing weary of the monotony. Surely, the time for action had arrived. Why not resort to violence? After all, in critical moments, the essence lies in speed, achieving victory through swiftness. His gaze reflected a profound dissatisfaction, struggling to comprehend why what seemed a trivial matter was being drawn out into such a convoluted affair. It appeared utterly illogical, leaving an air of discontent that stifled any potential for productive outcomes. A decisive choice could lead to unique consequences in the forthcoming moments. As Orochimaru concluded his statement, he chose to depart, leaving Gaara feeling a sense of tedium. Hadn't it been agreed that these two would engage in combat? After observing for an extended period, Gaara noted their reluctance to clash. Instead, they continued their drawn-out exchanges, nearly pushing him to his limits, for he detested procrastination. Such behavior was particularly irksome, making him uncomfortable. Anger etched across his features. He felt as though the situation perpetually tested his patience, the growing dissatisfaction within him expanding like a balloon. Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's brow. Mutual destruction? Am I a fool? Yet, it was evident that Kakashi still struggled against Orochimaru, failing to measure up. Gaara furrowed his brow. He had initially perceived Kakashi as formidable, yet now it seemed otherwise. His strength was lacking. And if Kakashi could not even muster the courage to challenge Orochimaru, he was hardly distinguishable from a mere waste. Chenju shook his head. When faced with an undeniable powerhouse, one cannot utter such words. In the presence of true strength, raising one's head is no simple task. Ultimately, it hinges on whether the absolute strongman wishes to confront you. If he does, victory is out of reach. If he does not, then you may live to see another day. In discontent, Gaara pouted but resolutely turned away, deciding to leave. There was nothing of interest left. It was high time to depart. Remaining would only waste precious time, and the matches outside promised to be far more exhilarating. Yet, as they stepped outside, Gaara was momentarily stunned. Had it truly ended so swiftly? Was this opponent genuinely powerful? The rapid conclusion felt abnormal, leaving him in a state of astonishment. This Shino seemed particularly intriguing. He could hardly wait to engage him in battle. Temari nodded in agreement. I too am eager to face such a formidable foe. It is evident he possesses great strength, and battles with such warriors are especially thrilling. Chenju smiled. If I am not mistaken, you both might not relish the idea of confronting such a strong adversary, for he differs significantly from your expectations. His summoning technique involves calling upon insects, which are natural adversaries to women. Yet, what makes him truly terrifying is that he allows these insects to inhabit his own body, establishing him as a member of the insect-wielding clan. Such individuals, from birth, serve as hosts for these insects, which act as their weapons in battle. This symbiosis allows for effortless control over the insects, meaning the entirety of the conflict revolves around them. However, such a relationship comes at a cost. The insects require sustenance, necessitating a transfer of chakra energy to survive. Thus, it must be acknowledged that this individual exhibits a remarkable determination. Shino, indeed, is extraordinarily formidable, having reached such terrifying heights in a critical moment. Contemplating this filled Chenju with awe, as the situation presented before them was undeniably significant. Temari furrowed her brow, pondering why Shino would inflict harm upon himself by breaking his own arm. There seemed no necessity for such self-damage, even if he knew he was outmatched. Chenju shook his head. The opponent was not foolish. Self-harm was not his intent. Rather, Shino understood the vulnerabilities of his adversary, employing insects to block the chakra outlets in his opponent and Oppo's palms. Consequently, when chakra was expelled, it became trapped, causing a backlash of energy. Chapter 69. Positive energy. Is this not merely the collision of energies within one and Oppo's fingertips? should such energies collide. They would undoubtedly result in a cataclysmic explosion at the very center of the arm, rendering one akin to a mere waste. It must be stated, however, that this individual is indeed exceptionally formidable. I never anticipated such a terrifying level of power. This marks the first instance of death within this arena. Gaara and Appo's countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, a sinister smile graced his lips. If this is indeed the case, it becomes rather intriguing to witness whose strength prevails. I have always perceived my opponent's prowess to be commendable, and it is evident now that it far exceeds my expectations, firmly establishing this as an optimal state of affairs. Nonetheless, the upcoming battles are certain to become increasingly grave, and the extent of their outcomes will hinge on each participant and Appo's performance. Naruto and Appo's face was instantly suffused with profound resentment. What is the meaning of this? How has this individual become so remarkably powerful, reaching such absurd heights? It is utterly incomprehensible. Even if one possesses strength, it should not escalate to such extremes. How could one possibly contend against him? His face reflected intense dissatisfaction as the very thought of this situation soured his mood. Sakura, standing nearby, exhibited a flicker of concern in her gaze. I had sensed something unusual about this individual previously, yet I did not foresee such an astonishing surge in strength. Meanwhile, upon returning to the team, Shino smiled. "Shino, you are performing admirably," he remarked. "It seems you have not been a hindrance to us. I have always sensed your latent strength, and it is gratifying to see it manifest now." His face radiated excitement, as if he eagerly awaited the opportunity to confront and dismantle the awkward circumstances before them. For them, this situation posed no danger, only benefits. Thus there was no reason for undue anxiety. Shino nodded, expressing his anticipation for their performance. "I am confident you will all excel." Kiba glared at Shino with clenched teeth. This individual had departed with a semblance of humility, yet upon his return, he acted as if he were the leader, an utterly ridiculous transformation. His face was a canvas of shock, struggling to comprehend this phenomenon, as it was truly his first encounter with such a scenario. Moreover, he found this situation particularly vexing. At that moment, a calm voice broke through the tension. "Now, I propose we proceed to the next match. This will allow us to avoid wasting anyone and Appo's time. And we can see who will compete next." Just then, Kakashi arrived on the scene. "Hey!" Sakura's face instantly transformed, filled with earnestness. "Kakashi-sensei, how is Sasuke? What is his current condition?" Kakashi smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, he is doing exceptionally well and is currently recuperating in the hospital. He should be out shortly." However, he failed to mention that several Anbu were guarding Sasuke closely. At that moment, the large screen illuminated with radiant light, confirming the pairings. Kinsuke versus Kankuro. Kankuro could not suppress a light chuckle. "Finally, it's my turn. I am exhilarated. I relish this style of combat, as it allows me to easily dispatch my adversary while showcasing my abilities." Gaara observed Kankuro's arrogance, feeling a surge of discomfort at his apparent disregard for his opponent. How could this individual continue to underestimate his foe? Such presumption seemed tantamount to courting disaster. Shinju frowned. "Kankuro, remember that everyone who has reached this point is undoubtedly skilled. Do not take them lightly. If you lose due to carelessness, you will have no reasonable explanation upon your return. Therefore, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Do not be deceived. This battle is crucial, and we trust in your capabilities." His expression was one of solemnity, as if this matter had become an inevitable outcome for them. Kankuro nodded, his face brimming with confidence. "Fear not, you can always count on me. After all, who else can you rely on but me? I possess unparalleled strength that none can rival." His confidence radiated, filling him with a sense of joy at the prospect of battle, a style of combat that ensured their invincibility. He strode forward, confronting a masked opponent. Kinsuke, meanwhile, wore a look of disdain. "Let me make this abundantly clear. I am not a mere armor-clad fool. I will not show mercy to someone as insignificant as you. When the time comes to strike, I will do so without hesitation, and you shall not escape my grasp." Chapter 70. The strength of Kanjuro. This matter is indeed a serious concern. Thus, regardless of the circumstances that ensue, I shall not relent easily. Having resolved to defeat you, I assure you that no matter what transpires henceforth, escape shall be utterly impossible for you. Once I launch my assault, it signifies that I am wielding my ultimate technique. At that juncture, you must concede defeat without delay." Upon hearing these words, Kanjiro immediately discarded the backpack slung over his shoulder onto the ground. "Allow me to make it abundantly clear. I too shall strive to conclude this swiftly." A flicker of excitement danced across his visage. The moonlit gale bore witness to the palpable tension between the two, accentuating the gravity of the moment. Since both parties had prepared for this confrontation, I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. The two contenders were poised for battle, and this skirmish was undeniably of paramount importance. Chenju inhaled deeply. Recognizing that this individual must belong to the Sound Ninja Village, each adversary more formidable than the last. Understanding this, it is prudent to prepare adequately. Otherwise, one may find themselves oblivious to the manner of their defeat. It is my fervent hope that Kanjiro does not become overly arrogant. Should he fall into such hubris, he may find himself oblivious to his own demise, a situation that would be utterly disastrous. Meanwhile, Jian Meiching and Amp, Appos, S.I. sparkled with keen intelligence upon hearing these words. "If that is the case, I shall ensure that you do not strike first." With that declaration, he charged forward, seizing Kanjiro and Appos' arm in an instant. The two had entered a stalemate, making it difficult to discern who held the upper hand. The atmosphere suggested that if they continued in this manner, misfortune would soon befall them. This awareness lingered in their minds as they remained locked in this deadlock, Jian Meiching and Appos' eyes reflecting newfound cleverness. His aura transformed, arms and legs entwining around his opponent with the fluidity of a serpent. Luo furrowed his brows. How is this possible? Why does he move with such serpentine grace, appearing as though he possesses no bones? Under normal circumstances, such fluidity seems implausible. Chenju, with an earnest gaze, scrutinized Jian Meiching. No, this individual is one of Orochimaru and Appos' recruits, thus his techniques mirror Orochimaru and Appos' own. This is rather expected. This maneuver is not merely within his repertoire. He employs it with greater finesse, akin to a creature in its natural habitat, weaving effortlessly through the underbrush. It appears that he has dislocated every joint in his body, manipulating his malleable form with chakra. This grants him a terrifying capability to ensnare his opponent to the point of bone fracture, much like a snake. A snake entangles its prey, only releasing it upon the latter's demise, such is the essence of this technique. The similarities between their methods are striking, an inevitability they both recognize. Their faces bore the weight of earnest determination, as if this reality had become an inescapable truth, rendering any apprehension unnecessary. Should they endeavor to navigate this challenge effectively, they could create a favorable outcome, free from undue worry. After uttering this sentiment, Jian Meiching could not suppress a light laugh, his demeanor remarkably composed. With a sinister smile, Jian Meiching remarked, "I did not anticipate you would see through my intentions, but what of it? If you refuse to concede, I shall tighten my grip until your fate is sealed. Though I am uncertain of the ninja tools you possess, being ensnared renders them utterly meaningless. I could just as easily snap your neck, so I suggest you forfeit post-haste." Kanjiro, however, scoffed disdainfully. "No, I refuse." Jian Meiching was taken aback. "Are you truly willing to risk your life?" A profound sense of fear crept into his heart as he sensed something unsettling within Kanjiro's smile. Such a smile could not be deemed normal. It was laden with meaning. Kanjiro's lips curled into a smirk. "You are the fool here, for it is you who shall meet your end." Crack. At that moment, Li's eyes widened in shock. Kanjiro's neck had been completely severed. Luo turned his head away in disdain. How utterly tiresome. Jian Meiching and Appos' face gleamed with smug satisfaction. He relished this state of affairs, relishing the opportunity to demonstrate true strength. What a fool. I accidentally applied too much force and ended his life. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than the very thing before him began to crumble away, splinters cascading down. These fragments appeared most peculiar and astonishingly. The severed neck twisted, shedding even more wood shavings. Chapter 71. The Puppet Doll. Now it is my turn. The moment those words left my lips, an intense twisting force suddenly ensnared Jian Meiching. At the same time, Her mouth twisted and revealed its true form. Jian Meiqing's face was suffused with profound shock, as she could hardly believe the spectacle before her. This was indeed a puppet doll. The original bandages vanished in an instant, and now Qin Zhulong stood forth. Upon witnessing this scene, Jian Meiqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression marred with astonishment. Was this truly his authentic self? This individual was, without a doubt, a puppet master. It was no wonder everything had felt so peculiar before. The source of the oddity lay here. Sakura and Appo's eyes widened as she contemplated the notion of focusing chakra in her hands to manipulate puppets. The puppets now tightened their grip, leaving the adversary with no room for resistance, only the echoes of anguished cries. At that moment, Qin Zhulong couldn't help but let out a sardonic chuckle. How do you feel now? Surely, with your bones shattered, your body must feel more pliable, much like a serpent. Yue Guang Jifeng stood nearby, his face displaying profound astonishment as he touched his mouth. What was I just doing? I nearly interrupted a perilous match. If I had done so, it would have been utterly humiliating. Just then, Jian Meiqing collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the capacity to continue fighting. Yue Guang Jifeng slowly announced, the match cannot proceed. The victor this time is Qin Zhulong. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 against 1? This is excessively underhanded, isn't it, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, unable to contain his exasperation, shook his head. There is nothing underhanded about this. After all, they are merely puppets. Your understanding of the situation is still quite limited, hence your Navi inquiries. Sakura nodded in agreement. This is the art of puppetry, using chakra to control dolls, akin to shuriken, which are tools of a ninja. Yet, despite her outward composure, she felt an overwhelming tension within, realizing that everyone around her seemed exceptionally adept at harnessing chakra energy. What she once thought was a commendable command of chakra now appeared rather trivial in comparison. Shinju smiled, eager to witness the prowess displayed by both sides. I can hardly wait to see the strength they unleash against one another. Only then will it become truly engaging. Yue Guang Jifeng cleared his throat, announcing, let us commence the 4th round. The electronic screen flickered rapidly, its pace accelerating. Naruto pouted in annoyance. What is going on? From the very beginning, it has all been about these grotesque faux flowers. Sakura stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. While your remarks hold some validity, I feel others would be more suited to express them, as you hardly possess the standing to say such things. Kakashi pointed to the big screen, his expression relaxed, as if such occurrences were trivial to them. Although one might argue that their observations seemed reasonable, it felt overly simplistic, for under normal circumstances, such statements would lack any merit. The sudden shift in rhetoric from others seemed rather awkward, as if they were out of place. Sakura faced off against Yamanaka Ino. At this moment, Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she was about to duel Yamanaka Ino. Wasn't this a match meant to pit them against one another? Such a clash seemed utterly absurd. Yamanaka Ino too bore a look of astonishment. Shinju shook his head in resignation. The current situation was indeed peculiar. It was hard to believe that, at such a critical juncture, they were both so inexperienced. Their respective strengths appeared somewhat insignificant, and it remained uncertain what kind of power they might yet unveil, while their expression suggested ease. Recalling the situation instilled a sense of calm within. They relished the moment, seizing the opportunity before them, as this scenario suited them perfectly. There was no need for haste. Gaara pouted in dissatisfaction. If you dare say their actions resemble a clash of amateurs, I would wholeheartedly agree. It truly seems to be the case. I am curious to witness the extent of their abilities. This was a contest between 2 women, and I found myself intrigued, eager to see if their conflict would yield anything of interest. Temari nodded. What a shame. Had I been given the chance to compete, it would have been perfect. Not being allowed to participate feels like forsaking a splendid opportunity, and that sentiment is undeniably frustrating. Chapter 72. Good friends. Shinju gazed at Shoji with a smile, reflecting on the battle ahead. If she were truly allowed to join, it was likely she could effortlessly dispatch the 2 opponents, making the decision to exclude her quite reasonable. It would undoubtedly render the confrontation more intriguing. Moreover, the dynamics between Sakura and the woman before her hinted at underlying tensions, despite their friendship. In that moment, the moonlight glimmered as the swift wind stirred. The battle commenced. Both combatants launched into action, with Sakura initiating an offensive by hurling 2 shurikens. The woman, upon seeing the incoming projectiles, acted without hesitation, swiftly knocking one aside. Sasuke observed this with palpable excitement, marveling at Sakura and Appo's unexpected strength. He had always known she would dominate the fray, and now it was evident that her advantage was substantial. Nearby, a man scoffed at Sasuke and Appo's enthusiasm, raising his head dismissively. "Fool, if you weren't so dim-witted, you'd already be on the ground." Another man beside him felt a surge of dissatisfaction, regarding the 2 female ninjas as merely mediocre. A woman from a different group, overhearing the disparaging remarks, pouted in indignation. "What do you mean by female ninja? That statement is frankly offensive. It implies a disparity that is neither fair nor accurate." Her irritation was palpable, for it seemed to belittle the capabilities of female ninjas who had done no wrong. Naruto, upon hearing such words, was momentarily taken aback. Too slow? Is that truly the critique? His expression reflected disbelief, unable to fathom how such a statement could hold weight. In the meantime, Ino appeared increasingly agitated, having waited impatiently for an opportunity to strike. Sakura, meanwhile, was diligently searching for her opponent and Appo's weaknesses, but had yet to uncover any. Suddenly, she discerned a flaw, her eyes widening with shock as she resolved to act decisively. Yet, memories of their childhood together surfaced, and the bond they shared caused her to hesitate. Ino, however, showed no such restraint and launched her own offensive. Shinju furrowed her brow, a look of disappointment washing over her. "I had hoped for a more thrilling battle, but it seems to have fallen short of expectations." Sakura could not help but chuckle lightly, raising her head with newfound sharpness in her gaze, exuding confidence. "If you wish to claim Sasuke in my presence, I must inform you that such an endeavor is utterly futile. You must have realized by now that my strength is overwhelming. With such power, you stand no chance against me." Ino's agitation flared in response. "How dare you speak so condescendingly, you crybaby?" Naruto, witnessing the unfolding scene, stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of it all. "Kakashi-sensei, why does this feel so strange? Shun and Appo's, do they be fighting in a more conventional manner? This infighting seems completely unnecessary." His expression bore the weight of confusion, as if grappling with a profound existential crisis. Yet, he recognized that this behavior, while perplexing, was perhaps not entirely unwarranted. If they adhered to their expected patterns, the outcomes would likely surpass their initial assumptions. Kakashi, upon hearing Naruto's musings, chuckled softly, shaking his head. "If you truly believe that, then you have miscalculated, for Sakura does not take pleasure in bullying others. This is simply her nature, and I trust you understand this better than anyone. Thus, her harsh words serve a clear purpose. She seeks a suitable response from you at this critical juncture. Above all, she desires a satisfactory answer, one that could lead to a favorable outcome in the days to come." Chapter 73. The result. Sakura merely wished for a modicum of fairness in the competition. After all, if the contest continued in such an unbalanced manner, it would be exceedingly challenging for it to be deemed fair, as her opponent would always feel compelled to show restraint, a notion Sakura did not desire. She gazed intently at Ino, fully aware of her formidable prowess. Gaara stood nearby, shaking his head in resignation. "I suddenly found the situation rather tedious. What I had anticipated to be an exhilarating battle had, in truth, devolved into something far less captivating. Judging by the current circumstances, it was abundantly clear that their capabilities were starkly evident. Indeed, it was dull. The disparity in strength between these two individuals and Temari was so pronounced that I initially thought it a jest, yet here we were, faced with the stark reality. After uttering such thoughts, I couldn't help but shake my head in exasperation. The initial thrill had waned significantly." Shinju chuckled softly. "You know I am not one for jest," he remarked. "Since this matter has been confirmed, must we belabor the point? I have always prided myself on my honesty, and in all my endeavors, I have spoken nothing but the truth. Thus, it is undeniable that the situation before us has become a foregone conclusion, albeit contingent upon my own will. If I desire to resolve this matter with certainty, it may be accomplished. However, if I lack such intent, then this issue shall remain insurmountable for the time being. Enough of this idle chatter. Have we not found the recent battles rather engaging? Let us seize this opportunity to broaden our horizons." Temari, standing to the side, lowered her head. Oh, spare me the flattery. Am I not aware of my own limitations? The individuals before us are undeniably formidable, and I feel as though I am merely a hindrance. Your praise only serves to embarrass me. I have always been acutely aware of my own capabilities, far more than anyone else. Therefore, if I were to receive such exaggerated compliments, it would only serve to deepen my sense of shame. Following her words, she could not suppress an awkward laugh, yet her honesty was refreshing. Shinju smiled, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed, devoid of excessive emotion. No, Tamari, you are underestimating yourself. I genuinely commend you. You are indeed far superior to them. I do not jest. And my words are sincere, though you have yet to recognize this truth. By the time you do, it may be too late, yet this will prepare you psychologically. It is essential for you to truly comprehend the extent of your own strength, for that is what defines perfection. With that, he chuckled softly, his gaze unwavering and calm. Tamari couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. Your words possess a semblance of truth, yet the emergence of this situation is undeniably awkward for me. I never anticipated that something so simple could culminate in such complexity. Enough, Shinju, let us focus on the battle. Surely, I know my own strength, she insisted. If this continues, it will become rather tiresome, as I am most uncomfortable with excessive praise. Too much flattery might very well lead to my head swelling. She laughed, finding humor in the absurdity of the situation. The scene before them was indeed a remarkable juxtaposition, poised to reach its zenith at that very moment. Shinju smiled, his demeanor serene, as if the unfolding events had become an inevitability for them. Now that we have reached this point, the outcome is bound to elicit trepidation. Let us observe the contest between these two women. While their strength may not have significantly increased, they have certainly earned our respect for their resilience and the fervor with which they have engaged in battle thus far. Regardless of the timing or the critical nature of the moment, they deserve our respect, and that is beyond question. His expression was now imbued with a profound seriousness. He understood that this state of combat was entirely reasonable for them, and in time, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength. The results would be distinctly different if their abilities were to be amplified. Thus, the unfolding drama became increasingly unique. In this state, it had become an inevitability. As for Sakura and Ino, neither hesitated for a moment, launching into a flurry of rapid assaults. Their hands collided in a spectacular display of intensity, showing no intention of granting each other mercy. The ferocity of their engagement was breathtaking, surpassing all expectations in this pivotal moment. Chapter 74. The clash between two women in the current tempestuous atmosphere. Both combatants exhibited an unmistakable ferocity as their fists collided, generating an intense gust of wind. The scene was astonishing, almost beyond belief, as it was rare to witness such terrifying power under normal circumstances. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of the confrontation. At that moment, Ino and Appo's expression darkened, her demeanor shifting as she addressed Sakura. This is not merely a graduation exam from the Ninja Academy. Do you really believe that the techniques learned in class can defeat me? Sakura, without uttering another word, swiftly employed the shadow clone technique and charged forward. Ino, with unwavering focus, scrutinized Sakura, quickly discerning the true target among the clones. Just then, Ino's concentration was shattered as Sakura's speed surged, sending her flying. Standing her ground, Sakura exuded an air of confidence. Do you still perceive me as that weeping Sakura of the past? You are in for a rude awakening. Let Appo's truly engage in battle. If you do not make a move soon, this will become exceedingly dull. Wiping the blood from her lip, Ino's anger flared. Very well, let us fight seriously then. Her seriousness was palpable, her eyes sharpened with intensity. At this moment, Shinju could not help but nod in approval. Sakura had consistently demonstrated remarkable proficiency in chakra manipulation, distinguishing herself among her peers. She had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, and it was evident that this encounter would yield a vastly different outcome. The chakra flowed through her body, enabling her to execute techniques with finesse, a skill that even Sasuke could not surpass. Sakura and Appo's control over chakra was, from the outset, commendable. Shinju wore a satisfied expression, recognizing her advantageous position. Beside them, Hanamaru felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Just moments ago, they had praised Sakura. Yet now they were extolling her prowess as if it were a new revelation. Meanwhile, both Sakura and Ino were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. bewildered by each other's formidable abilities. They had been locked in combat for 10 minutes, yet the outcome remained indecipherable. Each exuded a powerful aura, indicating a stalemate in their fierce exchange. Sakura, with a disdainful smirk, remarked, "I can and amp. Oppose. Believe we are evenly matched. This is utterly tedious. Your skills seem mediocre at best." Ino, brimming with irritation, retorted, "Even if you provoke me, there must be limits. If you push too far, do not expect me to hold back." With a determined glare, she drew her kunai and severed her own hair in a fit of fervor. Sakura chuckled lightly at this display. But your attitude is rather naive." Ino, fueled by her wrath, declared, "I must bring this match to a swift conclusion and force you to acknowledge your defeat." She gathered her hands before her chest, intent on executing her next move. Sakura, sensing the shift, quickly recognized Ino and Oppo's strategy. "I see you're anxious, but this technique is futile. You are attempting the mind-body switch technique, aiming to unleash your spiritual energy to dominate me." As Ino unleashed her attack, it sought to suppress Sakura's spirit for several minutes, controlling her body. However, the technique bore significant flaws. The energy traveled at a painfully slow pace and could not return to the caster if it missed its target, leaving them vulnerable. Chenju observed this exchange with a bemused smile, recognizing the technique as more suited for reconnaissance than combat. Sakura might not be able to overpower her opponent, as indicated by her choice of words. Ino, fueled by determination, thought, "If I do not try, how will I know if I can succeed? I must test this." Hanamaru, astounded, exclaimed, "This is outrageous. I have never seen such audacity. Her prowess is undoubtedly formidable." The air was thick with tension as they sensed the gravity of the situation. Ino shouted, "Mind-body switch technique." Sakura, unfazed, smiled calmly. "What a pity, Ino. I believe it is time to conclude this." Chapter 75, Sakura's willpower upon finishing her words. Sakura instantly broke into a triumphant smile, a clear indication that she now possessed the upper hand. Furthermore, this scenario was particularly advantageous for them, alleviating the need for excessive concern over such matters. To dwell incessantly on this issue would be perilous, yielding no beneficial outcome. Whenever an opportunity arose, they were generally inclined to seize it. However, before she could take 2 steps forward, she suddenly found her feet ensnared by an unseen force, rendering her utterly immobile. As for Ino, a sinister grin spread across her face. "You fell for it, Sakura. At last, I've caught you. I was merely performing hand seals all along. That was nothing but an act to lure you into this trap. How does it feel to be completely immobilized now? This is a rope crafted from chakra energy infused into my hair. Isn't it?" A wave of shock washed over her as she realized that she had indeed mastered such a technique. All that remained was to enter Sakura's body and declare her forfeiture, thus concluding the match. Her heart raced with exhilaration, fully aware that this strategy was remarkably sound. Mind-body switch technique. In an instant, she successfully executed the technique. Knowing her opponent was unable to move, with her opponent incapacitated, her chances of victory surged dramatically. Sakura, unable to contain her glee, laughed triumphantly, her tone saturated with self-satisfaction. "What a pity. This scene is rather dull for me," she remarked, her face radiant with joy, as if such an outcome had been inevitable. Tamari furrowed her brow. "These two are incredibly strong. I never anticipated their abilities to reach such extraordinary heights." It was evident that the water had an unusual quality to it. Chenju smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. This situation is not as straightforward as it seems. Have you forgotten about Naruto? That guy is notoriously troublesome, and he has a multitude of matters to attend to, so one must never overlook his presence." At that moment, Sakura slowly raised her right hand, and in a calm voice, she began to declare, "I, Sakura, choose to forfeit." But before she could finish, a furious roar interrupted her, resonating with a seriousness that allowed no room for leniency. Naruto and Oppo's voice rang out from the arena. "Sakura, you absolutely cannot forfeit. Don't you dare forget the countless hardships we endured to reach this point. If you quit now, you would not deserve to be called a woman." Just then, Ino realized she could no longer maintain control over Sakura, for an overwhelming chill surged within her body, a powerful cold that left her utterly astounded. unable to fathom its terrifying intensity. This revelation plunged her into deep existential doubt, as the unfolding events seemed insurmountable. Sakura and Amp, Appo's voice echoed from within. Naruto's incessant noise is maddening. I had intended to ignore this mess, yet somehow, I am embroiled in it again. However, Naruto is right. Under no circumstances should I allow myself to be defeated by Ino. A profound sense of resignation washed over her, as if encountering such a situation was utterly absurd. Ino's face was etched with disbelief, unable to accept that her opponent was genuinely resisting her control. The rapidity of Sakura's defiance was astonishing, a feat that seemed impossible for anyone else. Yet, here it was, unfolding before her very eyes, leaving her in a state of incredulity. How could this happen? How can she still be conscious? Under normal circumstances, she should have lost all awareness by now. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi stood nearby, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. Unable to suppress an awkward smile, he appeared genuinely delighted. So, do you now wish to forfeit this match? At that moment, Sakura felt a surge of agitation. She could never concede in such a contest. Ino's expression was a mixture of disbelief, struggling to comprehend that her jutsu had failed after all this time. This left her questioning her own reality, the absurdity of the situation weighing heavily upon her. Nevertheless, if she could seize the opportunity before her, success was assured. Yet, failing to grasp this moment would surely be a regrettable oversight. Chapter 76, Chinju smiled. This Ino had the potential to succeed. Yet Naruto and Appo's sudden claim that Ino intended to take Sasuke away stirred a deep-seated anxiety within him, transforming him into a volatile state. Temari stood nearby, her hands clenched tightly, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, if he were in a similar predicament, subjected to such a ninjutsu that invoked Chinju and Appo's name, he too would likely awaken with fervor. Realizing this, a flicker of enlightenment crossed his mind, accompanied by a subtle smile. Chinju, I have always placed my utmost trust in you, and what you've said resonates profoundly. If I were in your position, I would certainly share similar sentiments. I must admit, this scenario feels quite exceptional. You have indeed not disappointed. Chinju chuckled. That is imperative. At any moment, I shall never let you down. Sakura, at that moment, exuded a commanding presence. Ino, you must depart from my body, or I can assuredly inform you that misfortune awaits you. Ino, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation within her, convinced she had done nothing wrong. However, the abrupt shift in circumstances incited her fury, leading both to a tumultuous struggle that culminated in mutual defeat, leaving them both unconscious. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Gale could not suppress a clap of his hands. These two are caught in a ruse, having suffered injuries and succumbed to unconsciousness. Fear not. After a brief respite, they shall awaken. Kakashi chuckled softly. I must say, Sakura's growth has been remarkable. It appears we faced some minor challenges before, but witnessing their current actions brings me great joy. It was indeed wise to have them participate in this exam, as it has fostered their rapid development, a truly rare manifestation. Suddenly, the large screen flickered, showcasing the latest battle roster. Tenin versus Temari. Temari was momentarily taken aback, her face alight with surprise. She had not anticipated reaching this point so swiftly, and it was indeed formidable. Who would have thought this would involve a ninja from the Hidden Leaf? If that is the case, this truly is something extraordinary, she mused. I wonder if I can triumph over my opponent. Winning would yield vastly different outcomes than losing. Chinju reassured her, there is no need for concern. Have you forgotten? I am here. Even if you were to lose, it matters not. What is essential is that you act in accordance with your own intentions. I have unwavering faith in your abilities. He then playfully blinked, a smile illuminating his face. He relished the moment, for the current circumstances appeared highly advantageous for them, as long as they progressed in a favorable direction. There was no need for anxiety over trivial matters. They simply needed to strive for excellence in their immediate endeavors. Upon hearing Chinju and Appo's words, Temari couldn't and Appo's helped but smile softly. Chinju, your words have alleviated my worries and made me feel utterly unburdened. Thank you. Without your encouraging words, I would have been at a loss, but now I sense no significant issues. Taking a deep breath, she confidently strode forward. Gaara observed Chinju calmly. Chinju, how do you propose we navigate this situation? After all, this is likely an unprecedented occurrence. Since it is indeed a first, do you have any insights to share? The outcome of a potential clash between these two is of paramount importance. Shinju smiled, his demeanor serene. Rest assured, considering the current circumstances, I believe Temari will be just fine. However, I sense that this situation may be more exaggerated than we anticipate. As long as we adhere to our expectations, there is no need for concern. His gaze remained composed, as if viewing an examination paper poised to yield favorable results, thus dispelling any anxiety regarding the unfolding events. If they could seize previous opportunities, the forthcoming period would yield exceptional outcomes. Yet, if they failed to achieve remarkable results, no amount of discussion would prove effective, potentially leading to deep existential doubts. Nonetheless, Gaara, I recommend exercising caution with Temari. Tenten possesses a unique edge. Her confidence is evident in her words. Such self-assuredness suggests she harbors considerable prowess. Given that they are all skilled individuals, it is prudent to remain vigilant, for understanding the true strength of the opponent is essential. Chapter 77. Temari versus Tenten. Upon hearing those words, Gaara's gaze fixated on his own head, his demeanor remarkably composed. There was no urgency regarding such inquiries, for deep within, I have always harbored a profound faith in them. Temari, after all, is my sister, and as my sister, she will never fail to meet expectations, no matter the circumstance. A confident smile emerged on my face, for the mere thought of her combat style ignited a thrill within me, and I eagerly anticipated her outstanding performance. Should she excel, it would undoubtedly bolster her strength further. With increasing prowess, the outcomes would certainly differ. They are acutely aware of this. Meanwhile, Sakura slowly regained consciousness, her expression marred by evident pain. Did I lose to you? She queried, to which Ino chuckled softly. No, under normal circumstances, it should be me wanting to cry, as I merely managed to draw with someone like you. The disparity in our abilities is glaringly apparent, yet here we are, merely at a stalemate. This indicates my own weakness. Her face contorted with anger, as if grasping the gravity of the situation, which was of utmost importance to them. At this moment, the Moonlight Gale's eyes sparkled with keen acuity. Round 5. Tenten, Temari, you both should be prepared, for we shall commence. Shinju, in a state of heightened anxiety, clenched his hands tightly. Despite his unwavering belief in them, the nature of battle inevitably invites unforeseen circumstances. This was a truth he understood well, thus, they must remain earnest. Only then could they achieve a unique outcome, for failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. Outside the ring, Lee fervently waved his right hand. Go, Tenten. You're truly exceptional and will not disappoint. Keep pushing forward. I believe you will not falter. The air resonated with fervent shouts, a cacophony that was both unique and deafening. Shinju offered a cold smile. This raucous crowd was unbearable. They ought to spectate quietly rather than create such a ruckus, which was akin to courting disaster. Gaara, standing nearby, grew distinctly aloof. Should I encounter those raucous individuals, I would not hesitate to take decisive action, ensuring they pay the price for insulting my sister and cheering for her adversary. If my sister were to lose, it would be solely due to their incessant encouragement. His expression mirrored profound anger, as such matters weighed heavily on his heart. Upon hearing those words, Shinju's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such audacious statements, which were brazenly falsehoods. He felt a wave of embarrassment. He had encountered shamelessness before, yet never such a blatant display. Did they not realize how inappropriate their conduct was? Their arrogance was unsettling, prompting a sense of helplessness, as if this situation was nearly fatal for them. However, as long as events unfolded as anticipated, significant issues should not arise. The key remained in each individual and Oppo's mindset. After all, a positive disposition would yield increasingly favorable results. At that moment, the third Hokage could not help but exhibit earnestness in his eyes. I must admit, Tenten possesses remarkable timing, managing to position herself neither too close nor too far, adeptly handling both offense and defense. Moonlight Gale felt a twinge of awkwardness. Observing the two maintaining distance without initiating combat was perplexing. What is amiss with you two? You can attack directly. There is no need for such prolonged hesitation. Yet, neither had launched an attack, both remaining vigilant, as if assessing one another and Oppo's conditions. This was indeed peculiar. Temari smiled. It seems you were merely observing the situation, waiting for the right moment to act? Let me clarify. Once I commence my assault, it will be over in an instant. Shinju, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of strangeness arise within him. Why does that sound so familiar? Isn't that a line from Kankuro? I wondered how someone could utter such arrogance. It turns out they learned from him. The realization brought him joy, for he relished this rhythm. As long as they could seize the moment, everything else would seem trivial. Chapter 78. The impeccable shuriken furrowed her brow. Yet her confidence radiated with an intensity that suggested such matters were trifles to her. I had assumed my opponent possessed formidable strength, but upon closer inspection, they appeared rather underwhelming. It seemed they were reluctant to engage, merely feigning interest in my strategy. I could care less about their tactics. They might as well make a move, as it would grant them a fleeting opportunity. A smirk danced at the corners of my mouth. Having resolved to act, I soared into the sky without hesitation, launching 3 shurikens downward in swift succession. However, to my astonishment, all 3 landed harmlessly at Shuriken and Appo's feet. My opponent remained unfazed. Yet my attacks had utterly failed to connect. My eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? It was inconceivable that I could miss my target. I was intimately aware of my own prowess. Why had my shuriken simply descended without making contact? With hands on her hips, Shuriken remarked, "What is this? A mere test of skill? Are you so intimidated that you cannot aim?" I had expected a more engaging encounter, but it appeared there was little to anticipate. At this moment, Shali and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. How could his shurikens have failed to hit? His expertise in this area was well known, and his precision was renowned. Given the expected accuracy, the situation was utterly perplexing. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expression shifting to concern. Something was amiss. I was acutely aware of Xiao Li's reputation for hitting his mark. If memory served, his aim was infallible. The notion that he could miss was indeed curious, suggesting that perhaps he had been thwarted in his throw rather than simply erring in aim. Kanjiro chuckled softly. This fellow remained unchanged, exhibiting a surprising kindness. Gaara and Appo's face, however, was etched with disdain, as if such an event could not possibly create any disparity in their abilities. He had no interest in unwarranted involvement. It was utterly tedious. Shinju wore a contemplative smile. To my surprise, these individuals were indeed formidable, and the current circumstances had not disappointed. A hint of peculiarity crossed his features. He had initially anticipated disappointment, yet the displayed strength was markedly distinct, leaving him in awe. Internally, he understood that this situation was remarkably stable, requiring no undue concern. Lingering worry would only lead to misfortune. The current state of affairs was slightly unusual, yet the stability was palpable. Beside him, Shikamaru shook his head in resignation. I never imagined this match would unfold in such a manner. If I am not mistaken, the Sand Village has certainly triumphed. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing this. His face flushed with indignation. After all, the battle had scarcely begun. To declare the opponent the victor was tantamount to mockery. How could they possibly win so swiftly? This thought left him quite unsettled. Why such a definitive statement? He thought, feeling it was an exaggeration. The opposing side hardly seemed to possess such overwhelming strength. His discomfort was evident, unwilling to concede that they could achieve victory in such a brief span. What would follow if they were indeed declared the victors? His expression darkened with frustration, as if the very notion of this outcome filled him with existential doubt. The circumstances appeared dire, and it was clear that this was not a favorable development. Beside him, the ever-hungry companion sighed in resignation. Shikamaru, typically quiet, had spoken with certainty, indicating the outcome was likely as he described. He never spoke falsely. His words conveyed unwavering confidence, a sentiment that could only stem from his conviction. A tinge of melancholy crossed his features, especially considering how effortlessly the opponent seemed to prevail. This left him feeling profoundly unsettled. At that moment, Naruto could not help but scratch his head in bewilderment. This was indeed a uniquely surprising turn of events, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 79. 3 opportunities. As for the current scene, at this moment, Tian took a deep breath, striving to regulate his breathing. No matter what transpires, he must remain composed. Only by achieving complete calm can he adjust his breath, and the unfolding events will not truly materialize. His gaze appeared resolute, as if recognizing the perilous nature of their situation. He understood that the circumstances were shifting favorably, and seizing this opportune moment could potentially enhance their strength significantly. Regardless of what lay ahead, he knew he must maintain his composure. Only in tranquility could he discern the opponent's weaknesses. Furthermore, it was only through utter calmness that he could uncover myriad possibilities, never allowing himself to succumb to panic. His thoughts were remarkably straightforward. He wished to see through the opponent's tactics. Only by fully understanding his adversary could he hope to succeed. If he remained uncertain and failed to perceive their attacks, ultimate victory would elude him. If he could not evade, then he must not allow himself to be cornered. At that moment, Shoju couldn't help but smile, especially as she noted the focused gaze of her opponent, fixated on the surface. From this, she deduced that he was calculating the precise timing for an extraordinary move. The prospect of such a display piqued her interest, for if executed well, the outcome could indeed be remarkably different, igniting excitement within her. She swiftly positioned her weapon behind her, and Tian immediately recognized the significance of her fan. Thus, he darted back and forth with remarkable speed, causing every onlooker to widen their eyes in disbelief at the sheer velocity achieved in such a brief span. This newfound swiftness was unlike anything seen before, leaving them utterly astonished. Under normal circumstances, such speed would seem unattainable, yet the display before them revealed boundless potential. Suddenly, Tian ascended into the sky, unfurling a scroll that danced gracefully in the air, a sight so dazzling that it drew their rapt attention. They could scarcely believe that such extraordinary feats could occur within moments, as the spectacle defied their expectations. While gliding, he unleashed countless fissures that rapidly cascaded downward, the pace of which only seemed to accelerate. This was a sight they had never witnessed, and the bizarre nature of it left them feeling profoundly unsettled. The current scenario was unlike anything they had ever imagined, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment. As he spiraled through the air, his form underwent a transformation, radiating an increasingly potent aura, one they had never dared to believe could exist. At that moment, an array of projectiles emerged, yet despite the onslaught of darts, Shoju remained unfazed, standing still as if waiting for her opponent to act. Her demeanor was strikingly composed, demonstrating that panic only exacerbates a situation. He understood this truth all too well. Does that fan conceal a mechanism, or is it simply impervious to my strikes? He pondered. Upon hearing his thoughts, Shoju stifled a gentle laugh, pointing to the first star on her fan. See this? It is the first star on my fan, and there are 3 in total. Once the 3rd star appears, you shall be defeated. Little Li, observing the situation, appeared increasingly anxious. Tian, you must not allow your opponent to overwhelm you. Maintain your composure, and you shall prevail. Gaara furrowed his brow. This fellow is quite bothersome. I hope I do not encounter him in battle. If I do, I shall ensure he suffers. Chenju chuckled softly. I advise you to tread lightly. This battle is distinctly different, not even on the same level. Upon hearing this, Tian gritted his teeth in determination. Chapter 80. Seizing Opportunities. Gaara scoffed dismissively, feeling no need to pay attention to this group as their strength was woefully inadequate in comparison. There was simply no reason to regard such feeble beings with any seriousness. Chenju chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation, for he understood that the arrogance of the opponent was indeed backed by substantial prowess. Given their formidable abilities, their confidence was entirely justified. Very well, since you have made your assertion, watch closely. I can only inform you that these individuals are far from the simplicity you presume. They often exude a potential that eludes your comprehension, and this occasion is no exception. Therefore, you should observe keenly. Once you do, you will realize their true nature. At this moment, his demeanor appeared remarkably composed, as if everything transpired as expected. If they could not grasp even the most fundamental aspects, then other matters would remain unrealizable for them. Moreover, their inability to seize this opportunity rendered them almost entirely helpless. Gaara smiled faintly, observing Chenju with a calm gaze. You may prefer to show mercy, but I have no inclination to accept weakness. Regardless of whether my opponent is formidable or frail, I shall seize every opportunity to overwhelm them, leaving no room for reprieve. His countenance radiated a sense of triumph. The mere thought of such a scenario ignited a profound shift in his mindset, and he relished this sensation. From his current standpoint, it appeared entirely advantageous, devoid of any detriment. Meanwhile, Shaoli could not suppress a soft chuckle. It seems we have truly cornered this fellow, compelling him to reveal his true capabilities. His expression was one of delight, for the use of a trump card indicated a significant transformation in the opponent's strength, which was precisely what he wished to witness. Naruto, on the other hand, felt a flicker of curiosity as he suddenly produced 2 scrolls. What exactly does he intend to achieve with these? I find myself utterly perplexed. At the scene, Tian had already placed the 2 scrolls on the ground. Hanabi scoffed derisively. If you wish for me to observe. Know that these scrolls are utterly useless. I can assure you, while they may yield some effect for others, they hold no significance for me. You might as well abandon any hope, for no amount of effort will yield results. Her expression was one of unwavering calm, as if she had long anticipated this moment with great excitement. Tian, meanwhile, continued to channel a series of commands with increasing speed, as if striving to seize a breakthrough in a fleeting moment. Double rising dragons. With a final roar, the 2 scrolls ascended rapidly like twin dragons soaring into the sky. Without hesitation, Tian launched a fervent assault, the speed of the attack astonishingly swift. Countless daggers and blades emerged from the scrolls, each displaying an exquisite uniqueness, evoking a thrill that was almost intoxicating. From this vantage point, the situation appeared nearly insurmountable, as they offered no opportunity for the opponent to retaliate. Achieving their goal was all that mattered. Other concerns fell beyond their purview, inciting no fear whatsoever. In light of this remarkable spectacle, Hanabi regarded the scene with a disdainful smirk, her demeanor strikingly indifferent. It seems you remain oblivious to the fact that all your attacks are but futile dreams. Your efforts will yield no effect on me, and ultimately, it amounts to courting disaster. No matter how many daggers you employ, they remain inconsequential. You should relinquish any hope, for this path leads to naught. Her expression remained relaxed, as if such matters were trivial. Yet her gaze remained steady, intrigued to see what tactics the opponent would employ next. With a swift motion, she brandished her umbrella. Second star. Once the commotion subsided, all the daggers vanished, plummeting to the ground. Observing this, Tian displayed no signs of surrender. Instead, he appeared increasingly agitated. This is far from over. Do not celebrate prematurely. Such exuberance will serve you no good. With renewed vigor, he executed a leap into the air, wielding 10 threads that manipulated the kunai and swords strewn across the ground. The weapons surged forth like a torrential downpour, hurtling towards Hanabi with unrelenting ferocity. Excitement gleamed in his eyes, for this time, success seemed imminent. After all, such an opportunity was unparalleled. Yet, Hanabi suddenly swung her fan, effortlessly deflecting the incoming weapons with an air of dominance. Chapter 81. The Remarkable Power of Shumaru, the 3rd Star. In an instant, Shumaru and Appo's figure vanished completely, as if he had never existed. Tian blinked in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the sudden disappearance of someone who had just been in front of him. The speed was astonishing. How could this individual mysteriously vanish so suddenly? He glanced around in confusion, his eyes filled with wariness. At that moment, a calm voice resonated. Here I am. To his astonishment, Shumaru emerged from above, brandishing a fan with a swift motion. With a powerful flick, a fierce gale erupted, reminiscent of a true tornado. This enormous whirlwind seemed almost otherworldly, instilling an acute sense of unease in those present, as if they were witnessing something entirely beyond their experience. The tornado and Appo's ferocity was mesmerizing yet terrifying, leaving them with an overwhelming sensation that something was amiss. Such a bizarre occurrence was simply beyond belief. Yet, in this peculiar situation, they found themselves increasingly emboldened, no longer needing to worry about the events unfolding around them. The whirlwind lashed against Tian, leaving deep gashes on his body, which evoked both fear and awe among the onlookers. Instinctively, they wanted to retreat, for this form of attack was unlike anything they had ever encountered. However, seizing the moment was crucial. It was an opportunity to grow stronger, and they realized that there was no need for panic. Chenju smiled. It was evident that Shimuro had indeed progressed significantly, skillfully weaving chakra into the wind. Despite Tion and Amp, Appo's relentless fighting spirit, he found himself utterly helpless against the tornado and Amp, Appo's assault. He was soon caught by Shimuro and Appo's umbrella, his expression betraying a calm demeanor, as if this form of attack posed no real threat to him. This is utterly dull. I expected more excitement, Shimuro mused, seemingly unimpressed by the encounter. Naruto and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. The power of this technique was formidable, and the mastermind behind it was terrifying. Each thought of it left him in profound astonishment. Nevertheless, grasping this fleeting opportunity would undoubtedly bolster their strength in the future. They were acutely aware that increased power would yield different outcomes, and this clarity illuminated their expressions with shock. As for the others, their faces mirrored their incredulity. Who on earth is this individual? Kanjiro chuckled softly. No matter the circumstances, we cannot afford to falter here. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the current events were perilously lethal. The Sand Country was indeed a source of trepidation. A place imbued with an overwhelming sense of danger that could not be ignored. In a surreal haze, the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. If things were even slightly normal, they would not have devolved into such chaos, nor would they have reached this critical juncture. At that moment, Moonlight Gale nodded slightly. The victor was Shimuro. He appeared relaxed, as if the unfolding events were merely routine. Upon hearing of his victory, Shimuro could not suppress a joyful smile, radiating happiness at the outcome. Winning was all that mattered. Anything else would be utterly frustrating. With triumph in his grasp, he dismissed any concerns about the future, knowing that worrying would yield no benefit. He swiftly cast Tion aside in a fit of fury, showing no mercy or intention to spare him. Little Lee, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of fear and rushed to intervene, successfully catching Tion. He glared at Shimuro with palpable anger. What are you doing? Do you not feel any shame? He fought with all his might. How could you show him such blatant disrespect? Chapter 82. Instant Kill. Tama smiled lightly. Stop your incessant chatter. After all, this battle is my victory, and since it is indeed mine, everything shall be at my discretion. I can do as I please. Xiaoli clenched his fists tightly, his face brimming with intense anger, for he found it utterly intolerable to be looked down upon by someone like her, regardless of their shared camaraderie as teammates. The blatant contempt from the opposing side struck a dissonant chord within him, filling his heart with profound rage and unease, rendering his thoughts utterly absurd. Yet, he understood that the current situation was nearly insurmountable for them. If they could seize this opportune moment, it might lead to a favorable outcome in the near future. There was no need to be weighed down by worry. Persistent anxiety could prove fatal for them. He kicked fiercely towards Tama, but she remained unfazed, exuding a calm demeanor, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to her. She aimed to execute everything with utmost perfection, as achieving such a state would mark a significant improvement. At that moment, Tama effortlessly deflected the attack with her umbrella, her face a picture of tranquility. Your movements are as sluggish as your appearance, she remarked. At this juncture, Akai dashed down with a serious expression directed at Xiaoli. Stop. In such a critical moment, you cannot act recklessly. Shinju smiled, having initially thought they were alone. But if someone were to appear, he would be eager to engage in a thorough discussion. Tama, it's time for you to step forward. Things will proceed more smoothly, and there is no need to fret over this matter. Their faces radiated ease, as if everything was harmonious in their world. They had always cherished this sense of stability, viewing their current circumstances as decidedly advantageous. There was no reason to dwell on worries. Persistent anxiety could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, they must not disrupt the rules of the competition, which had already declared their victory. There was no time to waste. Gaara nodded in agreement. Step forward. Should I encounter Xiaoli later, I will certainly teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Akai couldn't suppress his sinister chuckle. Hey, people of the Sand Country, I must warn you about this formidable individual before you. His prowess was undeniable, and if he possessed such strength, the forthcoming events would undoubtedly unfold differently. Tooth stood nearby, his face a canvas of shock and deep existential doubt. Have these people lost their minds? How dare they provoke the Sand Country? Don't they realize they are dealing with absolute anomalies? Since it was evident that these individuals were indeed extraordinary, swift resolution was imperative. His gaze remained steady, as if the circumstances posed no threat. If they could capitalize on this advantageous moment, their mindset would stabilize, free from worry over trivial matters. Lingering anxiety could yield severe repercussions. At that moment, Chinju couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Akai, you truly are an exceptional character." Managing to provoke Gaara at such a pivotal moment. Once Gaara is thoroughly enraged, he can unleash chaos without hesitation. Choosing to incite his ire is tantamount to courting disaster. It was baffling that this group could not grasp such a straightforward truth, appearing so unfazed in the face of danger. This was akin to inviting calamity. And their foolishness was simply astonishing. Reflecting on this trait, he felt utterly powerless, realizing that further discussion might prove futile. Even excessive dialogue might lead them to their doom. And such absurdity was beyond comprehension. Still, he was curious to witness how this motley crew would perform next, as it could yield a uniquely captivating outcome. Just then, Sakura approached Naruto. "Naruto, no matter the circumstances, you must not lose to these individuals. Losing to them would be utterly humiliating. I would find it unbearable." A flicker of curiosity ignited in Naruto's eyes. "Have you fully recovered? If so, that is splendid." Sakura smiled. Chapter 83. The defiant little Lee, now is not the moment for you to worry about me. Rather, it is I who should be concerned for your well-being. For your current situation is indeed precarious. The examination is imminent. If you find yourself uttering such words here, you hardly deserve to be called a man. And you certainly lack the dignity to face Sasuke. Moreover, I must express my profound gratitude. Had it not been for your fervent shout, I might still be in a state of unconsciousness. It was precisely because of your foolish remarks that I found a glimmer of awakening, and I must admit, the outcome this time will undoubtedly differ. Suddenly, the large screen trembled vigorously, evoking a sense of incredulity among them. Shikamaru versus Kent. In an instant, Shikamaru stood up swiftly, exuding a sense of ease, as if he bore no concern for anyone, appearing remarkably composed. As for the Sound Village, the bandaged man observed Kent beside him. This individual could manipulate his own shadow as well as the shadows of others, hence it was crucial to remain vigilant against such techniques. Do you understand? This is of paramount importance. We must avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Kent chuckled, declaring that he would not be deceived by such trivial antics. Only individuals like you could fall for such tricks. It is utterly impossible for us. My extensive experience assures me that I will encounter no issues. Chinju smiled, acknowledging that these two might indeed be quite formidable. Initially, he anticipated some differences, yet he realized one must not underestimate a woman. This particular woman seemed exceptionally capable. And should one be overly careless, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, the gravity of the situation cannot be overstated. The ability to seize the opportunity ahead now rests solely on the whims of fate. Different destinies yield disparate outcomes. Their expressions remained calm, as if such matters were merely routine for them. However, they were all acutely aware of the need to be cautious of women, which alleviated any concerns. Temari could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, it is essential. Often, our strength as women should not be underestimated. This occasion presents an ideal opportunity to showcase our prowess. She appeared relaxed, as if the unfolding events posed no apprehension for her. The two individuals had now arrived at the competition arena, and at this juncture, Shikamaru appeared remarkably at ease. Despite having recognized the formidable strength of these opponents during the second assessment, he was still in the dark regarding their specific ninjutsu techniques. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him, compounded by the fact that his own ninjutsu had already been scrutinized by them. Nevertheless, he understood that he must engage in battle. The moonlight swiftly beckoned him to action as he raised his right hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "I hereby declare the match to commence." Shikamaru inhaled deeply, realizing the seriousness of this encounter. Ninjutsu. Shadow imitation technique. Kent stood relaxed, seemingly unperturbed. "Oh, so it's this technique. I expected something more exciting. If this is all, it seems rather dull." His familiarity with the technique alleviated any concerns he might have had. His expression brightened as he contemplated the move, confident that he merely needed to observe the actions of Shikamaru and Appos as shadow. Subsequently, he swiftly hurled two silver needles, each adorned with a bell. Shikamaru scrutinized the two needles and their accompanying bells on the wall, a displeased scoff escaping his lips. So, this is your antiquated strategy. Next, you will shoot a set of saban, one attached to a bell and the other silent. When the enemy focuses on the sound of the bell, they will neglect the silent saban, making them vulnerable to being struck. Am I mistaken? Kent, disinterested in further dialogue, deemed it a futile waste of time to engage in conversation. They had no excess time to squander. The priority was to resolve the current predicament swiftly. Your chatter is excessive, he remarked. In that moment, Shikamaru felt a surge of confidence. All you need to do is launch the silent saban, and I will attentively monitor your movements. I will surely seize you then. All I need is to observe carefully. Yet, just as he prepared to focus, a series of bells rang out from behind him, startling him. Behind, he instinctively turned, only to discover two bells resonating, their sound linked by a thread held in Kent and Appo's grasp. The revelation left him astonished, his face reflecting profound disbelief. He had not anticipated such an attack, nor the unique nature of it, which prompted a moment of existential reflection. Before he could brace himself, Kent abruptly retracted his assault. The two silver needles fell swiftly, effortlessly piercing Shikamaru's body. Naruto's eyes widened with incredulity. This individual seemed alarmingly feeble. He had initially expected formidable strength, yet now it appeared he was alarmingly vulnerable. Chapter 84. The Bell and Imp. Appo's deception. In that moment, Shikamaru hastily extracted all the silver needles from his arm. His face was a canvas of rage. Astonished at the malevolence of his opponent, he had never anticipated such cruelty, nor did he expect the attack to be effective. It was a realization that caught him completely off guard. Fortunately, at the critical juncture, he had preemptively shifted his body, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The silver needles had merely grazed his arm. Otherwise, he might have perished without even understanding how. At least, he thought, he had demonstrated a modicum of cleverness. A sigh of relief escaped him, and the tension that had gripped him dissipated, replaced by an air of calm composure. After all, this was precisely the outcome he desired. Absolute control over his adversary would render the subsequent events considerably more manageable. Shikamaru glared furiously at Kent. You finished your assault? Haven't you? Now it's my turn to strike. Upon hearing this, Kent and Appo's face twisted into a sinister grin. I shall grant you no opportunity. You can abandon all hope of survival. With that, he swiftly shook the bell, producing an eerie sound that enveloped the battlefield in an unsettling atmosphere. The discordant ringing incited a primal urge to flee, as if they were confronting something unfathomable. Shikamaru and Appo's body began to tremble uncontrollably, terror etched across his face. He could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events. Given the circumstances, it seemed utterly improbable that he would be reduced to such a state, yet now, he found himself unable to command his own body. What was happening? He had believed himself to be in good condition. Why had everything suddenly spiraled into chaos? Kent chuckled darkly. You merely perceive yourself as unharmed. The sound of my bell influences your very neural pathways, inducing vivid hallucinations. Even if you cover your ears, it would prove utterly futile. There is no escape from its effects. At that moment, Shikamaru was indeed ensnared in a web of hallucinations. The figure before him appeared entirely illusory, with countless phantoms swirling around. Which of these specters was Kent's true form? The distinction was utterly beyond his grasp. Kent's laughter echoed ominously. Why not simply cease your futile struggles? No matter what tactics you employ, they will yield no results. This scenario has become a foregone conclusion. You cannot withstand it. Any remnants of hope you might cling to are mere shadows. This battle is nearing its end, and now, I shall deal with you at my leisure. Having spoken, he swiftly brandished the silver needles once more, launching a fresh wave of attacks. In an instant, he struck Shikamaru's arm again, the assault comprising 3 needles this time. Kent exuded an air of dominance, offering no room for rebuttal, his presence palpably altered. Next will be 5, then 7. Before long, I will transform you into a mouse riddled with needles. At that moment, Kent felt an unsettling calm wash over him. Enough. This is your final assault. However, just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly found his body immobilized, engulfed in excruciating pain, rendering him unable to move. His eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the inexplicable nature of his predicament. Shikamaru slowly rose to his feet, a cold smirk gracing his lips. While this ordeal might spell difficulty for others, for him, it was merely a trifling matter. My shadow imitation technique has finally succeeded after numerous attempts. I had thought it would be exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, Kent's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression marred by disbelief. Impossible. Since the beginning, I have detected no shadows. How could you possibly employ such a tactic? Shikamaru blinked innocently, as if this revelation were a commonplace occurrence. Consider the silver needles in your hand. In such a precarious situation, how could any shadows manifest? Your assumptions are overly simplistic. I can effortlessly manipulate my shadow at will. As he spoke, the shadow beneath him swelled and elongated, transforming into something far beyond mere needle-like shapes. Kent and Appo's eyes widened in horror. So you concealed your shadow here all along. No wonder everything felt amiss before. The source of all this strangeness lies with you. You are truly terrifying and insidious, managing to hide such a strategy so deeply. A man who disregards reason and fails to honor his word is indeed the epitome of shamelessness. Chapter 85. Deep hatred at this moment. His face was marked by an extraordinary fury, utterly unable to accept such a situation. As for Chinju, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. It must be said that this outcome was undeniably different. I sincerely did not wish for the Sound Tribe to triumph. Thus, witnessing this group feigning defeat brought me considerable joy. The mere thought of their loss fills my heart with immense delight, and I find pleasure in this sentiment. At that moment, Shoji was momentarily taken aback by Chinju and Appo's words. Chinju, do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against them? If you bear no significant animosity, it seems unlikely you would express such sentiments. Is there truly an unexpected backstory? If there were any grievances between you, I would appreciate your sharing them, as it would clarify the situation. Should I encounter this group again, I would not hold back. I would face them with utmost seriousness, standing firmly by your side in any circumstance. Chinju smiled. My aversion to them is quite unique and, I dare say, rather pragmatic. They belong to Orochimaru's tribe, and this individual employs methods far from righteous. He is, by all accounts, a nefarious character. Therefore, expecting me to feel any fondness for him is akin to attempting the impossible. His countenance radiated a tranquil confidence, suggesting that such matters had long since become an integral part of their existence. Deep within, he harbored an intense disdain for Orochimaru, a sentiment far beyond mere annoyance. He yearned for the other party to distance themselves from the current situation, as it might provide him an opportunity to assert his own presence. Otherwise, it would culminate in unnecessary troubles, and he had no desire to squander time on such frivolities. Ultimately, they would only experience a profound transformation, making them feel a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. As long as he could seize the opportunities at hand, the eventual outcome would undoubtedly exceed his expectations, alleviating his concerns. At that moment, Shoju's face illuminated with an expression of realization. No wonder everything had felt peculiar before. It was for this reason. Rest assured, should I encounter that group again, I shall show them no mercy. If they are truly as detestable as you say, I will ensure they experience genuine suffering, allowing them to grasp the essence of despair. Her expression transformed into one of earnestness, devoid of any jest, and her demeanor took on a commanding presence. Nearby, Gaara widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be his sister? She had always been one to disregard others' words, known for her pride. Yet now, she seemed entirely devoid of her usual haughtiness, and astonishingly, she appeared somewhat compliant towards this man, a stark contrast to her typical character. This left him feeling a profound sense of helplessness, recognizing that this shift was likely due to the nature of her relationship with him. Thus, for them, this was a state of normalcy. Contemplating this trait, a serene calm enveloped his face, suggesting that such matters were ultimately inconsequential. There was no need for excessive worry. If they continued to dwell on such issues, it would become utterly redundant, potentially leading to discomfort. At this juncture, the situation seemed to have escalated into a dire urgency, and they realized that events were not as manageable as they had once believed. This was a truth that resonated deeply within them. Should you wish to converse discreetly in the future, kindly keep your voices low. there is no need to speak so brazenly. Hearing such blatant words is rather grating to my ears, and I would prefer to disregard them entirely. His face reflected a profound dissatisfaction, as if the mere thought of such matters filled him with discomfort, leaving him with no semblance of patience. He recognized that this situation had become an indispensable aspect of their lives. They could only strive to manage the circumstances before them. If they succeeded, they would avoid a position of utter disadvantage. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting disaster. As for Chenju, upon hearing these words, he flexed his muscles and wore a look of serene composure. "Is this how you speak to me? It seems you have grown increasingly audacious, unafraid of dire consequences. Your boldness has reached new heights, and you exude an air of casual confidence, which is hardly a favorable disposition." His expression darkened, as the mere thought of such matters filled him with disdain, rendering him unable to accept this bizarre state. He could even perceive a newfound authority in his eyes, refusing to grant any opportunity for explanation, and it was evident that he had become particularly irritable and unreasonable. Chapter 86. A unique identity in this moment. The atmosphere was charged with an unmistakable tension, rendering any trivial conversation utterly futile. The gravity of the situation demanded focus, as idle chatter could only exacerbate the precariousness of their circumstances, leaving them with an unsettling sense of dread. At this juncture, Shoju stood nearby, visibly displeased, her expression betraying her dissatisfaction. She recognized her minor misstep, a mere trifle in the grand scheme of things, yet it weighed heavily on her mind. She felt justified in her stance, convinced that she was in the right. "I love R.A.," she warned. "If you wish to avoid a confrontation, I suggest you remain silent and refrain from provoking me unnecessarily. However, should you be inclined to challenge me, know that I possess a rather forgiving temperament. You may test the limits of your endurance. If you can withstand my strikes, I shall consider my words unspoken. Yet, if you cannot bear the brunt of it, it would be wise for you to adopt a more respectful demeanor." Her countenance darkened, leaving no room for dialogue. The air crackled with her simmering anger, a volatile aura that made her presence feel oddly peculiar. Upon hearing her words, Gaara emitted a disdainful huff, yet he felt powerless to retort. He understood that engaging further would only serve to diminish his own standing, as his opponent's confidence loomed large. Thus, he resolved to remain silent, wary of provoking her ire. Despite the tension, he recognized the futility of pointless exchanges. Engaging in such banter would only waste precious time better spent on meaningful pursuits. This realization struck him with profound intensity, urging him to seize the opportunities that lay before him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was thick with a domineering presence. Kintsuchi exuded an air of authority, impervious to the strength of others. "Even if you possess a measure of skill, what does it matter? At best, you are merely mimicking my movements, a feat that holds little significance," he declared, his confidence unwavering. With a playful blink, his expression bore a hint of innocence, as if the unfolding events held no sway over him. He was resolute in avoiding any further pointless dialogue, for he deemed such exchanges a mere distraction from their objectives. Shikamaru, having absorbed Kin and Appo's words, scoffed in derision. He had long been prepared for this encounter, and the audacity of his opponent only signaled a path to self-destruction. "Enough of your empty words. I have devised a strategy to counter your moves, and rest assured, it is foolproof. Now, I suggest you observe closely." His visage radiated anger, and the atmosphere shifted palpably around him, becoming charged with a fierce intensity. Those present could sense the overwhelming force of his resolve, a manifestation of his unyielding determination. As events unfolded, they moved toward a favorable outcome, each moment brimming with potential. Should they seize the opportunities at hand, they could navigate the challenges ahead with remarkable ease. There was no room for hesitation. Any wavering now would only lead to turmoil. "You'll soon understand the extent of my capabilities," he stated. A calm confidence etched upon his features. "Once you witness my methods, I hope you retain your bravado." With unwavering poise, he acknowledged the inevitability of their confrontation, fully aware that any further trivial discourse would be perilous. They were acutely aware of the stakes involved, their hearts emboldened by an unwavering self-assurance. Chapter 87. Victory of Shikamaru. There is no need to feel excessive worry over such matters. Allowing oneself to be consumed by such frantic anxiety would only lead to significant trouble, and might even induce a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. As the situation appeared exceedingly perilous at that moment, without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly seized control of his opponent and Appo's body and unceremoniously hurled them towards the box, which contained the silver needles placed there by the adversary. At this juncture, Shikamaru acted without a moment's pause, launching his shuriken with an air of dominance. He initiated the attack with unwavering confidence. However, as the assault was executed, it became apparent that it was a mutual exchange. Shikamaru deftly leapt backwards to evade the attack from his left, while the woman mirrored his movements in a desperate attempt to dodge. Yet, she suddenly discovered the wall behind her, resulting in her tumbling to the ground. Shinju could not help but smile wryly. It must be said that the combat between these two was indeed intriguing. It provided an entirely different sensation, revealing the allure of their fighting prowess. Oh, to witness such captivating encounters is truly a unique experience, bringing me immense joy. It must be acknowledged that this is the most rudimentary method of achieving victory. His expression radiated happiness, for he had at least gained insight into the pinnacle of combat. Tamari stood nearby, unable to suppress her dissatisfaction as she pouted. Is this truly the might of the Sound Village? They seem utterly ineffectual, appearing foolish beyond measure. If they had not been so careless, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Kakashi chuckled softly. Well then, the victor of this round is Shikamaru. Let us not waste any more time here. We shall proceed with the next match. The audience collectively shifted their gaze to the now solemn big screen, each individual brimming with tension, anxious about whether the upcoming battles would prove favorable. Shinju smiled. This year's newcomers possess formidable strength. Thus, given the evident prowess of their opponents, caution is paramount. A modicum of prudence should suffice to secure victory. With that thought, he felt a wave of calm wash over him, noting how the atmosphere had transformed entirely. Naruto faced off against Kiba. Excitement flickered in Naruto's eyes. After a prolonged wait, the moment of battle had finally arrived. He had eagerly anticipated this confrontation for far too long, relishing the thrill of the impending clash. Realizing this, he could not help but exude confidence, feeling that circumstances were increasingly favorable for them. There was no need for concern. As long as they executed their plans competently, they would surely stand out even more in the forthcoming moments, their eyes widening in astonishment. It and Amp, Appo's, happening. This is incredible. I and Amp, Appo's, waited so long for this moment. Kiba, upon hearing such enthusiasm, could not contain his own excitement. Indeed, I relish this state of affairs. Fortuitously, I find myself matched against such an opponent. One who appears decidedly foolish and easily overpowered. There is no need to rush. Victory seems assured. A smug expression adorned his face, as if he could already envision triumph within his grasp, rendering the match inconsequential in his eyes. Such thoughts instilled a profound sense of calm within him, and he found himself enjoying this exhilarating feeling. Sakura, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle lightly. Naruto, you must give it your all and absolutely cannot lose to this guy. Upon hearing her words, Naruto grinned confidently, his demeanor exuding tranquility. Don't worry. There is no way I will falter. Gaara scoffed dismissively. I expected more, yet it appears they are merely insignificant opponents. From what I can ascertain, their strength is quite lacking. He had long recognized their inherent weakness, and now it was evident that they were even more feeble than anticipated, easily disregarded. His expression remained composed, as if this battle held little significance for him. He felt no need to harbor unnecessary anxieties. Their fighting style bore little relevance to him. He had no desire to be unwittingly drawn into their skirmish, for that would only serve to waste his precious time. It seems I underestimated them slightly. But now I shall witness who truly possesses greater strength. Kiba, a genuine weakling at heart, had merely dwindled in the background. Such individuals were the least deserving of his respect. Yet now that he had come to appreciate them, he was curious to see the extent of their capabilities. Naruto struck him as utterly foolish, incapable of achieving any significant strength. Chapter 88. The indomitable willpower. Shinju smiled calmly, surveying the scene with an air of tranquility. Although it was conceivable that Naruto might emerge victorious this time, and it wasn't Appo's necessary to witness an absolute display of strength, one could certainly perceive his formidable willpower. His determination was undeniably robust, ensuring that the forthcoming confrontation would be nothing short of spectacular. At this moment, Moonlight Gale appeared exceptionally earnest. "I hereby declare this match officially commenced." Naruto blinked, his impatience palpable. "I've been eagerly awaiting my turn. It's simply exhilarating." He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed incredulously at Naruto. "Isn't that something I should be saying? With you as my opponent, it feels like a guaranteed victory." Feeling uncomfortable, Naruto immediately retorted, "You could never hope to defeat me, so you might as well concede now." Yeah, engulfed by a profound anger. Had never encountered anyone so audaciously brazen in addressing him. He gently set down his companion, Akamaru, while his gaze remained intensely focused on Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened further, incredulity washing over him. The very notion of this scenario felt utterly absurd. Under normal circumstances, such a ludicrous situation would be inconceivable. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Why did you bring a dog? That will only hinder the match." He smirked, his face radiating a sense of triumph. "You fool, Akamaru is my partner, and he has chosen to fight alongside me." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Referee, is this even permissible? If this is allowed, then this situation is utterly unreasonable." Shock overtook him as he struggled to believe his own eyes. This was a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. Such absurdities had never occurred in the past, leaving him questioning the very essence of reality. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Gale couldn't help but chuckle incredulously, his expression reflecting utter exasperation. "Of course, it is permissible. Animals or insects are considered tools of a ninja. It seems your knowledge is rather limited, which explains your unfamiliarity with this fact. Therefore, there is absolutely no issue." Shinju smiled coolly. This fellow is indeed rather unique. However, Naruto's theoretical knowledge is woefully inadequate, which is understandable. Had his theoretical understanding been a tad more proficient, he wouldn't find himself in such a predicament. Alas, his grasp of theory has never been particularly strong. His demeanor appeared relaxed, as the unfolding events presented an opportune rhythm for them. If they could seize this favorable moment, the ensuing power would undoubtedly be boundless. There was no need to dwell excessively on such matters. Prolonged concern would only exacerbate the situation. Naruto's charm was undeniable. Yet cuteness aside, the battlefield and Appo's combat prowess remained paramount. At that moment, you glanced at Akamaru. Since this guy is evidently strong and refuses to back down, I'll handle this myself. This time, I must ensure he concedes wholeheartedly and witness firsthand who possesses the greater strength. I have never been one to admit defeat, nor will I concede to his prowess." His expression turned serious, as if acknowledging the gravity of the situation. They were determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Missing this chance would lead to immense pressure, a perilous circumstance that could spiral into irrationality. This awareness festered within them, fueling a terrifying power that emanated from their very beings. Such a formidable aura left spectators in awe, as each person present could distinctly feel the shift in atmosphere. Gaara scoffed dismissively. "I suddenly feel that this battlefield is dreadfully tedious. This battle seems utterly uninspiring." His expression remained composed, while you felt a sense of nonchalance, unburdened by any apprehension. To dwell on such concerns would yield no benefits, only discomfort. Yet, if they could grasp this splendid opportunity, the outcomes would undoubtedly be transformative, empowering them significantly. As their strength burgeoned, they would exhibit an extraordinary prowess, dispelling any lingering doubts regarding their capabilities. To obsess over such matters would be tantamount to courting disaster, engendering a sense of numbness. Temari smiled. "In truth, the strength displayed by these two thus far is insignificant and hardly warrants our attention." Chapter 89. The demeanor of the strong Shinju shook his head. That guy Naruto could at best be considered a figure of humor, and if he were to find himself in any situation, he would invariably lean towards unrestrained hilarity. This was inherently part of his nature, thus rendering such behavior an inevitability. If one cannot grasp even this aspect, it would undeniably lead to complications. At this moment, his strength appeared to be escalating, seemingly boundless in its essence. Under normal circumstances, achieving such heights would be plausible, hence they must proceed with utmost caution. At this juncture, Ya erupted with an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. It became clear that they must engage in earnest combat. Only then could they comprehend the true essence of formidable power. The four-legged technique. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, realizing that this was the perfect opportunity to showcase their prowess. Only in this state could the opponent truly grasp what genuine strength entailed. Consequently, he positioned himself flat against the ground, resembling a true beast. An image that seemed remarkably peculiar, particularly at such a critical moment. "I am coming." Upon uttering these words, his body surged forth like a blinding flash, racing towards the scene with incredible velocity. It was palpable that his temperament had become exceedingly volatile, and the force of his charge was astonishingly swift. He aimed to decisively vanquish his opponent in the briefest of intervals. If he could accomplish this, it would signify a complete victory. Upon arrival, his power became even more pronounced, colliding forcefully into Naruto's embrace. In that instant, Naruto was unwittingly hurled away, the scene transforming into one of utter devastation, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers. To witness such overwhelming strength was astonishing, an outright display of dominance typical of the strong. Under normal circumstances, reaching such an extent would be impossible. Thus, the opponent and Oppo's ability to do so spoke volumes about their formidable prowess. Moreover, achieving such terrifying results in such a short time illustrated the limitless nature of their power, eliciting involuntary admiration. At this moment, you gazed at Naruto, who lay prostrate on the ground, and a confident smirk crossed his face, exuding an air of arrogance. Well then, there's no need for further competition. The outcome is exceedingly clear. Whether we compare or not, the difference is negligible. Given that Naruto is unlikely to recover anytime soon, I can confidently declare my victory. His expression was one of ease, as if he had already seen through all. Gaara, upon hearing this, could not suppress a derisive smirk, feeling a surge of boredom. He had long anticipated that the clash between them would swiftly reveal the disparity in their levels. They were simply not in the same league. Thus, the conclusion of this contest was entirely predictable. Perhaps he had not expected it to conclude so swiftly, but the sooner it ended, the better. After all, an early conclusion prevented anyone from becoming excessively fatigued and allowed for a clear understanding of one's reality. His face radiated calmness, as if he had already discerned the answer. Temari nodded in agreement. Indeed, Naruto and Oppo's strength is rather lacking. It's audacious of him to act so defiantly before us, lacking the foundation for such bravado. However, witnessing him being soundly defeated is rather dull. It instantly drained the excitement from what could have been an engaging battle. Continuing in this manner holds no meaning and only breeds tedium. Aside from the boredom it instilled, there seemed to be no other significant phenomena at play, leading him to question the very purpose of this contest. At that moment, his expression reflected profound disinterest, as if this affair were an inconsequential matter to him. Thus, there was no need for concern over such trivialities. Dwelling on such issues often culminates in an endless cycle of trouble, a perilous predicament for them, for which they had little patience. To expect them to maintain a good temper was akin to scaling the heavens. They were simply not of that disposition. Chenju chuckled softly. Do you truly believe that Naruto will fall so easily? If that were the case, you would be underestimating him gravely. Indeed, while he can be reckless and unreliable, he possesses the uncanny ability to create miracles at critical moments. You simply have yet to recognize this aspect of him. The reason for your derision stems from your failure to perceive the true nature of the situation. Once you do, the outcome will undoubtedly differ. Chapter 90. The emergence of power. After finishing his words, he couldn't help but laugh, his gaze exuding an air of calmness as if everything lay well within their budget. There was no need to feel even a hint of urgency over such matters. If they continued to gather wildly, it would yield no results and leave them feeling utterly awkward. After all, their current predicament was inherently perplexing, and achieving effective results seemed exceedingly difficult. Just observe closely. Naruto will certainly not be so easily defeated, Kankuro said with a dismissive smile. I initially thought I was facing a formidable opponent, but as time has passed, it appears I have overestimated their capabilities. This individual is undeniably weak. I have encountered weakness before, yet never have I seen someone so feeble. Such a level of weakness is frankly embarrassing, provoking a strong sense of disdain. Standing nearby, Lee furrowed his brow. Damn it, Naruto. If your strength is truly this minimal, Then you are disappointingly pathetic. Is this really all you have? If you have been this weak all along, then I must have misjudged you. I once thought you were a person of merit, but now it seems otherwise. His face betrayed a deep disappointment, the remnants of his earlier good spirits vanishing in an instant. Moreover, he did not wish to dwell excessively on such matters, for everyone's choices were inherently different. In critical moments, strength would undoubtedly vary, and performances would fluctuate between the strong and the weak. This was quite normal. Contemplating this characteristic, he couldn't help but let out a light chuckle, refraining from unnecessary chatter. Prolonged discussions would only lead to greater disappointment. At that moment, Naruto lay seemingly lifeless on the ground, devoid of any significant vitality. Yet, every onlooker could distinctly sense a dramatic shift in the atmosphere, realizing that this state was fundamentally different from before. Suddenly, Naruto slowly rose, exuding an intense defiance. Do not underestimate me. One could palpably feel the surge of his formidable aura, devoid of any trepidation. Gaara, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a powerful presence to erupt in such a short span of time. This was indeed a miscalculation on his part, reflecting his lack of foresight. Realizing this, he lowered his head, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face, as if the unfolding events had become a fatal realization. I apologize. It has only just dawned on me that I have underestimated them for too long, for this individual possesses a uniqueness that is entirely distinct from my initial impressions. I once perceived him as a negligible entity, but now, witnessing his strength firsthand, I recognize that I have been gravely mistaken. His aura radiates an indomitable spirit. He is not afraid of defeat. Under normal circumstances, such strength would be unattainable, yet his perseverance up to this moment was a testament to his resilience. The complexity of his expression suggested that this realization was profoundly impactful. Simultaneously, he understood that such circumstances had become an indispensable part of their existence. Shinju smiled. What is paramount now is for you to realize, regardless of the time, never to underestimate your opponents. Those who do often find themselves regretting it in the end. Every adversary here is formidable. There are no weaklings among them, which underscores the power they wield. If you underestimate them, the repercussions will invariably fall upon you. His demeanor remained composed, as if everything before them was an essential reality. Seizing the current opportunity might lead to miraculous outcomes, and there was no need for excessive worry. To dwell in anxiety over such matters would be tantamount to courting disaster. Teeth clenched, you felt a surge of anger. You, who have always acted so brazenly. What gives you the right? You, who lack any substantial strength, dare to put on airs before me? Do you not feel any shame? Such bravado serves you no good. Naruto, with a scoff, displayed a calm demeanor. What you say is fundamentally unrealistic. Am I the type to put on a show? It matters not if you bring your lowly companions. I can defeat them all without hesitation. You gritted his teeth. Then do not regret your choices. Let us charge forth. Akamaru. Chapter 91. The smoke bomb plan. With unwavering determination, he surged forward, swiftly launching 2 smoke bombs into the air. Naruto remained exceptionally vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any sign of the enemy. However, he soon realized that visibility was utterly compromised. He could discern nothing amidst the swirling mists. The relentless onslaught from his adversary was alarmingly rapid, and a wave of anxiety washed over Naruto's face. It was imperative to vacate the smoke immediately. Remaining within it would render him a mere plaything for his opponent. He could not afford to be so easily overwhelmed. A swift defeat would be utterly unacceptable. Anger surged within him, unsettling his thoughts, for this was no trivial matter. It was a crucial moment that could decisively turn the tide in his favor. In an instant, he dashed out of the smoke, only to be confronted by Akamaru, who lunged forward to initiate an attack. The suddenness of this encounter startled Naruto. He had not anticipated such a hidden tactic from his foe. The speed of the assault was astonishing. It appeared that he had underestimated his rival. Inside the smoke, visibility was nearly non-existent. Once the smoke dissipated, Akamaru remained stationary, seemingly delighted, before charging at Kiba and sinking his teeth into Kiba and Appo's arm. Kiba and Appo's eyes widened in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Akamaru, what is happening? At that moment, Naruto erupted into laughter. You fell for it. To his astonishment, Akamaru transformed into Naruto and Appo's likeness. Shinju could not help but face-palm, his expression laden with disbelief. This Naruto, is he truly taking this too far? His intellect is maddening. I have never seen anyone transform into a dog to launch an assault. Does he not realize how disgraceful this is? Is he not aware that such actions are fundamentally unethical? Gaara turned his head in disdain. The audacity of using his mouth to bite his opponent and Appo's arm, seemingly causing no harm, was utterly foolish. His expression betrayed a deep sense of exasperation. Such a character was truly a rarity. Temari stifled a laugh, her face brightening with amusement. The unfolding scene was unexpectedly entertaining, and she found herself captivated by Naruto and Appo's unorthodox combat style. Haha, I actually quite admire his approach. It aligns perfectly with my preferences. It and Appo's all about the ambush, there and Appo's no need for a fair fight. If a sneak attack succeeds, why engage in open conflict? His cleverness is refreshing. Her face radiated satisfaction. There was no need for excessive worry. As long as the mission was accomplished, everything else could be managed. Meanwhile, Kiba and Appo's expression transformed with fury. You wretched creature, that hurts. Get away from me. Naruto spat twice, his face contorting in distaste. Ugh, how dare you complain? You reek of dog, and it's quite unbearable. I wish to distance myself from you. It would be in line with my dignity. Gaara furrowed his brow, contemplating Naruto's impressive ability to seamlessly apply transformations to his shadow clone technique. Based solely on this display of skill, it was evident that he was a formidable expert. If he had not been so cautiously restrained, he could not have achieved such proficiency. Gaara found himself genuinely impressed. Naruto was far from the simpleton he had previously assumed. Shinju chuckled softly. Gaara, you can always trust my judgment. If I proclaim him a genius, it is because he truly is one. This moment marks only the beginning. You will soon witness even more remarkable feats from him. Regardless of the challenges he faces, he exhibits an unwavering fearlessness, a commendable spirit that is rarely seen in others. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed admirable. The most significant factor was the nine tails within him, which had long been sealed. If that monstrous power were to break free, the dynamics of the battle would shift dramatically. Chapter 92. A display of extraordinary power. Shimura blinked. Shinju, I perceive that you hold a particularly favorable view of Naruto. However, no matter how one assesses it, this fellow and Appo's strength can only be deemed mediocre at best. He merely resorts to some cunning tactics. Yet, when faced with true power, the outcome diverges entirely. Nonetheless, his mastery of ninjutsu remains quite formidable. Kanjuro nodded, his gaze still markedly indifferent, showing no signs of undue tension in light of the circumstances. In fact, the prowess he exhibited surpassed my expectations, revealing a strength that was far from the weakness I had anticipated. I was taken aback to discover that he could unleash fury even after seizing his opponent. This fellow is indeed quite intriguing. At that moment, Inuzuka, upon hearing these words, could not help but chuckle softly. I did not foresee that after your complete awakening, you would exhibit such considerable prowess compared to before. The difference is stark. I am increasingly impressed by your strength. However, it is precisely this newfound strength that renders the situation all the more captivating. Your end is near, for in the forthcoming moments, I shall engage you earnestly in combat. Naruto, at this juncture, felt utterly unconcerned and clenched his right fist tightly. Is that so? While your statement holds some merit, with your abilities, you could never hope to defeat me. Standing nearby, Kakashi and Appo's expression grew serious. It seemed that this time, the effects were notably different. Naruto had indeed grown within the context of this competition, proving to be quite formidable. This revelation left everyone present in a state of shock, for Naruto had always been the last in previous contests. Yet, this time, he was far from being at the bottom. It appeared he was no longer the Naruto of old. Inuzuka suddenly closed his eyes, his aura becoming increasingly imposing, and his expression turned grave. After a brief moment, a faint smile emerged on his face, and he placed his right hand into his pocket, appearing remarkably composed. Naruto, I advise you to relinquish Chikamaru. You would do well to return it to me now, for in the end, you shall surely find yourself disheartened or, at the very least, disappointed. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting profound astonishment. A realization dawned upon him. This matter was of utmost significance, and they must seize this rare opportunity. Only by grasping this favorable moment could they cultivate a beneficial outcome. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Such behavior, in their case, was not only imprudent but could lead to monumental repercussions. At that instant, Inuzuka, seizing the critical moment, hurled a pill directly into Chikamaru and Appo's mouth. Chikamaru, at that juncture, became exceedingly earnest, appearing more irritable, and soon unleashed a torrent of energy. His fur transformed into a vivid crimson hue, leaving everyone present in a state of awe. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? What did you feed him? Why has his color suddenly changed to a brilliant pink? Inuzuka chuckled. Precisely for this reason, his name is Chikamaru. Did you truly not comprehend this simple fact? It seems you have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, Shimaru and Appo's eyes glimmered with curiosity. What is this substance? I have truly never encountered anything like it before. Just a single piece can alter his coloration so dramatically, and it appears quite appealing. Shinju blinked, acknowledging the obvious. If I am not mistaken, his natural color should indeed be a fiery red. It is precisely this hue that renders him so striking. Without such a vibrant color, he could not evoke such terror. His expression remained relaxed, unperturbed by the unfolding events. This substance, if I am correct, should be referred to as a military ration pill. Soon, you shall witness this individual undergo a remarkable transformation, with his strength experiencing a significant surge. Meanwhile, the scene revealed Inuzuka's eyes brimming with intensity. Beast transformation, he declared, and in an instant, his aura shifted dramatically. It was evident that this transformation would yield a notably different state, and he relished the prospect. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, and the intensity was palpable. If they could seize this opportune moment, the eventual outcome would surely be transformed. Now, Shikamaru had morphed into a human form, and the two of them appeared fearsome as they faced each other. Naruto stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed by the terrifying glint in their eyes. The use of such an unusual substance, was it a stimulant? Was that even permissible? Chapter 93, a type of ninja tool beside the moonlight, the swift wind. Upon hearing this utterance, felt an immediate sense of calm. There was no trace of concern regarding the matter. Rather, everything seemed to embody a particularly normal essence for them. As long as they could seize the present opportunity, it would undoubtedly yield a most appropriate outcome, without any need for apprehension. Indeed, this item is inherently a type of ninja tool. In Naruto's eyes, a flicker of disdain emerged. You, my friend, can only utter such words. Beside him, Temari and Appo's face momentarily illuminated with curiosity, plunging her into a profound state of self-reflection. Shinju, what exactly is the purpose of this? Could you provide me with a detailed explanation, perhaps shed light on its drawbacks? At this moment, I am utterly perplexed regarding its utility. Her expression bore a hint of hesitation, as though recalling such matters felt exceedingly abnormal. Were the circumstances even slightly more typical, it would not have led to such a dismal state, nor would such an effect have manifested. Shinju, unable to suppress a wry smile, was astonished at the terrifying extent they had reached. This formidable power left them utterly astonished, altering the situation entirely. In a short span, they could fully unleash their abilities, which would undoubtedly yield a different outcome. This substance was reputed to be a secret elixir that allowed soldiers to fight continuously for 3 days and nights without rest. It contained various easily absorbable components, including elements that stimulated and calmed. Consequently, their chakra energy had presumably doubled. Temari and Appo's eyes widened. If that is indeed the case, I increasingly feel a sense of malevolence, and I am beginning to seriously doubt whether their battle stance has undergone significant transformation. These two individuals had always been exceedingly shameless. She never anticipated they could reach such a terrifying level. Her gaze was filled with incredulity, as if she had never fathomed such a result was possible. However, if such influence were to come to fruition, the effects for them would undoubtedly differ. They particularly relished this sensation, as long as they could seize the current opportunity. Everything else would pale in comparison. Shinju, appearing quite earnest at that moment, declared, "All right, let us leave it at that and focus on the match at hand. After all, should a fight truly ensue, I have faith in Naruto, for his strength is indeed formidable. Conversely, I harbor considerable distrust towards others, but I am unequivocally confident in him. His demeanor reflected utmost seriousness, unwilling to overlook this promising opportunity. Meanwhile, in the current situation, Kiba's expression grew grave, acutely aware that this was indeed an opportunity for them. Having grasped this chance, he was resolute in not letting it slip away easily. The match ends here. Four legs technique. Following this, two individuals surged into the fray. However, Naruto swiftly leapt back, narrowly evading the impending attack. Kiba and Shikamaru showed no hesitation, immediately continuing their pursuit. At that moment, Gaara furrowed his brow. Naruto, his situation is undeniably perilous, fraught with danger. The capabilities of the opponents were distinctly different. Should they exhibit remarkable prowess, the outcome would surely vary. Kiba, empowered by chakra surging through his body, transformed into a beast-like combat form, with the chakra-enhancing military pills serving as the optimal elixir for him. His expression radiated excitement. Upon hearing this, Chinju could not help but chuckle, his gaze exuding an air of tranquility. Regardless of the moment, I shall continue to observe closely. I have always placed my trust in Naruto, having consistently believed in him. The forthcoming period would undoubtedly yield different results. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of his formidable strength. Understanding his capabilities would lead to monumental changes in the ensuing events. His mood appeared quite buoyant, seemingly unperturbed by the ongoing concerns. As long as they could seize the present opportunity, there would be no issues. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in a predicament, realizing the opponent's and Appo's attack speed was exceptionally swift. He could barely mount a counterattack, as he could only focus on gathering chakra energy in his feet, responding with evasive maneuvers. At this juncture, he had no other recourse. This was a perilous situation for them. As Naruto observed the opponents charging towards him, his expression turned urgent. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air, feeling an undeniable sense of elation, for such occurrences were entirely inevitable for them. Chapter 94. The essence of beast transformation techniques. Apart from this, there exists no conceivable method. For them, this situation is marked by an extraordinary seriousness. Currently, upon witnessing Naruto leap into action, instantaneously exhibited an overwhelming excitement. This is precisely the opportunity one sought. At long last, I have discovered an opening. If I can seize this moment, everything else will follow suit. The essence of beast transformation techniques. Without the slightest hesitation, and Akamaru launched a swift offensive. At that moment, the duo resembled a colossal whirlwind, their immense forms spiraling in a breathtaking display of power, evoking a sense of awe and disbelief. It was utterly astonishing that they could reach such a terrifying level, leaving them profoundly shaken. However, should they capture the present opportunity, the ensuing consequences would undoubtedly yield an entirely different sensation. For them, this was akin to a remedy, instilling a peculiar sense of rationale within their hearts. You charged forth without reservation, colliding with Naruto, who emitted a cry of anguish as he plummeted from the sky, blood staining his visage. A smile crept across and Appo's face as he beheld his opponent sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from his face. Now, you must see it clearly. This exemplifies a glaring disparity in strength. As for the others, they were equally astonished, never anticipating that events could escalate to such a fearsome degree. Gaara chuckled softly. Shinju, did you see that? I previously warned you that their strength was negligible. You never believed me, but surely you do now. I have long indicated that our strengths have diverged increasingly. This is indeed the best possible outcome. Shinju furrowed his brow, his expression laden with disbelief. No. If you think it is so simple, you are gravely mistaken. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario is utterly implausible. Moreover, it is unimaginable that they could attain such a terrifying level. Only if they persist could that be deemed reasonable. His gaze remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated such a turn of events. If they could grasp this favorable opportunity, then in the forthcoming period, they would face no undue pressure. Naruto. This fellow, if you do not beat him senseless, he will never unleash his true potential. However, if you do, he will instantly reveal the depths of his power. Now, you must thoroughly understand, as I have previously articulated, There is no room for error in this matter. Observe and learn. At this moment, Naruto's eyes brimmed with resolve. He recognized that such circumstances were entirely reasonable. Moreover, as long as they could seize this advantageous moment, there was little chance of unforeseen occurrences in the near future. Nevertheless, if they could execute their plans flawlessly, there was no need for excessive concern. To dwell in worry would be exceedingly irrational and could very well lead to unforeseen complications, a state of affairs that would be profoundly detrimental for them. Naruto furrowed his brow, his expression one of incredulity. After all, they were witnessing this for the first time, and each contemplation of their predicament filled him with astonishment. I must become a Hokage. Upon uttering this declaration, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Attempting to rise but finding himself utterly immobilized, a faint smile of bitter amusement appeared on Ya and Appo's face. What nonsense! You should not speak so. For you are clearly weaker than I. If you wish to become Hokage, allow me to take your place. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Naruto, hearing the laughter, was engulfed in fury. It reminded him of the derision he faced during class, strikingly similar to the mockery he endured then. Ya, filled with indignation, waved his right hand vigorously, his countenance reflecting his anger. Listen here, you had better refrain from excessive babble, or your words will yield no effect. His face was imbued with a seriousness that suggested this was a matter of utmost significance for them. In truth, from the outset, you never truly envisioned yourself as Hokage. So cease your pretense of bravado. Your attempts to appear strong are utterly futile, for your inherent strength is lacking. Meanwhile, Hinata stood at a distance, observing her teammate and Appo's audacity. Utterly unguarded. An ominous feeling surged within her, for this situation was crucial for them. What on earth is happening? Do not underestimate Naruto, for he is far from the weakness you perceive. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that even if she did, no one would believe her.